can be on the edge of annoying. Enough so that he provokes me to threaten him, "Quit it, John, or I'm gonna smack ya." It amuses John to get my goat, so he eggs me on. Promise. But a tiny flame of caution burns deep beneath my consciousness, and never do I go too far again, as I had the day I threw the coffee at him. Sharon is like a parent trying to control her children. Admonishing us for our bad behavior, she covers her amusement with seriousness. She excuses herself when our playfulness gets too rambunctious and refuses to lower her dignity by joining in the banter. "I'm not a touchy, feely type of gal," she throws back at us. "Grow up. Or, touch me and I'll deck you." I'm confused by Sharon sometimes. I know she and John are like brother and sister, and she has little patience for most of the fun John likes to have, but there is a day that my understanding of them is tested. It is a piece of paper in Sharon's long, sharp handwriting, left haphazardly on the counter by the television. "What does the mad rapist want for dinner tonight?" What? Rapist? What does she mean? There is no one around when I find the note. I hold it in my hand, emotionally stuck. I read it again and again. It's like a brick wall I can't climb over. This can't be anything. I tell myself. I wouldn't be here if they were together. This has to mean something else. I am worried, though. My thoughts spiral in bizarre twists. John appears, walking in his white and red striped tube socks and robe from his back office, and sees me. Gently he takes the paper from my hand, folds it in two, and kisses me. "Get me a glass of milk, will ya, baby?" "Sure." From the corner of my eye I see him crumple the page and toss it casually across the counter. "Oh, it's nothing important." Good. I fold this new nagging seed of uneasiness back into the recesses of my heart and get John his milk. There are no restrictions or rules in the house besides common courtesy, and there are no mysteries to me here, except for one, Big Tom. I don't understand Big Tom. He has something to do with John's arrest years ago in my birthplace, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. I have strict orders whenever he calls to ask no questions and immediately hand the phone over to John. If he isn't there, I am instructed to get Sharon, she will know what to do. He seems to call every few weeks, cautious when I first answer, but friendlier after a while. As time goes by, he even adds a, "How ya doing, Don?" when I pick up the phone, acting as if he knows me, familiar with my voice. But even with the friendliness, I abide by the rules and pass the calls along without question. It is an overwhelmingly hot day in July, and I can't believe he has taken me to this place. Farmer John's slaughterhouse in downtown LA has a happy farm scene painted on the stucco wall surrounding it, and the stench of blood, urine, and fear hangs like an ominous cloud above. He tries to coax me inside, but I refuse. It's one thing looking for them in the desert and shops, but fresh heads. John. Just hurry up. I snap, annoyed at this not-so-brilliant idea to add to his skull collection. Come on. Let's get these in the house. John hurries, sweat pouring from his brow. I am not touching those, I warn, holding back a gag. John, this is disgusting. He lugs them through the front door, and I follow with his briefcase and keys. Dropping the bags on the kitchen floor, he grabs the giant cooking pots from under the stained wood butcher block he found at a yard sale and fills them with water. I stand watching him, my hand over my mouth, a few steps back for distance from the gruesome unveiling. Plop. The pig is the first to go in. Mortified, I step back farther. Next comes the cow. I can take no more and walk away, leaving John to position the heads in the boiling pots of water. I'll just check the mail. I excuse myself, relieved to get away from the kitchen. A pattering of little furry feet follows me to the front door. The dogs, panicked by the smell of blood, are sticking close to someone safe. On the porch under the mailbox sits a plain brown box. I bring it in. John. What? He yells back, coming around the corner wiping his hands on a dish towel. You got a package. I set it on the table and back off, not wanting to get near his hands. Looking down at the label, John tears into the package. Woohoo! He cries. She's here. Who's here? What is it? Curiosity has gotten the best of me. Louise, he says, holding up a shining, creamy white human skull. Ah. She's perfect. He turns her, admiring every angle. I gasp. Where did you get that? Well, he tosses his head back and decides against a lie. I told them I was a UCLA pre-med student studying anatomy, and they sent her to me. The student part is bull. I tell myself. I think about his story for a moment, blink, and laugh too. I believe him, guessing it can make sense. Good one, I admit, extremely impressed. I reach over and kiss John's beaming face. This must be the day for skulls. Hey. Wake up, you lazy bum. John calls through David and Karen's window as we walk up to knock on their door. What da ya want? David slurs. Look at this baby. John holds up the ivory orb. Cool, David says, blandly turning her in his hands. What are you gonna do with that? Her name is Louise, I jump in, and we're gonna mount her with the rest of the skulls, David. What do you think? I'm bothered at his lack of enthusiasm for John's prize. Yeah, I gathered that. But, well. John shoots back, no, man, I'm gonna use her for when Don's sleeping and I need to get off. Look at her, man. She's a beaut. Yeah. Okay, I see. I'm just not into that kind of thing, man. Sorry. But, you know what kind of thing I'd rather be into. David pauses for a minute, raising his eyebrows. You know what I mean. And what do you mean, David? John challenges, knowing exactly what he means. You can't even take half the shit I'm around on the set every day, man. John Holmes can get any kinda dope he wants. What? Bullshit. I can take anything you bring into this house and more, sucka. He insists, calling the dare with a half grin on his face. Karen steps out of the kitchen holding a cup of coffee and smiling at where she knows the conversation is heading. You're on, asshole. Tomorrow night. 9 o'clock. Be here. John points his finger at David's face. He grabs Louise, then my hand, and we head home. The next day John is gone into the evening and calls me from work. With disco music blaring in the background, he tells me to meet him at David's by 9 o'clock. Make sure that asshole knows I'm coming, he says jokingly. And tell them I got a surprise for all of you. Ooh, a surprise. What is it? You'll see, baby. You'll see. 'Cause we're gonna have some fun tonight, he says, sensually cupping his hand over his mouth on the receiver. I love you. I love you too, John. He's here, Karen calls, hearing John's van pull up. I told you, I mumble, stretching my legs in the beanbag chair. It's about time, David gripes. It is almost midnight, and we are tired, dozing where we sit. Echoing up the courtyard, we hear the soft thumping of John's boots against the cement walk and the whistling of the tune from Rudyard Kipling's Gunja Din. The door opens and John enters singing the end of the song into the air. Though I've belted you and flayed you, by the livin' God that made you, you're a better man than I am, Gunja Din. He pauses and, as always, waits for applause. Finding none, he grins anyway and shuts the door. He is in a great mood. It's about time, David whines. John ignores him and steps over the mess on the floor to be next to me. Hey, wake up, baby. I got a surprise for you. Hi, John. I'm awake. What is it? I sit upright, my skin squeaking against the vinyl beanbag chair. His hair is tousled, and he is wearing his blue jeans and a skin-tight, scrub green t-shirt. The large dragonfly ring on his left hand stands out in contrast and in size. He reaches for a kiss, and I notice his breath is stale from too many cigarettes. David and Karen gather around voraciously. Nestling down on the edge of the bed, John opens his briefcase, pulls out a mirror from its top compartment, and sets it next to him. Next comes the surprise. From the watch pocket of his jeans he removes a small glass vial with a black screw-on lid. Inside are the shiny white crystals, cocaine. He doles out 4 fat lines with a single-edged razor and swiftly snorts up the first line with a short, white gold straw. Snuff. The tap, tap of the straw cracks on the glass. He runs his finger along the remaining residue of his line from the mirror and rubs it on his gums. Tiffany's, he chokes out. As his face reddens, he throws his arm across his eyes and plops back in the bed, cringing from the sting of the powder in his head. It takes me a minute to understand that Tiffany's refers to the white gold straw. John hands David the mirror next. Ah. Shit. Goddamn, that's good. He exclaims after he inhales his line and falls back in the bed with John. Karen has her own method, and I watch her carefully, knowing it will be my turn next. John knows I snorted coke with my father a couple times back in Carol City. He got mad about it when he found out. He is very strict when it comes to me getting loaded. He is the one who passes out the pot or shares a shot of aged scotch. Sharon gives me a Valium occasionally when John's not home, but he doesn't like that either. He only approves if he hands it to me when he does one too. This time John is watching me, and I don't want to make a mistake. When Karen takes her turn, she lies back and holds her face, as if painfully gripping for the rush. John hands me the mirror. Shakily, I accept and bend to snort my line. Large clumps of my hair fall around my face, blocking my view. Awkwardly, I swing the long locks back and try to sniff the line a second time, but my hair slides in the way once again. Here. Let me show you, John says firmly. You hold one side of your nose in with your thumb while you use the straw to snort with the other. John sets the mirror on the bed and holds my hair. Snoof. I shake visibly and cry out in pain. Instantly I roll into a fetal position, covering my head. My eyes water uncontrollably. The pain takes forever to subside, and my face goes numb. That's pure shit, John sniffs. David and Karen are in a deep embrace on the bed. Karen begins to moan. John, feeling his high, nestles next to me on the beanbag and leans in for a deep kiss. Let's get out of here, he says, pulling me up and out of the chair. On the mirror he taps out a small pile of Coke from the glass container and closes his briefcase. We tiptoe out of the house, David and Karen oblivious to our departure. Quietly, John unlocks the darkened door of my old apartment and we sneak into the bedroom giggling like kids. John lays out 2 more lines for us on the side table, pulls my hair back gently from my face, and afterward falls with me on the bed holding me tightly till the burning pain of my sinuses clears and the euphoric rush of the Coke takes over our bodies. Just before sunrise, the 2 of us, red-eyed and bedraggled, slowly creak open the front door of our house. Sharon is still sleeping. Pokey and Thor lethargically greet us. John kisses me on the cheek as I scoop Thor into my arms and we head for our separate rooms to sleep the day away. John and I wake late that afternoon and stumble out into the living room wearing our pajamas. Sharon is folding her laundry. Well, look what the cat dragged in, she scoffs, loading up her basket. You both missed your cartoons. I shuffle to the bathroom, look in the mirror, and groan. I feel sick. We spend the rest of the day hanging out on the couch, unable to do much of anything. We try to play off our cocaine hangover as if we just want a day to be lazy. Sharon becomes bored with us easily. If the 2 of you insist on being brain dead, then I'm going to bed. Neither of us has the strength to argue. John lies on the couch next to me until Saturday Night Live. When the phone rings, we look at each other to see which one of us will move first, until I give in and get up to answer it. It's David, I tell him, holding out the phone. John stiffly gets up. Yeah. How ya feelin', asshole? He laughs, then laughs harder at David's reply. John's expression quickly changes, and his body tenses. Fuck you, he snaps coldly and slams down the phone. What's the matter? What did he say? I'm shocked. John is furious. He falls down next to me, jerky and tense, flings his arm around my shoulders roughly, thinks hard for a minute, then snaps, You don't want any more of that shit, do you? No. Baby. I don't, really. I look deep into his eyes and hug him reassuringly, guessing that David has just asked for more. John studies my gaze intensely. Then, satisfied, he faces the TV clenching his jaw. I've seen people sell their lives for that shit. People who had everything, sold it all. Lost their houses, their cars, their jewelry, their wives. Now they're sleeping anywhere they can, and can't even bum a cigarette. His lip curls with disgust. Standing, John reaches up to the shelf above his chair and pulls down a bottle and 2 shot glasses. Old Parr. 30-year-old Scotch. He stares somberly into the amber liquid, then pours us each a drink. The older, the better. Skull. He slugs down the shot, and I do the same. Then we call it an early night. As if he hasn't remembered his own words, John arranges for us all to meet at David and Karen's once again the following weekend. They are very happy, and it doesn't take a lot to make a gram of coke sound like a fun time to me either. Was it the dare from his brother, or has John been doing some coke all along? I wonder as he spreads another round of crystalline lines. Nah. He's just a fast learner. I calculate. Besides, he hates the stuff. He told me so. I blow off any doubts about John's sincerity. He wouldn't lie to me. Whatever it is, to me, this is the beginning. Before my eyes, the warm colors of my contentment are rapidly turning to a cold, cold gray. Within a few months, our weekend cocaine high turns into twice and 3 times a week. John begins to need to work again on overnight shoots and comes home looking haggard and grumpy. On those weary days, the minute he steps in the door, David and Karen call or come over to discuss something important. A ruse only, their true motive is to score more coke. They like to party, and John is their connection. Tired, and complaining that David won't leave him alone, John drags himself to their cottage to hand down a line or two from his little glass vial with the black lid. But by now, John always makes sure he has enough for a wake-up for himself when he sleeps into the afternoon. The days when John is in a good mood anymore are the days he comes home with a nice amount of coke, ready to party. The tiny container is full most of the time, accompanied now by a couple of folded paper bindles, each containing a gram of coke. John calls me at the house. Be at David's in an hour. Sharon knows it is John on the other end of the line, and by my voice she can tell we are making arrangements to be at her brother-in-law's that evening. Sadly, of late, our conversations have run dry. We never tell Sharon about the pot. Never have. She is straight-laced, and getting high is another thing we don't talk about. I know how she blames David for bringing it into John's life in the first place. We definitely can't say anything about the coke. Sharon and I watch television in silence until it is time for me to make some excuse to meet John a few doors down. After a while, I resent going to David and Karen's cottage. Always vying for his attention when a bag of coke is present, they aren't giving him time with me or with anything else he enjoys, or so I think. I blame them for constantly wanting more coke. David knows John is unwilling to let him down, and he knows just the right buttons to push. To me, it seems David manipulates John, and I agree with Sharon. I don't think John can see it. Things are getting creepy too. Sometimes, when the coke runs dry, mood swings and paranoia kick in and John will order us to take turns peeking out of the windows at the slightest noise. David and John get antsy, and Karen and I find it harder and harder to make it to work after a night without sleep. It doesn't seem like much time has passed at all, but it is flying. And our worlds are changing, dramatically. It is late October 1979 and the tail end of Indian summer when John and David hatch their plan. After a usual call telling me to meet him at his brother's, John shows up at David's door, looking over his shoulders, a large grocery bag and briefcase in hand. Hey. Here. Take this, he says, handing Karen the briefcase. Gently, he places the brown paper bag on the kitchen table. What cha got there, bro? David's words roll smoothly. John doesn't answer but races past him over to the windows to pull the curtain shades closed. Deciding it is safe, he opens the bag. Check this out. A large, pale green, black, and chrome gram scale appears from its brown wrapping. He sets it on the table and kneels down to meticulously balance the arm. Out of his briefcase he removes a small wooden box. Inside is a metal incremental weight set. John pulls out the weight marked 1 gram and sets the scale. Goddamn. David pulls a drag off of his cigarette. Grabbing for my own cigarette, I watch John proudly display the precision of his latest acquisition, announcing breathlessly his intention of a new business venture. He taps out lines for each of us, then passes around the mirror and the now worn and dull Tiffany straw. Here. He hands me a ruler and an 8 by 11 sheet of heavy bond paper. Cut out a bunch of squares that look like this. He draws out several even lines, then lets me do the rest. And here. You get to fold, he says, handing Karen a sample bindle to duplicate. His words race together, his breathing shallow and fast, then he pulls out the big stash. From his jacket pocket he carefully retrieves a plastic sandwich bag about 1/8 full of powdery cocaine. Son of A.B., David whistles, and John throws back his head and smiles admiringly. Quick as a flash, he is rummaging through the cabinets looking for bowls and pans. Again, from the brown Samsonite, he fumbles for a small metal strainer, the kind Sharon strains gravy with, and a half a brick of another white powder wrapped in paper. What's that? I ask. Manita. What's Manita? I ask naively. John chuckles slightly and winks at me. Anyone want to tell her what Manita is? Baby laxative, David answers, helping John dig for the right tools from the kitchen, his arms loaded with pans. Baby laxative. Why do you have that? This is pure shit, baby, he says, holding up the Coke. You can't sell people this. They'll never come down. Oh. I don't want to look stupid, but I still don't quite get it until Karen mumbles under her breath, you mix it with the Coke. You get more that way. I nod. We all dutifully get busy taking on our specific jobs. John hands out lines of Coke, and we are like bees intent on gathering pollen for the queen. I cut squares until the scissors leave an indentation and slight blister on my hand, and then John promotes me to bindles. He teaches me how to fold the perfect one, the edges and corners tight, with flaps secure. John and David use the strainer to mix the Manita and Coke together. Then they weigh 1 gram piles and set the powdery gold aside for Karen and eventually me to scoop up and fold securely in bindles. During the night, the lines of cocaine flow. My face and throat stay numb, and my nose runs constantly while I focus intensely in my job. We are like robots, thinking only of doing another line when we begin to feel run down. This is a business now, a way for David and John to earn a little extra cash. Karen helps her man, and I help mine. The pale pink of the breaking day shines through the side of the kitchen window shade. I realize I have to work this morning and have no time for any sleep. I think, feeling the ache of my joints from sitting in the same position all night. Stiff and woozy, I leave the table. John. I have to get ready for work. I lean in to hold him. Snuggling up, he relaxes in my arms and for a moment we drift off right where we stand. Run down and get dressed, baby, and I'll give you something to get your day going, he says, wrapping things up and sending me on my way. I walk down the misty courtyard to the house, pulling my sweater around me in the cool morning chill. Sharon is in the kitchen getting the dogs their breakfast and doesn't come out to see who's at the door. I am glad. I don't want her to see me high. Quickly, I dress, play with Thor for a few minutes, and step lightly toward the door. I need to talk to you when you get home from work today, Dawn, Sharon calls out from the kitchen, stopping me in my tracks. Okay, I call back. My heart begins to race. There is a pause. Is John letting his brother talk him into being stupid again? Sharon's voice echoes wryly. Yeah. I'll see ya later, I answer quickly, not quite sure if she really knows what is going on. I wait politely for an answer. Have a nice day, she replies. It is a miserably long day of lifting, feeding, and bathing patients. Time drags to 3:30, the end of my shift. My body aches, and I'm so worn out I can't keep my eyes open during my breaks. I return from work, dreading what Sharon might have to say to me. I take a deep breath and open the front door. Jumping off of John's bed, the dogs run out to greet me. Good, he's still sleeping. I think. Sharon steps out of the kitchen holding a dish towel. Hi. You're home. Yeah, I collapse on the couch. I'm exhausted. I can see that. Listen. I've been meaning to talk to you about something. John and I have discussed it and, well, how would you like to be in charge of maintaining the books and organizing repairs, gardening, cleaning and such for this place? It'll be full-time, with pay, she offers enticingly. You mean I can quit my job? Yup. Your hours will be up to you so you can also look into enrolling in some of those classes at the adult school you've been talking about. Really? I'd love that. Good. I'll let Dr. Nuttycom know you've agreed. She folds the dish towel into a square, pivots, and walks out of the room. Giving notice at Royal Oaks is a relief. The place has given new meaning to the term, overworked and underpaid. Many patients die here after years of suffering. I am glad when they go to finally prepare their bodies for the morgue and see them in peace is an odd relief. It's a difficult state of mind to come to, but after working there for over 2 years, I am burned out. Feeling good about changing jobs, I can't foresee the power cocaine will have over my future. Although I am already uneasy with its powdery bitter presence, it gives me a powerful rush and sweeps me away at times. I take on my new responsibilities at the cottages with gusto. Setting up a little table in the corner of John's office with my own typewriter and file cabinet, I settle into organizing the property's files. The arrangement gives me and John more time to spend together. We do, together with cocaine. Instead of meeting at David and Karen's throughout the week now, John brings the glass vial home to the house while Sharon works. I feel guilty about doing this, but I never question anything John does in his own home. He is always in command of his domain. John is a Leo, and this is definitely the lion's den. It is also a place where David and Karen won't enter unless specifically invited. They rarely are. Sharon makes sure of that. John drops off large bags of coke for them to weigh and wrap, keeping them supplied, but the party isn't being held there anymore, for the moment anyway. No matter what kind of influence David has about scoring drugs now, John is the one in control. Cocaine is his new instrument of mastery. And he likes his newfound power. John dishes out. Wake up. Lines. Let's get a job done. Lines, and pick me up. Lines. In the evenings, so we can still have an appetite for dinner with Sharon, he lights up his corncob pipe and passes around the mellowing weed. Then, just to be sure we can sleep, down comes the 30-year-old scotch from the shelf above the television to wash back half a Valium each. Steadily the coke becomes the center of our world, and when John has to go to work it is rarely on a set, he is only out to score the drugs. Camping, day trips, or dinners out cease to exist anymore. He can't be away from a private spot to do a line. He is ever careful of how much of the coke I take in, but his own personal stash is growing in leaps and bounds and his personal doses are getting larger. I sit and watch without question as he snorts extra amounts over and above what we share together, and the shots of scotch and doses of Valium he needs to come down with have increased dramatically. Still, I try to manage the cottage as well, maintaining the books and scheduling repairs. Even though I am keeping everything up to date, it is hard to cover up John's unusual behavior, which the tenants notice and mention. John's standoffishness and secretive paranoia, along with their sometimes incoherent encounters with him, make them all nervous, afraid to trust him to watch their property anymore. Is John all right? An elderly tenant named Marion asks me one day after John rudely rushes past her mumbling obscenities. He almost knocked me down. Oh, he's fine. I cover for him with the first excuse that pops into mind. He probably didn't see you. Still, they take the complaints to Sharon. The phone rings. It is an evening with Sharon watching TV, lying on the couch, as I wait for John to come home. As on any other evening, Sharon, knowing it is John, lets me answer. Hey, baby. He sounds out of breath. Meet me at David's tonight. It's important. Okay. What time? Go now, and tell David the first got the ether. I love you. He hangs up. Sharon peers over in my direction, curious about the confused look on my face. Something wrong? I don't think so. He wants me to give David a message. Right now, I add with emphasis. Wonderful, she says sarcastically, turning away as if to say she wants nothing to do with the subject. Karen opens the door after the first knock. Hi. Come on in. She looks behind me as if she's searching for someone. Where's John? He's coming. He said it was important to meet and tell David he's got the ether. All right. David sits up against the wall. Ether. What's that for? I hate that I have to ask. You'll see, he says, smiling with a shit-eating grin. John's van pulls into the driveway only a few minutes later. He looks more paranoid than ever, pulling shades and peeking out the windows like a scared rabbit. He smells different. I register a whiff of medicinal perspiration coming off of his clothes. Convinced the coast is clear, he settles down in the middle of the room, delicately opening his briefcase. Gingerly he removes 2 glass bottles of liquid, a petri dish, single-edged razors, and a large bag of cocaine. Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to show you how to do things. Right. His eyes dart frantically at each of us, his grin robotic. Finally I get a good look at him. I see the red in his eyes and the sallow, sunken look of his face. But first we'll try this. He whips off his jacket and dips into his briefcase, retrieving a glass water pipe. It has a round base for the water with a stem for smoking out of and a bowl with screens to place the drugs on. He opens one of the bottles and pours water into the pipe, replacing the stopper. Then, from the familiar glass vial with the ebony lid, he taps a pile of small white crystals onto the screen. John sets the pipe on the glass coffee table, rubbing his sweaty palms and his jeans in anticipation. Rummaging farther, he withdraws a pint bottle of Bacardi 151 rum, a cotton ball, and paper clip. The wire clip is unwound on one end, bent like a metal tooth, and curled on the other. He hooks a piece of the cotton around the tooth into a ball and opens the Bacardi, pouring some of the liquid into the lid. Lifting his head to nod at us, his audience, he directs us to ready ourselves to join in at his signal. Dunking the cotton into the liquor, he squeezes off the excess and lights the tip. Wavy, blue, the flame silently purrs. Holding the pipe at his mouth and slightly tilting his head, he positions the flame underneath the bowl until the white of the crystals melts into the screens. John quickly dives in to pull the cloudy smoke through the water from the bowl and into his lungs. Holding in as much as he can, he lets go and holds the pipe up to David's lips, keeping the flame beneath the bowl until it fades out. John's face is bright red and bursting. Unable to hold in his breath any longer, John wraps his hand around the back of my head and brings my lips onto his, exhaling the smoke from his lungs into mine. I see his face smile, as if to say, "See, I told you this was good." Then the tingling and ringing in my head begin. I close my eyes. Sensing my mouth, throat, and chest go numb, I feel dizzy and fold over to my knees. John's delighted laughter echoes in my ears as I can hold the drugs in no longer and release a paler cloud of smoke. Head still spinning, I lie down on John's lap. Running his fingers through my hair, he takes me in hard and steady, then goes about the task of preparing the pipe for me to take a turn, passing the exhale to him. My mind has shifted to turbo mode. I sit up attentively, checking everyone else's reaction. David and Karen are looking for a cigarette, and so am I. Lighting up almost simultaneously, we all look to John to lead the way. "Freebase," he tells us, releasing a twitch in his neck. "Pure cocaine. No cut, no crap. None of that quinine shit that kills you. Doesn't burn your lungs because you roll the smoke through water and the flame is pure. No lighter fluid to cough up." John rambles on. "And it's 3 times as expensive as a gram of powder." John's education is thorough, and our interest devoted. "Now it's tricky to cook this shit up. You gotta use ether, and it's been known to explode in your face if it's not done right." He and the freebase coursing through our veins have our undivided interest. John is determined that we learn the process completely. Then he issues directions for how to prepare coke and ether for cooking in boiling water, releasing the pressure every few minutes until the cut is separated, then spreading it on the petri dishes to cool in the freezer. With the razors, in a process similar to the weight and scale method, we scrape the dried pure crystals off of the curved glass and arrange the oil-based powder in piles to package. We are busy bees, and the freebase runs freely. With this stuff, the initial high is the best and it lasts only a few minutes. The more I take in, the more introverted and agitated I become when the first euphoric rush soon wears off. The same thing happens to everybody, especially John. We take the freebase hits so frequently that we have very little left to package as the sun rises on another sleepless night. John sends me into the kitchen to check on the last dish cooling in the freezer. Ah. Shit. No way. A round of curses come from the living room. What is it? I run out to see what happened. Son of a bitch. John is standing with his hands in his hips, looking down at his briefcase, very angry. What? Silence, then. Shit. He kicks the briefcase across the bed into a side table and against the wall. John. Stop. David yells. John stomps into the bathroom, leaving us to stare at the mess he created. What happened? I ask for the 3rd time. It melted, David says, shrugging his shoulders. We put it in tin foil, and it had a bad reaction to the metal and melted. Who knew? Oh. Karen, David, and I begin carefully picking up the broken pieces of an ashtray and placing John's strewn things in a pile on the bed. 20 minutes pass by the time John comes out of the bathroom with his hair wet and face looking washed. He walks into the kitchen, opens the freezer, removes the petri dish, and dumps the contents in the dishwater. Without hesitation and with dogged determination, he gathers his things from the pile, dismantling the glass pipe and paraphernalia from his briefcase. I watch in quiet appreciation his moment of clarity. No one else says a word either. Then, taking the pieces of the pipe in one hand and my hand in the other, he leads me outside to the street. Feeling the moisture of the early morning fog on my face, I feel better than I did in David's claustrophobic box of a cottage. Mist glows in the streetlights as I hold his hand tightly and follow. It has been a long time since I have connected so intimately and warmly to John. The Coke has been changing that between us. At least, I believe it's the Coke. We have each lost the child inside who promises to never leave, so often laughs, and loves. John bends down on one knee with his head poised in thought for a moment. Then, stretching out to hold my cheek, he looks into my eyes. I promise you, baby. I promise. Tonight was the last time you will ever see this glass dick in my mouth. Ever. I simply nod, awed at his apparent desire to make those words true. I love you, baby, and I'll lose you if this shit stays in our lives, and I don't ever want to lose you. You're my baby. A tear glistens in his eye as he strokes my face. I love you too, John, I breathe. Are you okay? Can you do it? I feel sorry for him. His attraction to the Coke is very strong. Things will get better again. My heart wishes through the waning effects of the drugs. We'll get the warmth back now. Memories of the chemistry between us rush back, and I realize how much I've missed him. We have become like mannequins, only remnants of John and Dawn. He stands up. The sky is beginning to brighten into daylight. Then, with all his weight, John steps back and throws the pipe down with a crash. Fuck you. He shouts defiantly at the shattered glass. Fuck you. We hug one another desperately, John kissing me all over, as if to seal the promise and make it stick. It is near Christmas and we are expecting a visit from John's mother and niece from Ohio. David and Karen are excited. David, the baby of the family, is going to see his mother, and he has good news about his life. He has enrolled in a locksmith certification program and is scheduled to graduate next spring. John, on the other hand, is somber about the news of her visit. John's mother, Mary, is a strict Baptist woman who has seen a lot of heartache in her life. Religion has given her solace in her suffering over bad husbands. I picture her, a habitual rocking chair occupant, the good book in her lap, praying feverishly over her family's sins. A Bible thumper, that's what Sharon calls her. John and David agree. They have a nickname for her, Mother Moses, and they're serious. Things are going to be uncomfortable for us while they are here. Neither John nor Sharon is partial to religion. If there's a God, he's a sadist, Sharon has said, passionate in her anger toward God, and John agrees wholeheartedly. It is the first time I have ever heard that word. Sadist. And I believe them, especially after Gina's death and the others have witnessed at Royal Oaks. Mary favors David and puts a lot of pressure on John to take care of him. John doesn't talk about it with me much. Mostly he hides out in his office moping and, I know, getting high on coke. It is arranged that their mother will stay with David. Julie, their sister Anne's girl, will stay with John and Sharon, in my room. I am depressed. I wake up on the day of John's family's arrival with John L's, Pokey's, and Thor's faces inches from my mind. What is it, you guys? What's the matter? They wag their tails excitedly as I roll out of bed. Sharon is up flipping through the channels, smoking a cigarette. Did you know that these guys were all staring at me in my sleep? I ask her, rubbing the grogginess from my eyes and yawning. Uh-huh. They do that all the time. Didn't you notice? No. How come? You mean you don't know? You grind your teeth in your sleep. And it's loud. I do. All the time. She says it like it's old news. I must be restless about something. It wouldn't have anything to do with certain visitors, now, would it? She clears her throat. Yeah, that must be it. I don't want to spend Christmas in that old, dusty, empty apartment, Sharon. I want to be here, where I live. I know. Well, you can fall asleep on the couch all you want and definitely on Christmas Eve, if that will make you feel any better. You're still going to eat here anyway. It's never good when we get a visit from Ohio. It upsets John every time, but we'll get through it, as long as we don't let them do any of the cooking. She rolls her eyes in mock horror. What about presents? Aren't they going to think it's kinda weird that the three of us go all out with presents? We'll open ours when they are visiting David and Karen. That way they won't have any questions to ask. John picks them up from the airport that afternoon, and the first place they head is David's. Sharon and I have been in the kitchen cooking all day. Wafting smells of macaroni and cheese, meatloaf, antipasto, and everything we can think of to stock the refrigerator keep the dogs tap dancing at our feet and, according to Sharon, give John's family no reason to pull out a pot or a pan. No matter what, there is to be no backwoods, hillbilly cooking in her kitchen. At dinner time the visitors finally make their way to the house. John's mother and niece walk in, scanning the assortment of skulls, sculptures, dragons, and odd antique wall decor. The dogs bellow their alert at the strangers, their nails scratching the wooden entryway. Julie puts her hands up in front of her legs, swatting and squealing in a goofy fright. Hi, Sharon's doctor's office voice shrills off-key. Mary walks up to hug her, and Sharon pales and freezes, stiff as a board. Mary, this is Dawn. She's, well, a part of the family. John's head looms behind his mother's. With Julie's suitcase in hand, he closes the door, and we lock eyes. Mary takes a step back at the rush of information. She has small, pinpoint brown eyes, graying brown hair severely pulled into a ponytail, and some kind of drooping palsy that makes one side of her face look like it's melting. She burns a single lopsided look my way, without a flinch dismisses me and, stone-faced, turns to introduce Julie, a mousy, brown-haired, brown-eyed, bottom-heavy teenager. Julie is 18, my age. I fall back in the couch and shrug my shoulders at John. From across the room, I can see his jaw tightly clench as the tension mounts. Everyone in the house is on edge, and I am happy to get away. Did David tell his mom about me? Probably. He would do something like that to get John in trouble with his strict Baptist mom. I sleep the first night at my old apartment, and thankfully John checks on me before bed. Although I don't like being alone, it is better than enduring the silent treatment I get from his mother and niece. I'd rather stay here, with you, John tells me, trying to get under the covers with me and not go back home. Come on. She's come all the way from Ohio to see you. You can spend some time with her, John, I coax insincerely. She's here to see David, he blurts. I'm not her favorite, you know. She thinks I'm a freak. A freak. No, she doesn't, John. She's your mother. I've always been one. She never knew what to do with me when I skipped school. She wanted me to play sports, but the kids called me a freak. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Those low-life backwoods idiots are in that small town doing their sisters, and I'm here. I can have any woman I want at the snap of my fingers. He raises his hand and gestures a snap at the wall, then looks over and holds me. But I got you, baby. He rocks me in his arms. I'm sorry you're over here. Come first thing in the morning for breakfast. Okay. I love you. He reaches down, pets Thor's pink upturned belly, and kisses me goodnight. I understand his pain. Being an outcast as a kid, I can relate. Walking him to the door, I watch through the window as he climbs the steps to his house. Then, as his front door shuts, I see the light to my room at the house go out. The next morning, John is missing from breakfast. I can't blame him, the meal is a miserable experience. The air reeks with so much bitter hatred that even the smell of food can't entice the dogs into the kitchen. Mary insists on making eggs in lard, and as much as I know it bothers Sharon, she begrudgingly concedes. Mary doesn't make any for me. I find John instead, in his back office. He is high on coke and won't look at me. Damn it, John. You're not supposed to be getting high anymore. You promised. Not with your mom here. And besides, it's Christmas. I am furious. I need his support. Not the pipe, baby. Just a few lines, till they're gone. He rambles the excuses, fidgeting from side to side. Now you go on and visit. To assure me that everything is fine, he bends to give me one of his big bear hugs that he knows I love so much and sends me to keep his family entertained. I hear a muffle and a tap at the other side of the door. Julie is listening from the next room. Mary hardly speaks to me the entire time I am there, deliberately looking the other way when she needs to walk past me. Like a bungling informant, Julie scuttles and bumps behind entryways and doors a few feet behind me, watching everything I do. Geez. Is she trying to catch me and John together or something? What for? To my relief, they prefer to spend most of their time at David and Karen's cottage. I don't understand right away that it is because Mary is disgusted by me, but I start to get the message because of some sharp quip David makes that his mom prefers him over John on this visit. I try to be polite and offer her a chair or a drink, but I am constantly ignored. What is it with her, Sharon? Why is she so mad at me? I ask after Mary has iced past me one more time. Nothing. She just doesn't understand our relationship. She feels you should have no place in this family, that you make yourself at home and it is disrupting our house. What? How do you know this? She said she needed to talk to me last night, and she dumped that on me. Oh my God. She doesn't even know me. I cry, shocked. What did you say? Basically, I told her to mind her own business. No, I was polite. I said, thank you for your concern, but Dawn is in this family by choice, and no matter if that makes sense to you or not, it is our decision. What do you mean? Well, she pulled John into the conversation. She did. What did he say? The same thing. It wasn't her business, and would she kindly butt out, in not so many words. She didn't take it very well. I am stunned. Both John and Sharon stood up for me. Now I can't wait for Mary and Julie to leave. She doesn't even know how her son feels. I stop trying to make polite conversation and decide to keep to myself. Sharon says they aren't worth it, and now I believe her. John keeps to himself also, walks puffed up and tall past his mom, avoiding her eyes. I suspect he is doing lots more coke and getting angrier. Mary's anger also grows, and grows. She doesn't like the tables turned on her in her son's house. She doesn't like it one bit. But how can she make John and Sharon see what she knows is an obvious abomination? Bible in one hand and finger pointing toward the heavens with the other, she storms into the house to confront me as we watch television one evening. You, devil. She pokes her finger wildly in my direction. You don't belong in this house. John gets up from his chair and stands between us. Sharon sits like stone. Mother. Enough. John's voice commands. Get out. Go, she yells, her face covered in angry red blotches. Mary. Sharon snaps. You mark my words, John. She will bring this house down. Can't you see it? Mary teeters, her arm presses up to her brow. Dizzy, she falls back into a nearby armchair, out of breath, a clammy sheen of sweat glazing her forehead. I gape at her, unbelieving. Does she know how nasty and mean she is being? Why does she want to hurt me? That's not Christian. Don. John starts to apologize. No. It's all right. I feel my throat constrict with that familiar feeling of hot tears on the verge of eruption. I have to feed Thor anyway, I lie. I can't reach the door fast enough. On the cold concrete steps outside, in the harsh December sunlight, my internal volcano explodes and I break down. So this is what it's like to be the devil. It doesn't feel very powerful, or scary. I think, feeling the sting of Mary's cruel judgment run down my cheeks like an unexpected slap across the face, the kind I got as a child by my own mother. Great. Now I'm unwanted, here, in the place I call home. Chapter 11. When the bow breaks. Snap. J. Owen stumbles home late and kicks off his boots. I have been waiting up to talk but have fallen asleep. The familiar thud wakes me from my dozing on the couch. I open one eye and watch him. He heads straight for the refrigerator and guzzles milk from the cold metal pitcher, saying nothing. I hear the toilet flush and the soft sound of socks on linoleum brush past. A blanket falls over my chest, and he shuffles to bed. I pull myself up and glare into the dark doorway of his room. I wish he would have wanted to wake me. I miss him. After his mother and niece leave to go home to Ohio, I move back into my room at John and Sharon's. Soon after, I enroll in a typing class to sharpen my office skills. John acts supportive at first but becomes jealous of my time in school and the countless hours of homework. It takes time away from us, he complains. Not that he spends much time with me lately anyway. In short order, John continues to break his own promise. I suspect that he's doing lines of coke again. It isn't hard to figure out since he leaves remnants of his use, mirrors laced with the fine dust of coke on the bathroom tile and empty vials rolling at the bottom of his briefcase. Although he is doing his best to maintain an appearance of normality, he can't hide the dramatic Jekyll and Hyde changes taking over his personality. He stays out late, not telling anyone where he's going. There is only one possible explanation: he's out to get high. In only a few weeks, John's behavior grows darker and darker. When he is home, he heads directly for the bathroom, holing up for hours, sitting naked on the toilet, briefcase splayed at his feet, erupting paraphernalia, cigarettes, and scribbled bits of paper. Water rushing to fill the tub is a good sign. It means John is ready to come down and his mood will be safe again, goofy and sweet. The bathtub is also where John gets honest. Scrubbing the dirt and sweat from his body and his soul, he talks about the dogs, asks about the neighbors, and curses porn as he scours his skin red. Those fucking assholes. They'll ride you hard and put you away wet. Have no morals. They'd sell their mother if they thought it could get them a buck and laid. He laughs at his own irony. I sit next to the tub and listen to him purge and belittle his profession, glad that when he finally feels clean he will be ready for bed. John and Sharon have stopped communicating altogether. He is avoiding her, and she has nothing to say to someone who lives in the bathroom. Dawn. John shouts crossly from the bathroom on an afternoon when Sharon is at work. What? What's the matter? I run from the back office. John's anger flares at the drop of a hat these days, and I don't want to give him any reason to explode. Get in here, he orders. I slip into the bathroom, squeezing past him on the commode, and take a seat on the small step in front of him. His briefcase is open, and on the edge of the bathtub rests a delicately balanced mirror with 4 lines drawn. Here. His voice is gruff as he shoves the mirror and a rolled-up $20 bill for me to snort the lines in a hurry. I haven't seen the Tiffany's white gold straw for a couple months now. Snoof, snuff. I inhale quickly, feeling the instant burn bring tears to my eyes. John hastily snorts and shakes his head wildly. He keeps his face down, staring into the trashed-out briefcase as if deep in thought. So, where you been? He asks, running his fingers through his curls, purposely trying to keep his voice calm. What do you mean? I answer casually, my throat and you know what I mean. John's tone is venomous, his eyes large, his chin jutting at an accusing angle. I'm confused. No, John, really. What are you talking about? You know everywhere I go. Here. The cottages. School. Here mostly, I stammer. David told me. He acts as if he knows something. Told you. Told you. What? David doesn't know anything about me. I hardly see him anymore. He goes to that locksmith school all the time. John's head stays glued to the ground as I defend myself. He picks up a piece of white lint from the corner of the floor and throws it down. Sounding hurt, he asks in a quieter tone, you sure you're not checking out some young stud from over there in your class? No. John. No. I would never do that to you. I love you. You're everything to me, baby. I walk over to him. Ah, baby, I cautiously reach over to stroke his shoulder. He grabs my hand and pulls my arms around him, his head still down. Rocking in my embrace, he mumbles, "Just checking." I am touched that he is vulnerable at the thought of me leaving him. Ah. He still wants me. A glimpse of his fading tender side sputters, a flame on candle wax, reminding me for a moment of the good John. The doorbell rings. That's David. Go and answer the door for me, will ya, babe? He gives me a quick kiss and shoos me out the door. As I shut the door behind me, I catch a glimpse of him reaching for the mirror again, and the tender moment is gone, replaced with the vision of a robot of a man. David stays in the bathroom for over an hour before he steps out, wiping his reddened nose, and smiles. "So, you ready to get to work?" he says smugly as he heads to leave. "I already work, David," I reply defensively. David likes to boss me around as he thinks John does. But I don't love David. John falls out of the bathroom hopping from foot to foot, pulling on his heavy fry boots. I can see why he avoids me. His eyes are blood red, his face drawn and pale. His head whips from side to side as he pats down his pockets, checking to make sure he has everything. "A business," John says loosely, looking around the room and still patting his pockets. "Oh. Ha." He laughs awkwardly, finding his smokes in his jacket pocket, a pocket he's already checked several times. "Business, yeah. How would you like to help us open a locksmith shop?" David holds the door open, smiling, his lips liver purple and thin. "Yeah, we'll talk about it later." John pulls a long drag off of the True Blue. "Finish up what you gotta do around here and, come down to David and Karen's." He is gesturing wildly with his hands. "Oh, I love you." He hops over to kiss me, then leaves. How much coke has he done today? He's acting way messed up. David has scoped out a small corner shop for his locksmith business next to a liquor store on Pacific Avenue in Glendale. He will be graduating shortly and has everything ready for John to finance the location and buy the equipment. "I'll have it all back to you within a year. Including tuition," he promises. John approves, and David is in hog heaven. "I agree on one condition," John tells Karen and me. "Dawn works with him." "What?" I snap. "Hey, you're my girl and, besides, I need you to look out for my interest." He scratches his head nervously and smiles. David throws him a hateful look from across the room and thinks for a moment. "I can teach her to cut keys, I guess." He shrugs his shoulders and exhales an endless stream of tobacco smoke. I'm stunned. After John's earlier comment in the bathroom about David telling some lie about me, David is the last person I want to be around. He needs to stay in John's good graces, that is obvious. The way he depends on John for everything makes me nervous. I can see why Sharon calls him a user. David also knows John loves me. As Sharon has warned from the beginning, John is a jealous guy. He wants to know every little thing I do, so anything David can offer up on me, even lies, will gain him favor in John's eyes. And favor, to David, means more drugs. Now I understand another reason Sharon doesn't like him. Two-faced, she calls it. "John," I ask on the walk back to the house. "You know the three of us don't get along. What are you doing?" "I need you, baby. To make sure he isn't fucking off and using me. He's a fucking cokehead. You gotta let me know how much shit he does and where he gets it from. He is serious, he wants me to play the middleman. I think the motherfucker's lying to me. Well, I know he's lying if he has anything to say about me. I don't mention anything about how much coke John himself uses. Good. He knows what David is like. I assure myself. He won't believe him anymore. John swings a comforting arm around me, staggers slightly, and walks me up the steps. Keyways Locksmith Service Limited opens its doors for business in the spring of 1980. It takes only 1 month for John and David to notice it isn't doing any business. You gotta give it some time, John, David insists, sniffing back a long white line John has handed him on a mirror from the bathroom of the shop. We need to get established. How much time, David? We can't afford this shit without any money coming in. John holds up the mirror and plastic straw in his hand. Clear, viscous snot runs from his nose, but he sucks it up hard and does another line anyway. The only thing that has been established is John's routine of coming into the shop and using the bathroom to get high. No announcement, no hello, he sneaks in without a peep. Like a specter materializing, he spooks me. How long has he been in there? John's paranoia is growing. He wants to know what is going on when he isn't around and tries to listen through the walls while hiding in the bathroom and getting high. I catch myself paranoid too, jumping at every noise or movement to lean my ear toward the bathroom, fully expecting to hear John tapping and snorting in the back. David and Karen know he has drugs when he shows up, and they want some. So do I. John takes turns calling us each into his porcelain shrine to sit at his feet like begging, starving puppies to do a line. Each of us is giddy when he calls us one by one. When it is my turn, John carefully, intentionally takes his time. Where did you go today? His voice is stern, not showing any hint of softness. Again, he acts as if he has inside information. Tap, tap, tap. The white nuggets crumble under the sharp razor's edge. I twist my hands nervously around each of my fingers, stomach tightening, eyes glued to the crystals on the mirror. Nowhere, I answer truthfully. I hate that he dangles the drugs like a carrot in front of my face. It makes me want them more, and I know where his questions are leading. Here. That's all, baby. Tap, tap, tap. He keeps on. I get anxious. He's pressuring me to falsely come clean. I know what to do. To prove I am faithful, I recite my exact steps from waking this morning to sitting now on the floor at his feet. He has to believe me if I tell him everything. Yeah, right. He is not satisfied. I don't know what else to tell him, but I beg him to believe me. John pulls back his cheek with his thumb to clear his sinuses, dives in, and snorts the large, fatter line. Here. He shoves the mirror at me with the thin, small line and dismisses me. I hate how John is acting. I hate how I am acting. He is cold and angry and growing more and more distrustful of me. He is scaring me, my fear is covered by the high of cocaine. Why? I ask myself. I know I'm faithful. I do everything to be trustworthy. He knows that. He's gotta know that. I rack my brain trying to figure out why John is so irrational and suspicious of me. It has to be David. I think angrily. We're adding on, John yells, surprising me by barging into the front of the shop one afternoon. What? I'm shocked to see his upbeat entrance. Hi. Hey, you're happy for some reason. I run over to hug him. You betcha. We're gonna have two businesses. A second-hand store in the front, perfect with a locksmith shop in the back. You and me, baby. We're gonna be in business and in charge of the front. Can you do it? David's trailing behind him and heads straight for his desk in the back. They are both high as a kite. Yeah, I can do it. I'd love it. We can resell all our finds from garage sales. I am hesitant about the idea but like it much better than being under the constant scrutiny of David and Karen. I resent working under David's thumb-cutting keys, and I distrust him every time he watches what I'm doing. He's lying about me to get drugs from John. My gut tells me. I just know it. John, Sharon, and I sit down for what is now a rare evening dinner together. It is another of John's weak attempts to hold on to his rapidly declining personality. He hasn't slept for at least 3 days, and his eyes are bloodshot, his skin pale, his mind spacey. What should we call the new business, John? I ask, trying to get him to participate in a mealtime conversation. He shrugs, barely interested, and makes a feeble nod toward Sharon. You two think of a name. It looks like his high is wearing off. Sharon loves the idea, a brain challenge. She stops for a minute to mull it over. Let me see. Aha! The Just Looking Emporium. I can tell her enthusiasm is an attempt to bring John out of his sullen mood. Yeah. I get it, I join in. You mean name it so people won't be pressured to buy, but once they come in and see something so cool, so unique, they'll have to buy it. Exactly. Sharon is pleased with herself. We begin the renovation with dedication. At least I do. John's enthusiasm is fueled by the speedy effect of the drugs. When he shares with me, together we are a frenzied team. Sharon stops by after work to drop off boxes and supplies while John and I design and build brick and wood shelves for the front windows, hanging plants to dangle and absorb the full sun. Days turn into nights as we race to get the Just Looking Emporium open for business. John sparingly issues lines of coke to help me keep up with him, but I know he is sneaking more when he disappears into the back. We paint and hammer into the wee hours of the morning, stopping when the rising sun streaks through the windows and burns our tired eyes. Gathering inventory is easy for us. Our collection of yard sale booty has been growing for years. It's simple enough to stock the shelves with knickknacks and still worthy pieces of dismantled treasures salvaged from the depths of John's garage. Outside, on the red brick north wall of the shop, John and I paint a massive arched rainbow and Just Looking Emporium in bold colors underneath. Beneath the rainbow and tucked in the back corner is a conservative black and yellow Keyways Locksmith Service logo, which seems out of place against our giant psychedelic hippie sign. Proudly I stand admiring the shine on the glass display case John and I have arduously placed in front of my large oak desk. Where is he? I worry. He promised to be here for the opening. Just have to pick up a few more things for the store, he told me on the phone earlier, but now he is nowhere to be found. He's like a noisy ghost who has suddenly evaporated, leaving a gaping hole of nothing where it once haunted. In my heart, I know he is out scoring drugs. Still, I try to believe he is telling me the truth. I want to believe in him. The business opens uneventfully. A few stragglers wander in to browse through the store. Perhaps there is a sale or two, but my mind is only on John. I'm hurt that he hasn't shown up on this special day, the opening of our business. He doesn't return until late the next day, slipping in through the bathroom. I figure it out when David constantly disappears from his workbench for over an hour and Karen paces into the back, pretending to get supplies. My stomach begins to tighten. I want to see him too. I walk to the back to interrupt the creepy hovering of bees to the cocaine pollen. John. I tap on the door and hear a muffled, hurried fumbling, then silence. John. I tap even harder. Yeah. His reply is short, suppressed. What are you doing? My mouth presses into the wooden door. It flings open. Come in, quick. David is hunched in the corner, staring at the floor and smoking a cigarette. John, on the toilet, bends over his briefcase. He palms the freebase pipe. What is that? I point to the pipe. I know he broke his promise for good this time, and I have been expecting it. With an awkward laugh, he motions for me to be quiet. Then he draws a long, bubbling toke from the glass pipe, pulls me down, and blows the rancid smoke into my mouth. I hold it in as I have been taught. Falling into place is another cocaine bee. I hang on to my breath until I'm dizzy and then fall to my knees to exhale. My ears instantly ring, and in that split second it seems as if freebase has never left my memory. It is an insidious tumor in my temporal lobe. I look up at John. He grins at me, a clown-like nubby-toothed grin. He looks like the Grinch who stole Christmas. I say to myself. Now go back out and close up the shop, John orders. Obediently, I do what I'm told. Freebase is back in our lives, there is no questioning it. I never ask John why he broke his promise about the pipe, I only accept that this is now the way it is. Once his secret use isn't secret anymore, John makes a last-ditch effort to show that he is in control of his drug habit and not the other way around. The effort is lame, and John is again gone for days on the pretense of purchasing more inventory for the shop. Predictably, when he eventually comes home, he is empty-handed. The back room is bathroom central again, and David and Karen use every excuse to be granted entry by the King. A few months have withered away, and business for the just-looking emporium is bad. We have no customers, and we have nothing of value to sell anyway. John doesn't seem to care, and when I complain to him about the lack of inventory, he casually rips apart a cabinet or shelf and displays the fractured pieces for sale. I'm embarrassed to assist a customer in the purchase of obvious junk. But John ignores my pleas to shape the place up and, instead, hides out in his cramped porcelain cocaine haven. Indian summer September, late in the evening, I hear a bang. What's that? I am working late dusting the shelves and cleaning the glass on the display cases. I wonder if it is the ghost of John. I grab my protective baseball bat, the one I keep hidden by my desk, and walk slowly into the back room. John. Is that you? There is silence. I think about calling 911, then decide to check out the window to see if his van is here. It is. It wasn't there a minute ago. But something is wrong. The bang I heard was angry, and the silence is tense and mean. John. I walk slowly toward the bathroom door. Wham! The door flies open. John rushes like a gale force wind in my direction. So. You gonna tell me who ya been fucking? He is shouting an attack song like a martial arts expert, storming toward me, his eyes bugged out, maniacal, his arms and body stretched out on the offense. Walking backward into the shop I stammer, nobody, John. Quit it. I clench the smooth, wooden bat in my hands. He charges me menacingly, veins bulging, a furious scowl distorting his face. Fear washes over me. Quit it, John, I shout again. Nobody. Stop it. I peek down at the bat in my hands, dragging the ground. John looks at it too and strains to compose himself. He takes a step to the side, settles down for a moment. He snatches a paper towel and some Windex and begins to roughly clean the already clean glass of the cabinet. I circle to the other side, distancing myself. Fuming, John purposely calms his tone. So who were you with today? Today. Nobody, John. Really? Who told you that? I watch his every move. Didn't you go to lunch today? Yeah. Who did you meet there? Meet. I didn't meet anyone. I went to the Mexican place down the street in the Galleria, but I ate by myself. You mean you didn't meet the busboy for a quickie after you ate your taco? Fear turns to terror when I realize he is serious. I get really confused. Anything I say will be wrong, he will find a way to make me guilty. Busboy. What busboy? Bam. John's hand flies out across the glass and lands hard across my face. I hit the ground with a thud. That sends the air from my lungs. I immediately feel the searing pain of the blow rip through my jaw. It cracks with a loud snap and aches like it is broken. Stunned and in shock, I have no vision except for sparks of light against a black background. In an instant, John is on top of me, hands grasping the collar of my shirt and shaking me. Who is it? He demands. I'll kill the motherfucker. A quick rush of adrenaline and a flash of Carol City have me bucking and flailing for my life. Ah! I let out a banshee scream at the top of my lungs, throwing wild punches and grabbing at his clothes. John tries to hold down my arms, and I fight even harder, sliding across the room. The back of my head hits the wall as he pins me against it. Fuck you, bitch. I know you're fucking around on me. Now tell me. Who? Who? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I wrench a knee up to kick him in the groin. His face pales with surprise and pain as he loosens his hold on me. Scrambling out from under his weight, I crawl over to the baseball bat and hold it up against him. My cheek is numb except for the sharp pain deep inside my mouth, and I feel something warm trickle from the corner of my lip. John jumps up and stares, surprised. He looks at his finger, disbelieving, and shakes off a droplet of blood. Beet red and panting for breath, he lunges at me, grabbing for the bat. Falling to the floor, we fight to gain control of it. John's strength overpowering, he rips it out of my hands. I curl into a fetal position, close my eyes, cover my head, and expect to feel my skull crush in like a grapefruit. Crash. John brings the bat down into the glass display case and smashes down over and over. Crash. Bam. Crash. The shattered pieces fly everywhere as he demolishes the once shiny case into a pile of rubble. I curl into a tighter ball and try to avoid the debris until, finally, the breaking noise stops. John, exhausted, bleeding, and breathing hard, slides to the ground and lays down the bat. I hear a breathless whimpering sound, like a wounded desert coyote, and then an unfamiliar sound. Carefully, I take my hands away from my face and peek over at him. His head in his hands, he is sobbing, pitiful, and poor. Baby. Baby, I'm sorry. He chokes back tears and wipes the sweat from his eyes. Still weeping, he reaches out his bloody hand. Come here, baby. Please. Emotion gushes out of me like a tsunami. John. John. Why, baby, why? Why did you do that? Why did you hit me? Oh my God, I can't believe you hit me. I sob uncontrollably. I touch the side of my face and the blood from the corner of my mouth. My heart aches as I weep. I love you, John. John inches his way over to me and wraps me up in his lap. Are you all right, baby? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Let me see. He gently traces my face to assess the damage. I close my eyes. The physical pain of my cheek is nothing compared to the searing pain in my heart. The man I love has hurt me. He hurt the very person he loves and cherishes and adores. My thoughts numb. Nothing makes sense anymore. I don't understand how love can hit you and make you bleed. Why, John, why? I cry into his lap. Oh, baby, forgive me, please. I'm sorry. It was just, you're here every day and I never get to see you. David tells me stuff, and I miss you. I never cheat on you, John. Why did you hit me? I never cheat on you. I insist. David doesn't know anything. He lies to you. I believe you, baby. I believe you. Please forgive me. I never meant to hit you, baby. We cry into each other's arms for hours, rocking back and forth and cradling our wounds. Kissing my head and my cheeks, John promises over and over that he'll never let it happen again. The morning sunlight stings my eyes. Raised red welts already show on my arms. John helps me up and guides me through glittering shards and splintered wood to the back door and the van. We head home to leave the mess for David and Karen to clean. My mind cannot wrap itself around John's violence. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. My mind chants the mantra to reverse the hour before. With all my being, I need to believe this will never happen again. What I don't realize is that before John exploded, he was seriously out of dope. I don't open our part of the shop for a week afterward. I can't bear facing the scene of such heartbreak, or seeing David and Karen. In my eyes, it is their fault that John hit me. If it weren't for David feeding John all those lies for dope, this would never have happened. I seethe. John doesn't push going to the shop either. Every spare moment he checks and double checks on me to see that I am all right and not planning to leave. For 3 days I lie low at the house, hanging out and watching TV. Sharon goes to bed early, oblivious to the newfound strain between us and John's nervousness and tender doting on me. On the 4th day after the terrible destruction of the just-looking emporium, John is spunky and silly, telling jokes and playing with the dogs. Come on. Get dressed, baby, he says warmly. Come with me on a quick errand. Where? I ask, making sure he isn't taking me to the shop. Just an errand. Now hurry up. In the van, John holds my hand and serenades me with Gordon Lightfoot tunes again, trying to lighten my mood. I haven't seen him like this in a long time. I start to feel relaxed, sensing a lifting of the endless dark edge of the melancholy cloud that has hovered over us since that day at the shop. As the tension melts, the painful memory of violence begins to wash away. I want to forget it ever happened and feel myself starting to believe that this normally warm, loving, attentive man has come back to me, even if it has taken such a horrible fight. It isn't to last long. Waiting outside of the fancy White House on the cul-de-sac, a gray-haired man in his bathrobe is calling his dog in the yard to the left of me. A small fuzzy-headed poodle bolts out of the bushes, happy to be done with his business. The sun is bright as I look up from under the street sign. Dona Lola Drive. Stretching, Thor wiggles out from under the covers, licks my face, and snuggles into my neck. Hey. Good morning, sweetie. Phew. Your breath. Thor, stop it. He has to pee and nips at my nose. John. Where is he? I sit up against the blue vinyl seat back and block the sun from my eyes. The early light glistens off the remaining dew on the outside corners of the car window, the condensation on the inside has dried. I have to pee too. I wiggle urgently. Thor gets antsy. Shish. I can't, Thor. You gotta hold it too, I whisper and squeeze him tight to my chest, slinking down again and trying to fall back to sleep. Almost an hour later, John slides into the driver's seat and nudges me over. Stay down, he hisses. Half asleep, I don't move. Almost, he chants, driving around the circle and out toward Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Okay, now, he helps me peel off the blankets and pulls me up. Thor jumps into his lap and leans on his chest, happy to see him. Ha ha. John lets out a laugh. Yes. I know, Thor. I gotta pee too. What took you so long? Oh, man. The dude wouldn't let me leave. John sounds exasperated. He likes me so much he insists I stay. And this ain't the kind of guy you say no to. Sorry, baby. Did you get some sleep? He is smacking gum like a full-speed locomotive. Yeah, we slept, I pout. Thor and I gotta pee, John. I'm really not in the mood to hear some story when I can easily figure out that he hung out to get high. We stop at Dupar's coffee shop at the bottom of Laurel Canyon on Ventura Boulevard. John lets Thor out on the grass while I head out to make a beeline to the bathroom inside. Here. Bring me a cup of coffee. He calls me back, digging for change from his pocket. When I pay for the coffee, John is at the end of the counter talking on the phone with his hand cupped around the receiver. He hangs up as soon as I approach him. Back in the car, he says, one more stop and we'll be home. He reaches over to give me a reassuring kiss that smells of stale cigarettes and plaque-lined teeth. One more stop. John. I grab his pack of cigarettes off the dash. A huff of disappointment escapes my lips. His face shimmers with an oily sheen, and his wrinkles are deep with dirt from being awake and unbathed all night. I know, baby. I know. Just one more, please. He kisses my forehead as he steers the car onto the road with his coffee-free hand. I promise it will be quick this time. I hope so. I give in, not happy about having to wait outside again, and I kick my feet angrily up against the dash. I promise. He smiles his gesture-like ear-to-ear grin. Gum. He offers, switching the subject as smoothly as he changes lanes. The car winds back up the twisted road of Laurel Canyon Boulevard, passing Dona Pegita, the road to the cul-de-sac I waited on the night before. Turning up on Lookout Mountain Avenue at the other side of the hill, we follow the signs to Wonderland Avenue. Twisting up the narrow, curvy road, we stop on the hill in front of multi-level terraced homes sandwiched next to each other on all sides. Wait here and stay really quiet, he whispers harshly enough that spittle flies onto the steering wheel. He pulls to a stop, does a quick double take up and down the streets, and hops out of the car. John's voice jolts fear into me. I grab Thor and slump onto the pile of blankets at my waist. Hurry, I rasp after him. John comes back in about an hour, fast, as he promised, this time. I stay down again until we are well on our way home. When I finally sit up, I stretch my aching bones. Well, that wasn't fun, I tell him sarcastically. I know, baby, he says, reaching over to hold my hand. But I couldn't get away. I got some goodies for us, though. He winks. Cool. That's cool. I don't really feel like partaking in any goodies. I want to be in my bed, but I know what will happen instead when we get to the house. John will hole up in the bathroom, twitching and barking orders until the drugs are gone. I'm just going along with John's plans right now. I tell myself, because my plan of having a comfortable business in Glendale is pretty much extinct and I know I have nobody else. John reminds me of this nearly every day. Your family doesn't care about you, just like mine doesn't care about me. Your father left you, and Sharon will be pissed if she finds out about the drugs. Throughout the passing months and years, John has often reminded me of how my horrible family dumped me in California. Only lately, he's been saying it more often. As expected, the just-looking emporium closes its doors forever by the end of September of 1980. I can't stand to look at it anymore, and I think John can't either. David keeps his part of the business open while John removes our inventory and sells it all for coke. Back at the cottages, stucco peels and mold buckles the exterior of every unit in the complex. John and I sneak into my old apartment to get high. The obscure door between garages is boarded up and the inside is dank and dark, a perfect mimic of John's mood. The burlap walls are stained and shredded, smelling like wet cardboard. Still, it's better than doing drugs at the house with Sharon there, and John isn't interested in sharing with David and Karen anymore. David has to keep working to pay me back, he justifies. John's pace is frantic and worried. His calloused hand and eagle eye make sure I'm always by his side. My jaw still aches from that night. And John makes me jumpy and nervous. But with just the right amount of free bass in my lungs, I stay in foolish hopes that this craziness will soon end. It doesn't. My bookkeeping duties are barely manageable with the amount of drugs John brings home, and the tight, paranoid leash he has wrapped around my whereabouts is suffocating and cruel. If I need to collect the rent for the month and simply knock on tenants' doors, he interrogates me ruthlessly for hours on end, holding the cocaine in my face as leverage for me to tell him the truth. John's interrogations are regular now, morning to night and over again. Stop it, John, I implore in tears, scared to death that he'll get violent again. I'm not lying. Sometimes he believes me, or pretends to believe me, and dismisses me military style. I know he's still angry, I turn away and swallow hard, apprehensive. Something bad is going to happen. I just know it. It does. He takes it out on other things now, the small pieces of my heart that over the years he has allowed into my life, other than him. My beloved garden, destroyed in a flash. I find my entire lovely, tended garden, ready to be harvested squash, tomatoes, and cucumbers, piled and rotting in the middle of the courtyard on a day I let Thor out to pee. Startled and bewildered tenants step gingerly over the pulverized mounds of vegetables. My heart bleeds, pierced straight to the core at the cruelty of John's destruction of my small, nurtured space. Sharon sees me crumpled on the porch holding my gut and crying. She steps back into the shadow of the house, emotionless, as if she has accidentally walked into a private conversation. John is becoming steadily abusive on every level now and steadily more insane. Where's your ring? I ask him after answering his frantic rapping at the garage apartment door. He was wearing the large dragonfly when he left, and I have a bad feeling now that it's no longer on his hand. I know men who have lost everything. They'd sell their mothers to get high. His warning lectures from months ago echo eerily in my head. Lose everything they own. Lose everything they own. He doesn't answer but only brushes past me to set up his pipe in the bedroom. John, are you all right? I follow him nervously. What's the matter? He looks shaky and in a foul mood. Snapping his pipe together, he makes himself a big hit of freebase, grabs his stomach, and holds it in. The stream of residue billows around my head as he exhales at my face. Oh! My heart thumps like a drum in my chest, my palms sweat and twitch. He's mad again. I straighten up the room, desperate to become invisible. Where did you go today? He flares his nostrils and glares accusingly. Now. Wham! In one forward lunge, he flings his pipe into his briefcase and throws me on the bed. As I struggle to get free, John sits on top of my chest, pressing my arms down above my head. I am paralyzed. Now. He hisses dangerously, deliberately slowing his breath from our scuffle. Where have you been? Stop. John. He yanks my arms down and pins them with his knees, taking one of his free hands and covering my mouth. I'll rip your eyes out, you lying bitch. He sneers, plunging his thumbs into the corner sockets of my skull. No, I try to yell, but his forearms muffle my voice. Like a bobblehead doll bouncing wildly on a bumpy road, I frantically turn my head from side to side. The sweat from the battle and the heat of the claustrophobic apartment cause John's thumbs to slip roughly off my eyes, his nails slicing the edges of my lids. Ah! I scream at the pain. John's bloodshot eyes widen in disbelief at my ability to escape his grip, then, in another fit of rage, he draws his arm back and punches me in the mouth. The room is black with flashes of light like electric sparks. Blood splatters crimson on the pale sheets at my head. John pushes himself off of me, smears the blood from his hand on the pillow by my face, and walks away. I spit out a warm metallic mouthful of blood and roll to my side, holding my face. I feel the hole in my lip and the tooth that juts through, and I scream pitifully from the pain. I want to die. How can this be? I can't comprehend. What's going on? The horribleness of this overwhelms me. On the way out the door, John holds up a stack of papers that look familiar through the burn of my cloudy vision. Here. Now you can give these to your new boyfriend. He spews venomously. One by one, he tears them to shreds, tossing mutilated pieces of the deepest, most private years of my life in the air before leaving me to my wounds. No. My breath catches in my throat when I recognize the scattered papers. Oh God, no. My poetry. I stagger over to the fragile paper fragments now littered on the gray and mildewed carpet. Precious words from all levels of my soul, words that brought me comfort, joy, release, and love, now scattered like a discarded jigsaw puzzle. I wrote this one for my father, I cry out loud, a new stab of pain stinging me with the loss of treasured memories, all I have left of him. And this one. This one. I wrote this for him. Unbelievably, more tears find their way down my blood-stained cheeks as I realize John mistakenly assumed these were written for someone else. He really doesn't think I love him. How can that be? Eyes stinging and mouth throbbing, I clutch the precious tattered bits of me in my arms and rock in place for hours, blocking out the violence, willing the devastating destruction gone. To and fro, the constant, simple rhythm carves a space in time. A safe place. John sticks his head in the doorway later that evening. I jump out of my skin. Come eat, he says, abruptly turning to walk back to the house. Sharon. I think. She probably wants to have dinner. I gotta think of something to say about my face. I can't tell her what happened. But what can I say? Oh God, maybe she'll figure it out. Maybe she'll be able to stop him. He's out of his mind. He'll hurt me again, I know it. Maybe she'll help me. Maybe. My mind races wildly, seeking a way out of John's tortuous grip. I head to the sink to splash cold water on my face. My lips and eyes are swollen red, the right eye almost shut. I roll my tongue over my bottom lip, numb now, and poke it easily through the hole made by my tooth. Oh shit. She'll definitely see this. I hold out small hope that I can still make this not real. I'm gonna need some bandages. I acknowledge, feeling a jab in my heart. I clean the blood and sweat as best I can, take a deep breath, and harness my sinking sadness. Hiding my face with an old cleaning towel, I follow John's order and make my way across the courtyard. The big front door squeaks, and the doorknob clicks my way in loudly. Please don't let her hear me. I rush swiftly across the varnished floor to my room. I don't want to be here. The shame of Sharon seeing me beaten and bruised pains me as much as being punched by John did, but I'm scared John will get violent again if I don't obey him. In the back of my mind, though, I pray Sharon will see how badly I have been beaten and help somehow. John is afraid of Sharon. I'm Italian, John, she has said. I can kill you in your sleep. Remember the penicillin you're allergic to? How about some spaghetti? Sharon has always let him know she's the boss if he pushes too far. John is in the bathroom. I can hear the water running, and the tink, tink, tink of porcelain on glass from the kitchen means Sharon is washing the dishes. He won't do anything with her around. I reason. Thoughts about my poetry slam into my spirit again, and my eyes are ready to cry. But I'm spent, the weeping well is dry. In my room, I fidget with my stuffed penguin and shift the few knickknacks on my nightstand. There is my jewelry box, pink and heart-shaped with a delicate ballerina that spins to somewhere over the rainbow. Something doesn't feel right. I open the box, cautious, hoping my gut is wrong. Oh no. Not my rings. And my fairy, my beautiful gold fairy's gone. I stifle a wail. Drugs. He's been selling our stuff for drugs. Just like the guy who lost everything. Just exactly the same. I can't believe it. How can this get worse? Numbly, I walk into the kitchen. Shish, Sharon. My voice cracks, barely a peep. Do you have anything for a cut eyes? Anne, and my lip. I stutter, raising my head into the light, averting her gaze. Oh. Okay. She sighs and studies my face. All right. Let me see what I've got. My life falls flat, like the hollow ping of rain on a cheap tin roof, but I desperately want Sharon to know what John's doing to me, killing me, without having to tell her. She will know. She has to know. I pray. Oh, she responds simply again. Removing her glasses, she squints at my face. She says not a word, but squeaks over to the bathroom door in her white, polished nurse's shoes. John. I need to get in there, she calls into the door jamb. There's a rustling, and a minute later the door flings open and she steps inside, closing the door behind her. She doesn't know, I tell myself with disbelief. Did John tell her something? She returns with eye wash, antibiotic ointments, and bandages. Come over here and sit down. She guides me to the couch and silently commences tending to my wounds, wrapping a patch on my right eye and placing a butterfly bandage on my lip where my tooth has punctured through. Her tone sharp and crystal clear, she recites the proper instructions for the continued medical care of my face. Thanks, I mumble, forcing back a sob. I sit for a stinging moment in a last, hopeful silence, willing her to ask me for the truth. Please, please. Just ask me how this really happened. Please see. See what he is doing. Sharon gathers the bandages and tubes, lines them neatly on the counter. She snubs out her cigarette and wordlessly walks to her room, leaving me to sit on the couch, staring blankly into a dark and dusty corner of an overly decorated bookshelf, numb with despair. Hours later I lie in my room, the lights turned out, pretending I'm asleep. I'm too scared to really drift off. I know John is listening for any noise that may come from my direction. He and Sharon watch television together, parts of a Benny Hill episode 1 No Sharon doesn't care for, in the living room. A thick, suffocating silence hovers like a deadly fog on a winding highway, not one word is spoken. The tapping of the dog's toenails on the polished wood floors tells me of Sharon's movements. She is up and heading to her bedroom, leaving John by himself. No. I think futilely. Don't leave me alone with him. I can see her shadow cast against the entryway walls from her bedroom light, on for only a minute, and then out with a final click. Leaving my desperate, silent pleas unheard. Just as I have dreaded, John comes into my room after plenty of time, when he thinks Sharon is sound asleep. A silent tornado ready to wreak havoc, he hisses, "You can't hide behind Sharon." He walks past the foot of my bed into his back office. I'll find out sooner or later. He slams file cabinet drawers and rifles through books up on high shelves. I hear the familiar tapping of a razor on glass and a quick, harsh snort of cocaine. If I'm loud enough, Sharon will hear and he won't do anything. I get brave. I'm not cheating on you, John. I yell out. I hope he will get nervous enough to leave me alone if he thinks Sharon will wake up and catch him. I want Sharon to catch him. Maybe she can stop him. It backfires. John's temper flares. He jumps quickly from behind his office wall, pretending he'll walk past me to the living room, but then he spins around and springs on top of my chest in an instant replay of the action earlier that day. This time I'm expecting him and thrash ferociously before he can pin down my arms. I struggle free and run. John charges after me. I think for a quick instant about calling out for Sharon, but head for the bathroom instead, locking the door behind me. Adrenaline slams my heart against my chest, my breath is ragged and wild. I can take no more. Bang, bang, bang. Open this door, Don. Now. He demands, his voice, demonic, burns through the crack of the door. I can see the wood molding buckle from his crushing weight. Desperately, I search the room. Escape. I've got to escape. I gotta get out of here. For a second I imagine squeezing through the tiny window above the sink and know there isn't enough time. He's almost in. He'll catch me for sure. What do I do? What do I do? There's no way out. My mind frantically examines every corner, every crevice I can possibly disappear through. Where? 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 There's no way out. There's no way out. Pure, doomed terror engulfs me as if I'm falling through quicksand. Then I look down, and I see a way. The long white cabinet drawer, the medicine drawer where Sharon keeps the medical supplies for the house, the multicolored bottles of pills smile at me like a friend who has shown up to help. Darvin's. I remember with clarity. That's where Sharon keeps her Darvin. I leap for its shiny brass handles, yank it open, and plow through the meticulously lined prescription bottles and tins one by one until I find the pills that will grant me refuge, give me peace, blessed oblivion. John's banging gets louder, but I can ignore him now. I have a way out. Don. I'll take them all, I convince myself. I'll get out of here right now. This is enough to never come back. I have to get away from him. I have to get out of here. I hear tapping at the lock. John has a set of David's lockpicks. A surge of fear races through me, and like a cornered animal willing to jump to its death, I hurriedly fling off the lid and down the entire bottle, scooping handfuls of water from the sink faucet. There. I slide to the floor. It's over. He won't be able to get to me, he won't be able to get me now. I curl in a ball and weep. The door bursts open. What did you do? John yells harshly with acid under his breath. He picks up the empty bottle, smashes it into the sink. Bits of broken glass rocket out across the room. What the fuck did you do? I don't move. Let him do what he wants now, I think. It'll be over soon. He yanks me up by my arm and scans my eyes. Shit. He curses, then panics and runs to the refrigerator. Almost instantly I feel lightness in the air, a floating, and then my head begins to spin in a centrifugal force like on the Gravitron ride at the carnival as I sense the downers spreading through my bloodstream. Grabbing hold of walls and doorways, I stagger back to my bedroom, uninterested in John's banging in the kitchen, and collapse back in the bed. The room and ceiling whirl wildly around me, my body is the only thing in the room not moving. John's distorted features appear near my face. He is kneeling next to me on the bed. Here. Drink this. He demands in a low, short hiss, pushing a glass filled with half a dozen or so raw eggs in my face. I shove the glass away, my hand feeble and lame, almost spilling the slimy liquid. Drink it. He orders again, his face swollen red with anger. Then, in a second that I don't understand, Thor's little face is sandwiched between John's large calloused hands. If you don't drink this right now, I'll squeeze his fucking head till his brains pop out. The brown of my tiny chihuahua's eyes bulge out of his skull. He is terror-filled in John's vise-like grip. Stop! I cry. Thor lets out a paralyzed yelp, his face crushed brutally tight. John keeps squeezing. Okay. I wish the pills will take me faster, but they don't. No. Don't hurt him, John. Stop. I let out a sob. Okay. John drops Thor like a worthless river rock and thrusts the glass to my lips. He tilts my head back and pours the slippery fluid down my throat. Falling back in the bed, I look up at the ceiling and smile. I already see stars, like the heavens have come. John is pacing back and forth from his office to my room. Those eggs aren't going to work. My body tells me. The pills are beginning to take a stronger hold. The room swirls, stars spin, sounds fade away. Are you dying yet? A male voice rings like a bell tone through space. Since birth. A voice answers from deep inside my core. Are you near? The male voice is impatient. I don't know, I'm afraid to look. As if sucked through a vacuum of time and space, I become aware of a shape, my body, spiraling, consumed by a black hole abyss. Then, without effort, body and mind are one again and spontaneously the vomiting begins, purging my entire body, from the roots of my hair to the veins in my toes. The next morning I feel rough, like I've been run over by a semi. I awake not knowing where I am. It takes me several minutes to pierce through the blurriness of my vision and see Sharon standing at the foot of my bed, dressed in her uniform for work. She asks curtly, "You up?" I raise my throbbing head. Wah! Quickly, I lie back down. The pounding is immeasurable, splitting my temples. I gather my bearings as best I can. Slowly I remember the night before. Oh no. John. I wince. I'm still here. Despair consumes me. The vomiting, all over the floors, the walls. Thor. Where's Thor? I lift myself up on my elbows with difficulty. My skin. What are these bumps all over me? I am covered in red, swollen welts that look like bee stings and itch like mosquito bites. Sharon brings in a pail of soapy water, a mop, and rags. I'll do that, Sharon, I rasp. I'll get that. She throws me a dirty look and walks out. She had to have heard everything. She must know the Darwin is missing. As I worry, I laboriously set about cleaning up the smelly mess. Then I numbly walk into the living room to face her. Sharon, I'm sorry. So sorry for the mess. Here. Put this in your skin. She hands me a tube of ointment. It'll help you with the swelling and itch. She stares at the television as if she is using it to hypnotize herself away from this moment. The flashes of light and conversational tone of the narrator take her to a safe place for a moment. Her eyes still mesmerized with the glow of the TV, she robotically recites the physiological reasons for the welts on my body. Your circulatory system was in the process of shutting down when you took the pills. You puked before the major vessels were affected, but the capillaries near your skin collapsed. They're the first to go, and that's what's causing your reaction. Oh, I blink. Is that all she's thinking? I wonder, amazed. I scan the house for John and notice with relief his legs sticking out of the blankets of his king-sized bed. A few minutes more, her eyes still fixed on the TV, Sharon picks up a white envelope from the counter and presents it to me. Then, Walking into her bedroom, she turns and, for the first time, shuts her door. It is a letter. My hands are shaking, and my skin is crawling with itching bumps. Nervously, I open it and cry. The long, sharp points and curves of her handwriting are like daggers in my open wounds. Through the blur of my tears, I read, "Dear Dawn, how could you do such a thing? I am a woman who respects life, nurtures and cares for it. My career in nursing is a reflection of how deeply I feel about human life. I have always believed that I taught you that and that you understood and believed the same. To treat life with such poor regard, to do this to yourself, is to me, an insult to my kindness in letting you live here in my home. I am extremely disappointed in you, that you would have such little respect for me and especially for yourself. We will talk more when I get home from work. There has to be some changes from the behavior I have witnessed last evening or you can no longer have a home here. I hope you can see my point and can find the strength to look into yourself for this utter failure of character. This must never happen again. Sharon Ann Holmes." Oh my God. I weep. She doesn't know. What am I going to do? Now she's mad at me, and she doesn't know the truth. The feeling of being a caged animal returns. It is a sharp, gut-wrenching awareness. My skin, my chest, my buttocks, my back, and legs burn and sting, walls close in on me, and my brain shuts down. This isn't happening. I chant, willing time to reverse. Everything is really over. Now. No. This can't be happening. But it is happening, and I know deep down my time in what I used to call home is over. Chapter 12. The Worst Day. T. The underground parking lot of the Holiday Inn on Hollywood Boulevard is dark and piss-stained. John wants to lie low before we check into the place. He is scanning the lot for easy hits. Lately, he's helping himself to anything worth trading that isn't locked or bolted down, using me as a cover. It's over. Our time as a family with Sharon. The dinners, the holidays are just a blur and a topic John doesn't want me to talk about. It is John and I now, living in seedy motels and in the Chevy Malibu when there isn't enough money for a room. The van is gone. It has been traded for an old postal truck that never runs and has been abandoned back in Glendale. Here, in the backseat of the car, our belongings are shoved into black, plastic garbage bags. On the floor is a bowl for Thor's water. At least I have Thor. The few precious pieces of knickknacks left in our possession I wrap in t-shirts and a brown paper bag, which I set carefully next to me in the front passenger seat. I am scared of John now, all the time, but he is all I have and the memories in the bag are, to me, a small portion of the dwindling proof that our love really existed. He won't let me out of his sight now, not after I tried to kill myself that day. He takes me on all his runs and has me wait for him in the motel room or the car outside the drug deal houses. Rarely do I know where I am. I've never gotten my driver's license, John never allowed me, and the freeways scare and confuse me. I know a few homes are in the Hollywood Hills. I recognize the large wooden Hollywood sign that hovers over us from the side streets. It's eerily prophetic when Bob Seger's Hollywood Nights plays on the radio as I lie on the front seat of the car, waiting, or when the depressing lyrics of the Eagles, Hotel California, wash over me as I wait in front of their manager's house while John delivers and deals inside. The houses on Dona Lola and Wonderland become the most familiar, the ones we most frequently drop by. A couple months ago we stopped sleeping at the house in Glendale with Sharon. That part is okay by me, I guess. I am too ashamed to face Sharon any longer, and John has stolen more from the house than he can get away with. Does Sharon ever ask about me anymore? I ask John one day after he has returned from Sharon's with freshly laundered clothes. Nope. Why would she? His tone is flippant, his scowl implies. How can you ask such a stupid question? Of course not, I remind myself, agreeing immediately. The pangs of shame and guilt ravage what hope I have left for our relationship. This is all my fault. I admonish myself silently. Just as John says, this is all my fault. It is Thanksgiving week, and the Holiday Inn is a grade better than what we are used to lately. John has made a little extra on a run he's just finished for a man named Eddie Nash. John simply calls him Nash, and he gives me strict instructions. He's the baddest motherfucker there is. People who try to fuck him over die. That's why you're a secret. He can't find out about you or Sharon or the family. It's not safe. Do you know how many bodies are buried in the desert that no one will ever find? John is passionate, dead serious. He reiterates his orders to never cross this guy, until he's satisfied that I understand. Nash is the owner of the house I wait in front of on Dona Lola Drive, and I can never let him or any of his bodyguards see me, or else, you might turn up missing like the rest. A strange kind of dealer, runner underworld friendship has started up between John and Nash. This guy is all about the drugs, baby. And he calls me brother, John confides with a smirk as if to say, boy do I have him fooled. In a short time, the friendlier John and Nash become, the waiting gets longer and longer, but his payoffs are also higher. John's foul moods and cruelty soon become greater and greater as well. John has me wait in the car in the Holiday Inn parking lot before we bring our things to the room, giving him time to slink through the parked cars to check for an unlocked door. Jumping up from between a couple of cars a few rows down, John walks casually down the middle of the lot wearing the appearance of an innocent guest. Come on, he snaps from the side of his mouth, motioning for me to hurry out and walk with him. Clumsily I pull a large garbage bag from the backseat while holding onto Thor and my precious brown paper sack filled with breakables. John, help me, I ask, getting nervous about dragging our clothes and things in such a disorganized way. There are security guards. What? What is all that shit? He sounds annoyed and whips quickly over to see what I'm carrying. What is this? He snaps again and yanks the brown bag from my hands. It's, stuff, I answer, frightened at his demeanor. Protective of the sentimental items in the bag, I hold my hand out to get it back. They're presents. Presents I gave to you, and you and Sharon gave me. You know. Back at the house, I explain, trying to take back the bag. I hope he will soften up at the memory, that he'll appreciate my caring enough to cart them with me, affectionately, as awkward as it is. Yet the opposite is true. Presents. What kind of presents? He rummages through the bag and smiles when he wraps his hand around the one gift that means the most to me, the cobalt blue vase. Smash. Those kind of presents are over. He barks. No. I cry, feeling a knife rip through my heart. I fall to my knees to try and pick up the shattered pieces of blue, willing the hand-painted white rose back together. Pick up that garbage, he scorns, before security sees us. He walks away and tries to cover the commotion with a nonchalant stance. Tears burn my eyes and face. The grimy ground of the parking lot is slick with dark brown grease. On my hands and knees, I pick up every tiny cobalt shard and hurry over to where John's standing. Not wanting him to get any angrier with me, I wipe the wet from my face. I try to act cool and swiftly stuff down the huge knot of raw pain in my throat and quiet the well of echoes from the back of my head that beg for the bad feelings to go away. Growing impatient, John flings one of our large garbage bags over his shoulder, puts his arm around me, and walks past the surveillance cameras trying to act as though we are a couple in love. Two men in tan sports jackets pass us casually as we walk through the garage door into the lower level hallway. Huh, those look like cops, I whisper into the crook of John's arm. He pulls me roughly closer to his side and guides me to the elevator. Once on the second floor, we dash across the hall to room 252, where John immediately jams the desk chair under the doorknob, slides the chain into its lock, and presses his eye against the peephole. Close the drapes, he hisses, then runs to do it himself instead, peeking out for 10 minutes or so, head bobbing like a chicken's. Satisfied we made it without being noticed, he undresses and sits on the bed, leaning against the headboard. The hair on the back of Thor's neck stands up like a porcupine's quills, and he disappears under the bed. Snap, snap. John opens the brass clasp of his briefcase, pulls out the freebase pipe, and lights the bowl. Oh no. I think. He doesn't have any bass, and he is scraping his screens. I am quick to assess the drug situation. I have to. The more he has, the less likely he will be cruel. My insides cramp up and become paralyzed with panic. No wonder his mood was ugly downstairs. Maybe he has some Valium and can get to sleep soon. I tell myself in an effort to stay calm. He's real tired too. After coming back from a run, John is always tired, having been up for days. When I wait for him in the car, I sleep mostly, hidden under blankets with Thor. But on days John knows he will be a while, to make sure I won't leave him and run to my mother's, he drops small amounts of freebase with a pipe on the floorboard. For me, the drug is an escape that blocks out the pain of my reality, if just for a short while. After it's gone, I have the warmth of little Thor and sleep, sweet sleep that takes me away to a place of warmth and safety, until John climbs into the driver's seat and orders me to stay down. Back in the motel room, he gruffs, "Draw me a bath." When I return, he is searching for something in his briefcase once again. Did you take my other glass pipe? No, John, I didn't take anything. Crash. His pipe goes flying across the room, and I start to cry in fear. No, John. Fuck you, bitch. All you want are the drugs. John, stop. I try to calm him, but he is on a roll, frenzied, throwing everything from his briefcase on the floor and up against the walls. He picks me up, throws me across the room. I slam into the motel room door and land on the broken glass. OWWWW. Blood gushes from the bottom of my foot. A large piece of the pipe is sticking out of the tender part of my arch. Bang, bang, bang. Security. Open the door. Voices barrel through the walls. I hobble over to the bed to tend to my foot. Bang, bang, bang. John's eyes bug out, and he jumps up nearly out of his skin, pulls on his pants, and throws me a towel from the bathroom. Here. Wrap that up, he whispers, picking up the scattered glass. Yeah. Just a minute. Hey, who is it? He slides the chain off the door and opens it just a crack. It is the two men in tan jackets we saw in the parking lot. They push the door open farther, flashing badges and barring it from closing. We'd like to ask you to come with us, sir. Neighbors are complaining that there's a loud argument in here. They scan the room, looking at the broken, silvery shards covering the floor, and make note of the bloody towel pressed against my foot. John turns his back to them and throws me a threatening look. I cut myself on some glass. It was an accident, I lie, afraid that if I don't John will really hurt me, as his look suggests. Shut up. John snarls at me under his breath, then turns back to smile cunningly at the two men. We, had an accident, officers, he says with a smile. She'll be fine. Can you come with us, sir? They interrupt. John looks scared for a minute and then nods. Searching for his shirt, he holds a hand out to me. Can she come with us? He asks, acting loving and concerned toward me. As a matter of fact, we would like her to come with us too, sir. John bends to wrap one of his socks around my foot, and we follow the two security guards to their office at the end of the hall. Oh my God. We're going to be busted. John squeezes my hand hard as we are led inside. The guards shut the door securely behind us. I can tell they want to keep the noise level down. We have reason to believe there's drug activity going on here. You were witnessed downstairs in the parking garage acting very suspicious, looking into patrons' cars. Drugs. What? There are no drugs, we got no drugs, John rambles. Then you don't mind if we search you, do you, sir? No. Gee, go ahead. He steps back nervously, spreading his arms wide. You don't really gotta do this. I can assure you, I don't have anything illegal on me, he tries to convince them. Both men approach John on either side. Then we can search you and we won't find anything, sir. Right. Why, yeah. John agrees. Spread your legs, sir, and place your hands in the air. John does as he is told, and I begin to cry. They're gonna find something. I can feel it, and then what am I gonna do? I can't even drive. My mind races illogically. And what do you call this, sir? Keeping his hands up, John looks down at his pockets. That. Well, that is a pipe, for, you know, his voice trails off as he peers down at the small piece of paraphernalia in security's possession. He knows he is caught. We're gonna have to call LAPD, sir, the taller man informs him. Is there anything else we're gonna find on you? No. Nothing. His face is pale as they pull out his corncob pot pipe from his other pocket. I cry louder. Knowing John is definitely under arrest, I hobble over to hug him and interrupt the search. I'm afraid they might find more. But they have enough evidence and aren't fazed by my intrusion. John lowers his arms carefully and pretends to give me a big, despairing hug. Baby. I'm sorry, baby. He kisses my forehead and lowers his mouth to my ear. Get my phone book when you get back to the room and call Eddie from a pay phone. Tell him his brother is in jail. He'll know what to do. His breath is hot and hoarse. Oh, okay. I nod in his embrace and continue to cry. Make sure you talk to him. Only. No one else. Got that? He grips my arm to the bone. I nod again, sniffing back my tears. Excuse me. John is laying on the charm. Do you gentlemen mind if she goes back to the room till checkout time tomorrow? She needs to take care of her foot and, well, I don't really want her to see me like this. The two men give me the once-over and discuss it for a moment. All right, miss. Do you have any ID? Don Schiller. No, I don't have anything. You know your boyfriend here wasn't exactly honest. Say your goodbyes, Miss Schiller. He can call you from the station. The taller of the two officers picks up a phone to call for backup and warns me to keep the noise down or they'll return to the room and ask me to leave. John pulls me in closer for what is supposed to look like a final hug and kiss, and presses his lips into my ear again. Wait a couple hours after their shift changes. Then use the pay phone outside. Remember, tell Eddie it's his brother. John's briefcase is open on the bed as I scramble to find the address book in the top folds. Here it is, I say out loud to the beat of my racing heart. Lying in the bottom of the case are a joint and his pewter flask. Immediately I drain the flask, downing the bitter shot of liquid to calm my nerves. Wiping my nose on my sleeve, I pick up the leftover pieces of glass from the carpet and crawl under the covers, checking the time on the clock. I hear a slight whimper and remember little Thor. He is scratching at the side of the bed and his eyes are watering, telling me he wants up to snuggle. He feels safe with John gone. I reach my arm down and let his quivering warmth hop into my hand. I am still shaking, the gash on my foot is throbbing, I need something more. Lighting the joint, I take 2 very large drags and snub it out. John will get mad. I panic. He will know I took some. The mellowing effects of the pot take hold. The static-like sting of my nerve endings numbs, fear subsides, and I am safe in the moment, a capsule in time. I pull the covers up under my chin and fix my eyes again on the clock. The large digital numbers of the alarm clock flip past, and I spend the next 2 hours in the dark, waiting. Hello, I stammer in response to the deep male voice on the other end of the line. Who is this? The hard tone sounds like stone, demanding. I need to speak to Eddie. There is silence. I swallow a lump in my throat that threatens to take my voice. I have a message from his brother. Still, silence and some shuffling in the background. In a short while, there's another voice. Hello, an accented male voice answers. Eddie. I can hear his breath pull in, hesitate. Yes. I have a message from your brother. I wait a moment, then continue. He's in jail. Your brother is in jail, and he told me to call you, I gush, wanting to get this call over with. I am scared out of my mind. I feel violated, like I'm being mentally stripped, my private parts examined without my permission. Thick silence permeates the line. Yeah. Who is this? The thick accent turns slightly kind, coaxing. I think for a moment about what to say next. The fear of the man I'm talking to sinks in further, and I picture myself being driven to the desert and executed. Click. I hang up. My heart's pumping. Questions. No questions. The less he knows about me the better. John's many terrifying reasons to fear Eddie Nash continue to swirl through my consciousness. Kidnapped, tortured, murdered. I can't seem to stop it. I race back to the room, smoke the rest of the joint, and lie motionless under the blackness of the polyester bedspread in a starless night. John arrives back at the room early the next morning. He's in a hurry to pack up and leave. "Fuck this place," he snaps with contempt, opening his briefcase for a cigarette. I notice him rummaging around for the joint, but he says nothing about it. I called Eddie like you asked," I tell him. "I know, babe. Thank you." He leans over to peck me on the cheek. "Good. Eddie must have bailed him out," I tell myself, hoping everything's okay now and his good mood will last. Heading over the Laurel Canyon Pass, John has only one destination in mind, Donalola Drive. He parks near the entrance of the cul-de-sac and lowers his voice. "Stay down and don't let anyone see you." He checks the contents of his briefcase and covers me up with a blanket he pulls from the backseat. This might be a while. He grabs his briefcase and steals a kiss. As if he's forcing a genie into a bottle, he nervously contains his breathing. "I love you." "I love you too, John," I mumble to his disappearing shape. He makes a quick dash across the street, head turning from side to side, fast, exaggerated, as he scans the neighborhood scene. "Well, Thor," I say to the chocolate brown face, "I'm glad I have you." And we both settle down in a huddled, awkward ball as familiar as the couch in our old living room, to pass the time in slumber. "Come on. Come on. Scoot over." John pushes, and I awake with a start. It seems that only a few hours have passed. Huh. What? Okay. I gotta pee, John, and so does Thor. Shish. Stay down till we're down the road. Turning toward the valley on Laurel Canyon, then right on Ventura, we travel about half a mile till John spies the Valley Chalet Motel and pulls in. "Oh, we're gonna get another room first. This is good." We usually do a run after leaving Eddie's, but I'm happy to think I can take a bath and wash some of the grunge off my stiff, aching body. Sadly, I have misread the situation. The time in jail has made John's already worn and haggard face even more leathered. But there is something else, something terribly more demoralizing. It's as if a mask covers his face, one of those rubbery, wretched faces people wear on Halloween. John checks us in and, as usual, inspects the busy street outside. Opening the door of the small room, he waves me in. Grabbing one of the garbage bags and stuffing Thor under my shirt, I scramble in through the open door. The motel is a particularly seedy place with old green shag carpeting, rust stains in the sink and bathtub, and see-through spots on the sheets from years of wear. Everything is bolted down, including the cheap, velveteen Spanish matador pictures on the walls covered in peeling paint. As always, John immediately places the desk chair under the doorknob of the front door. He strips off his clothes and hops on the bed, snapping open his briefcase. The freebase pipe is lying on its side at the bottom, already assembled. He opens a small film container and taps a few crumbs onto the screen in the bowl. He motions for me to light the end of the Bacardi-laced cotton ball, and I dutifully comply. John pulls in a long, slow draw, holds it until his face bursts flame red, and plugs up the stem with his thumb. His shoulders slump as he leans back against the headboard. Sitting on the edge of the cheap cardboard bed, I pull at the invisible nylon threads on the bedspread, anxious for him to share his exhale of the mind-numbing solution. John knows I'm craving the drug. I want to disappear too. I can see the tension in him deflate, like air seeping from a giant blow-up doll. His body relaxes. I reach out and gently touch his leg, a puppy begging for a table scrap. Finally, after what seems like forever, he leans forward and offers me his lips. They taste of burnt screen and plastic, a taste which means these are the last scrapings of his briefcase. He is out. Why? We just got back from Eddie's. I try not to think and force myself to search for any bits of altered state to blur my thinking. I suck in another gulp of air, holding my breath for as long as I can manage. It will let me think I am high, have a buzz, if I can hear ringing in my ears. When I release my lungs, as I suspect, there is no cloud of residue. I'm depressed and don't want to look up. He's gonna get mad any minute now. John sits staring at his pipe lying relaxed in his hand, wearing his nakedness like a comfortable suit of clothes. Then he raises his head to look me up and down. Get dressed, he orders sternly. What? I am dressed, John. No. Something nice. Why, John? I ask, nervous about being part of one of his plans. Is he going to dress me so he can rape me? What kind of perverse sex game is he going to play this time? God, please, I don't want him to tie me up again, like he's been doing lately when he shows me how he can hog-tie an animal. It hurts too much. I'm not high enough for that. Please. You know, John's voice is eerie, like a mortician's, flat, hard, and cold. It is late afternoon, I note from the way the light falls orangey yellow through the shabby, faded curtains. My gut sends a wave of cold sweat through my body as understanding falls, my shroud of ignorance lifts, and John's intention pushes its way into my consciousness. This place, his request, is a reality I have always feared but hoped would never come. Quickly I force the ugly realization out of my mind, and with a terrified hard gulp I will John's motives away. I sit motionless, silent, wanting time to stand still. For a few pregnant moments, John tinkers aimlessly with some loose jangling pieces in his briefcase. What are you waiting for? Slowly, I struggle to get up. I don't want him to get angry, I don't want to get hit, so I obey and open the plastic bag of clothes. Maybe if I do what he asks he will change his mind. Aimlessly, I pull out jeans and t-shirts and heap them on the floor. This is all I got, John. That one. That flower top I got you. And those jeans. Put those on. He flips his thumb menacingly on the pipe as he points to the pile. The air gets thick and heavy, and the size of the room shrinks and suffocates me. His thumb keeps an angry beat on the glass. Tink, tink, tink. I steal a glance at his face to check his mood. The blue of his eyes is a bright contrast against the red background, and his nostrils flare like a crazed bull's. I remember when his face looked like that in the past. It used to mean passion, sweet and strong. Now it is a clear sign of danger, of his impending rage. Quickly looking away, I do as I am told. With my head held low, I keep a fearful watch from the corner of my eye, hidden by the long dark strands of my hair. With the trash bag emptied, its contents dumped unceremoniously on the floor, I cautiously stand up and sit next to John on the bed. Let me see your face, he tells me, tapping the pipe harder. Lifting my head obediently, I quiet a sob. Quit it. He curls his lip, shoots a dagger-like glare at me. You got any makeup in there? He motions with his head. John, no, I. Shut up and go look. Startled, I jump, then walk over to the bag, afraid he will throw a punch in my direction, and rummage blindly around. I can hear more tapping on the base pipe, the chink of the lighter, and a sucking noise of the bubbles rolling through the burned-out stem. Come here, he chokes, still holding in the hit. I walk over and robotically kneel on the floor next to him. He blows a faint, plastic-tasting mouthful of air hard into my lungs, and I hold it till I get dizzy again from lack of oxygen. I pretend to feel more of a high than is really there and slump down, stalling for time. But John is not fooled. Go wash your face and come here. He indicates the spot next to him on the bed. Again, I do as I'm told and, with my face damp from the metallic-smelling water, I lie next to him on the bed and tentatively reach over to hold him. John puts the pipe away and scoots down close to me, wrapping me tightly in his arms. Softly he begins to caress my back and legs, buries his face into my neck, till my body guardedly relaxes. He makes love to me, more gentle and loving than he has in a long time. He lifts my arms, my legs, scanning every inch of them, snapping a mental picture like an Instamatic camera. His kisses sweep over me from the base of my belly, up between my tiny breasts, into my neck. I melt into them, still scared yet desperately wanting the kindness, the sense of compassion, to be real, enough to erase the degrading moments earlier. It's over quickly, and John is back digging in the bottom of his briefcase for a few dirty pieces of freebase that might be floating loose in the corners with the lint and sand. With his lovemaking having stopped as coldly as it began, I lie under the sheets and stare at the ceiling, my mind trying to fall asleep. The noise coming from John's direction, every bang and crash, sends a jolt of fear through my body. I don't like how urgently he's searching for crumbs, and the familiar tension churns loudly in my stomach. It's getting dark. Get cleaned up and put your clothes back on, he says, his back turned toward me. You're going out. No, John, why? I can't go. He snaps back and lunges at me. Taking me by the throat, he growls, you thought it was good enough for me when I had to sleep with those bitches. Now it's your turn. John, I can't. I don't want to sleep with anyone else. Really. I only want to be with you. I swear. Tears come gushing out as I tell him the one thread of truth I have left in me, and I beg him not to do this. No, John, please. No. I don't want it. Please. Please. I don't know what to do. I plead to calm his unfounded fear that I am secretly lusting after others. I am convinced he's just jealous, and if he'll believe I only love him, this tortuous mistrust will end. John, please. My tears stream down onto his hand as I try to kiss his arm and loosen his grip on my neck. Please. I don't want anyone else. No strangers, no threesomes. Only you, John, please. Only you. The hatred clears from his eyes for a moment, and his gaze connects with my pleas. I think I recognize a flash on a memory of our love. Then I see rage again. Do you know what it takes to keep a roof over our heads and dope in the pipe? Besides, we owe him. Eddie Nash. Had to bail me out of jail. That did not make him happy. Now we owe him big time. John's nostrils flare again, stretching his lip in a sneer as he glares accusingly at me. Then quit the dope, John. Please. This is all because of the dope. I hate it. I hate it. Stop it. Please. John lets go and takes a few long strides to the window, standing at the corner behind the curtains and looking out at the street. Again, I pray and say nothing more, hoping that if I stay quiet he will have a change of heart. It has gotten dark. He stands for a long time, naked, leaning against a side wall, peering out of the drapes, and finally, without saying a word, he picks up his clothes and gets dressed. Rummaging in the pockets of his pants, he pulls out some condoms and flings them on the table. $20 for a blow job and 40 for all the way. His face is expressionless. And I'll be in the bathroom watching. So don't let the motherfucker go to the bathroom. I cringe at his words and go numb. I want to die. I want to die. That language slices through me like a razor-sharp Japanese suicide sword. I feel like nothing, less than trash. He hasn't changed his mind at all, and my pleas go unheeded. I am exhausted and know that no matter how much I beg him, it won't work. What do I do, John? I don't know what to do. What do you mean you don't know? He comes out from the curtains, yanks me up off the bed. You walk up and down the street till someone stops. Let him talk first, then ask him if he's a cop. He has to tell you. Tell him to meet you here. Don't go with any of them. His voice is deliberate, every syllable sharp as broken glass. His fingernails dig deep into my shoulders, tearing quarter moon cuts in my skin. Now get dressed, he orders, releasing me hard and throwing my chosen clothes at me on the bed. He raises his hand, sending me a look that says he's had it. Go. I cringe and cower. Don't, John. Please. My skin stings with a rush of adrenaline. I'm scared that if I say anything else he'll attack me. Slowly, zombie-like, I put on my clothes. In the bathroom I stall for time, letting the water wash the tears and dirt from my face. I can't breathe, my blocked sinuses press against my cheeks. My eyes are red and swollen from crying, with dark sunken bruises underneath, and my tangled hair is hard to comb through. Time is heavy, standing still, I'm in a bubble of space. I travel through it in slow motion as if I'm walking through a thick layer of slime. I have no sense of the shell that is now my body. All understanding of who I am is leaving me. I am completely unfeeling, detached from my movements, a fractured casing of who I once was. I dress carefully in the clothes John picked out, smoothing down my flowery shirt over my jeans again and again. Robotically, I walk past John, who takes a hard look at me and again peeps through the curtains, sucking at the barren pipe. Don't get into anyone's car, he shouts without looking back. I walk to the door, place my hand on the knob, and quietly turn. The knob sticks a little, and for an instant I believe I won't have to go any farther. Go. My hand jumps, the door clicks open. I step silently into the humid air and the buzzing sound of heavy traffic, and become another street child of the Los Angeles night. Knock, knock, knock. The tapping at the door is furious. I jump up to look out the window. John isn't supposed to be back from Eddie's yet, and I get nervous that someone might have followed me from the street. It is the black girl, Frosty, from the long-term bungalow at the other end of the motel. It has been a few weeks since John and I first checked in, and John has talked to her several times as we've come in or gone out. She waves at me every time she sees me leave the room to take my turn on the filthy streets. She knows John watches for me. The evening's street activity comes alive on its own, I find out. It is like the Twilight Zone, or a channel on television with programs I've never seen before. The actors and actresses all know their lines. I don't feel like I'm doing anything different, just walking down the street, but I'm approached almost immediately. The one blessing, I think, is that it is over quickly. Paralyzing fear and horrific internal pain are over quickly, if I can set my mind on checking out for those moments. Then I can block it out, and then I can look at myself in the mirror. After the night is over, John draws a steaming hot bath, removes my clothes, and ritually scrubs me clean. He counts and pockets the money, apologizing profusely that our lives have sunk so low. Does that still hurt, baby? He wipes the washcloth carefully over my cuts and bruises. I'm so sorry. It'll be better soon, baby, I promise. Just gotta get clean. Everything is better after you get all the dirt off. John makes sure I am extra clean. It has to be this way before he can lie down with me, touch me. Sporadically, out of jealousy, he attempts to throw me a question or two about whether I enjoyed myself with those other men, and recoils instantly from my piercing death stare. In that moment, I could kill him. I know it, and I don't care. I also know I will die doing it. But I relish the thought of tearing his body limb from limb, John screaming in pain and in fear of me this time. My thoughts scare me. I numb my brain again, slip away from reality. I let him dry me off and carry me to bed, where he will make love to my body under the sheets as I watch from a distant corner of the room. Can you help me? Frosty asks, looking frantically from side to side. Small-boned and large-breasted, she is bouncing on the balls of her feet. Her hair is unkempt and matted, and a thin layer of nervous sweat beads in her upper lip and brow. I unlock the chain on the door and let her in. Sure. What's the matter? I just need your help holding my arm. I can't find a vein. Can you just come over and help me? For a minute, just a minute, please. She begs. Her brown face looks like dry ashy wood and is wrenched in agony. Yeah, sure. I'm not supposed to leave the room, but okay. Let me get the key. Her eyes, deep wells of black ink, are deeply creased in pain, pitiful. I can't say no. I follow her quick pace, practically running to keep up with her. I hope John doesn't find out I'm helping her. She barrels through her door, pulls the chain across to lock it, and leads me to the built-in vanity, where her needle waits loaded and ready. Frosty is fixated, sweating profusely now. She grabs a belt lying handy on the chair and pushes her arm through the readied leather circle. Yanking back hard, she bites down on the loose strap with her teeth, contorting her face into a misshapen smile. She slaps the innermost part of her arm and picks up the needle. I watch in horror, stammer uncomfortably, Wah, what do you need me to do? Hold my arm. There. She points with her chin through the strap in her teeth. I race to do as I'm told and squeeze her arm tightly, cutting off the circulation so her veins bulge between my two hands. Frosty grunts and groans, digging into her skin with a bending needle, as I keep my grip secure. I want to throw up. Please, please, please. Let her find the right spot. I think, hoping she'll hurry. I am painfully sympathetic with my neighbor. I have seen her on the street at night, in that other evening world, usually smiling and throwing me a subtle wave. Tonight is different. She is so agonizingly desperate. Sweat and fear reek acrid and foul from every pore of her skin. Shit. She drops her arm and releases the belt. This isn't gonna work. Damn it. Grabbing the needle, she places it in her teeth and pulls off her shirt and bra. The belt dangling in her hand again, she does what I cannot believe and wraps it securely around one of her large breasts. I struggle to keep a sudden rush of vomit down. Here. Hold this. In a panic, she nods toward her chest, belt in her mouth, fingers slipping off her sweaty skin. Oh my god. Okay. Here. I scramble to help, finding it hard to keep a firm hold on her slippery breast. We wrestle with the large mound of flesh to keep it motionless enough to catch a vein that won't collapse. She's done this before. I notice. Blood runs profusely from the edge of the areola where Frosty continuously pokes her way to a working vessel. Then, in blessed release, she hits it. Her eyes roll to the back of her head, and she lets go of the belt. Splatters of crimson droplets spill a sinister-looking trail from the linoleum to the carpet until she finally puts her hand over the wound and collapses on the bed. She groans. My medicine. Can't go to work without my medicine. Her words float through the air, dreamy and buttery smooth. My face is flush with sweat and tears. I stand there awkward, not knowing what to do with myself. Frosty has forgotten I am here, she is drifting further away with the heroine. I clumsily grab a pile of cotton balls from the vanity and, sniffing back my tears, wipe up the drops of blood from the floor. How horrible and sad, and so close to home. Is this where John and I are headed? You okay now? I ask, standing at the foot of the bed and paying close attention to her breathing. Yeah, baby. You can go home now. Thank you, baby. She waves her one free arm loosely in the air. Hope you don't get in trouble for helping me, sweetie. I'll talk to him if you want me to. No. Thanks. It'll be okay, I'm gonna go now. You sure you're alright? Yeah, baby. I'm good. Frosty's got her medicine now. She's good, she says to the shadows on the wall, and I leave. John comes back late, around midnight, in a rotten mood. I can guess from the look of him that it is going to be a bad night, a night when no matter what I say or do, nothing is going to be right. The familiar apprehension over the brutal side of his presence washes over me, and I brace myself for the inevitable. Visually taking in the room as usual, he settles his hands into his briefcase. Where have you been? Fear seizes me. How did he know I went anywhere? I search the room for what clues might have given me away. I'll be in trouble if I lie. The black chick's place over there, I tell him, pointing out the window and trying to stay calm. She needed me to hold her arm 'cause she couldn't get the needle in by herself. John's head perks up. And did you help her? His voice carries an eerie tone. Yeah. I guess. She couldn't get it in her arm, so I helped her get it in her tit. It was really bad. Gross. She was shaking so hard. And did you do some too? He is tense, purposely staying calm. What? I'm taken off guard. I suspected he'd be mad that I went out without his permission, but I didn't think he would ask me that. And, no, I answer honestly. She needed help and begged me, John. Who was over there? The strain in his voice cracks, his temper hidden with more and more difficulty. I inch my way toward the door, afraid the violence is about to blow. Just her, and me, I mumble, hoping the path to the door will stay clear for an escape. John notices my moves. In an instant, he bolts for the door and intercepts my feeble jump for freedom, pinning me up against the wall. Where do you think you're going, huh? Back over to Frosty's. She introduce you to her pimp. Fucking tell me, bitch. You got a pimp now. His nose pushes into mine as he screams louder and louder, his face red, his mouth spraying me with spittle. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I gotta get out of here. He's out of his mind. Run. I gotta run. John. Stop. No. I yell at the top of my lungs. I want to be loud, loud enough that maybe someone outside will hear. Maybe Frosty will hear me and come and explain the truth to John. Unexpectedly, he lets me go. He puffs himself up like a rooster, confident that he has proven he's in charge. Then he turns his back and reaches for the brown briefcase that has fallen from the bed. Oh, good. I breathe. He didn't chain it. My eye is still on the door. He's gonna snap again, I know it. John is bending, busy picking up the pieces of the spilled pipe parts, and I see it, my chance to run. I bolt for the door. I make 5 or 6 long strides ahead of John out the door before he realizes I have actually broken free, but just as quickly he is up and running full force after me. I quickly scan the parking lot to see if there's anyone or anywhere I can run to for safety. There isn't. John is catching up to me, and I panic. The 7-Eleven. I race across traffic on Ventura Boulevard toward the green and red building on Tujunga and rush inside the double glass doors. Pushing frantically past a man and a woman at the entrance, I run to the back of the counter and jump behind the clerk at the cash register. Please, 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 I beg. He's gonna kill me. Help me, please. Help me. I clutch his shirt at the waist and pull him in front of me. He's out there. He's after me. Please help me. The clerk panics, nervously trying to turn to face me while I scoot around him, keeping him in front of me for safety. He sees my red, tear-stained face and the fingernail welts on my arms and then scans down to see that I am wearing only a large nightshirt and black sandals. He nods, satisfied that I am really in danger, and spreads his arms out to block anyone who might come close to us. There he is. The couple I crashed into yell out. He's standing by that car looking in. The guy points to John's figure slinking in the dark. Look. He's hiding. He's going behind the building. The couple and the clerk have jumped into the rescue. Call the police. The woman shouts. No, don't call the police. I cry. Suddenly I'm afraid of the police. They'll arrest me. I'll have to tell them about John and walking the streets, the drugs, and, oh God, no. Eddie Nash. A flood of tears pours out of me. Just take me to Glendale. Please. I have somewhere to go, but I only need a ride. Glendale. Can I get a ride to Glendale, please? The clerk raises his arms in the air helplessly. I can't leave the store, he explains honestly. I'd help you, but I can't leave. Oh God. He's gonna kill me. I can't go out there. Please. John is still lurking, poking his head in and out of the shadows of the side of the store, waiting to jump me. I know it. I can feel his ominous presence nearby. But this time I have some protection. The clerk and the young couple know it too. Where in Glendale do you need to go? The young man asks me, making a decision to help. His girlfriend locks eyes with him and nods. They are in their early 20s, sweet and clean-cut. They are also leery of me, and deep inside, I don't blame them. We saw him running after you and then run to the side of the building. Where can we take you? The woman adds. Glendale, 1012 East Acacia. I recite my old address. Thank you. The three of them, the clerk, man, and lady, form a barrier around me and walk me to the back seat of the couple's Volkswagen Beetle parked out front. John is nowhere to be seen now, but I can still sense the danger, that invisible angry threat that wears his face and lurks right around the corner. Nervously, the young man starts the car and takes off. Something scurries behind a dirty gray pickup truck. There he is. The lady yells. The car backs out onto Ventura Boulevard and peels away. I wipe my face, tears, mucus, and fear, on the bottom of my dirty, stained nightshirt, and I pray that Sharon will be home. Tap, tap, tap. My frozen knuckles knock painfully on the cottage door. Tap, tap, tap. Shivering, I keep a continuous plea on the painted white wood. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. My knocking flows steadily with the rhythm of my cold, shaking bones. I haven't seen Sharon for months, it seems longer, and I am horribly ashamed to face her again, especially like this. The sweet couple with the Volkswagen has just let me off in front of the courtyard. I assure them I will be all right. My friend Sharon is like a mom to me. She is always home, I tell them. They look worried, but agree. The street is empty, a soft buzzing noise hovers over the trees from the distant freeways. It must be after midnight. I feel the damp chill of the December fog soak through my skin and down to my bones. I pull my nightshirt to the front of my body, tightly clenching in as much body heat as I can with my arms, and crouch low on the dimly lit porch of my former home. Here I am, 19. Things aren't supposed to be like this. John and I aren't supposed to be like this, and Sharon, who is like family to me, is always supposed to be here. I will be 20 in exactly a week, and I'm not sure if I'll make it. Dear God, let her answer the door. I pray over and over in sync with my chattering teeth. I can hear the dogs prancing on the other side of the door. They know it's me and don't bark, only snort and sneeze and scratch in friendly anticipation. Thor. I wince. Thor's with John. God, I hope he doesn't hurt him. I have to stop knocking. My hand is too cold. So cold it seems if I knock one more time the bones in my hand will shatter. A light flickers on at the neighbor's cottage. Quickly, I duck. Oh shit. What am I doing? John's right. Sharon doesn't want me here. She'll just call the police. Then what will I do? The light goes out. Oh my God. It's cold. My teeth begin to chatter harder, uncontrollably, as I stay on the porch curled in a ball, my knees tucked tight under my nightshirt and my chin. Maybe I can find a warm spot to sleep here. The cold air is too much, too thick and damp and chill. There is no place warm to escape the frozen first night of winter. My body is in pain. I thought extreme cold was painless, but it's not, and I'm finally forced to lift myself off the freezing concrete porch. I tap on the door one last time, using as much strength as I can muster. This time the dogs bark. I hear a rustling come from the bedroom. I knock hard and fierce, then listen. The response is silence. She doesn't want me here, and I don't blame her. I tell myself. John's words of disgrace tear through my wounded self-esteem. God. What do I do? I have nowhere else to go. I can't go back to John. I hunker down again. Now my legs won't stop shaking back and forth, mechanical like a 50-cent horse ride outside of the supermarket. They won't hold still no matter how hard I try. God. I can't stop shaking. I have to move, have to get warm. I have no choice. I have to go back to John. Dejected and desperate to get out of the cold, I quietly step off of the porch and walk down Acacia to Glendale Avenue to stick my thumb out and hitch a ride back to John. Where you going? The Hispanic man asks with a broad grin from behind the wheel of his early 1970s model cream-colored Chrysler. I think Ventura Boulevard. My teeth still won't stop chattering. Near Laurel Canyon. My boyfriend and I have a room there, and I need to get back to him. He's waiting for me and will be real worried. Yeah, come on. Get in. He gestures for me to hurry to keep the cold out. I know where it is. Come on. I jump onto the front seat, keeping my arms across my chest. The driver has dark hair and an olive complexion and is dressed in black slacks and a white dress shirt. He makes a clicking sound with his cheek, as if he's annoyed. With a sideways glance he looks me up and down, but he says nothing about my attire. What's your name? I smell the alcohol billow from his breath and notice a slight slur. Don, I tell him. And yours? Don. C. He pauses. Jose. I triple E just came from a Christmas party and had a fight with my boss. So left. His slurring is becoming more pronounced. Oh, really? Where do you work? I ask, hugging myself tighter and remembering the date, December 22, near Christmas. He shoots an angry stare my way, letting me know he doesn't like my question, and takes another long moment to answer. Nordstrom. At the Galleria. He doesn't like me, I can sense it. Oh, I answer uncomfortably and decide not to ask any more. Slowly, I inspect the inside of the car. It has a dark interior. I can't quite tell the color, maybe a deep blood red. I notice it has power windows and long push-down door locks. They are up. Scanning down, I notice the control panel. Automatic locks. I note. He can control all the locks. Cautiously, I lean up against the car door and ever so slowly place my 2 fingers under the smooth, knobby lock, making it look like an attempt to keep warm. This guy is acting strange, and I want to make sure he can't lock me in. We drive in silence for a long time. John has neither allowed me to get my license nor given me directions anywhere, so I don't know whether we're going the right way. Even though my gut screams, this is wrong. I have to trust this stranger for the moment. We enter a freeway. You know Ventura Boulevard, right? I ask again. I'm getting more worried that I don't recognize the freeway we just got on. No. No. Shut up. He snaps. I gulp. Did he tell me to shut up? Paralyzing silence permeates the air, and my heart catches in my throat. Oh my God. This guy is angry. He's not going to take me to John. I push myself away from him against the side of the passenger door, using my body to cover my hand on the lock. Farther and farther we drive. My insides are screaming. He's going the wrong way. Houses seem to be fewer and farther between, and all I can think about is the hillside strangler, the trash bag murderer, and the girl on the news who got her arms chopped off while hitchhiking. In a drunken haze, the driver sees my fear and sneakily lowers his hand to fumble at the control panel, flipping the switch that will lock all the doors. I feel the tug of the lock between my fingers, while the audible click of the others snapping down echoes like a gunshot in my ears. I'll jump. I think, keeping a weird sense of calm at the idea. But where? He looks over at me and smiles. He thinks he has me trapped. Where are you taking me? Shut up, bitch. He snarls. He methodically frees one hand from the steering wheel and like a vice grip bolt grabs my throat. Shut up or I kill you. He squeezes tighter. Beating his hand from my neck with my free hand, I keep far away from him, never releasing my grip on the lock with my other. Okay. Okay, I choke. Stop. Stop. You. Shut up. Bitch. Okay. 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 Please stop. I beg. I need to get him to trust me. A voice from inside my head speaks plainly and clearly. He lets go. With a wicked smirk on his face, he puts his hand back in the steering wheel and keeps driving. Lights pass sporadically now, and I can see the silhouette of the mountains in the background. Please, please, I plead. I'll do anything you want. Just stop. Here, right here. I promise I won't tell anyone. I'll do whatever you want. I try to reason with him, soften him, hoping he will stop near enough to people that when I jump I'll see someone someplace near enough to run to. He pays no attention, as if he can't hear me, driving steadily onward as if he has someplace in mind. The air in the car grows heavier, dark, as if the deadly presence of evil has crept into every crevice of the car, and then I know. I know this man wants to kill me. Not just hurt me, like John, but kill me. He knows exactly what he's doing. Now the tears come, violent flooding tears, and I beg him for my life. Oh my God. Don't do this. Please. He turns his head to look me dead in the eye. He knows I know. In his eyes there is death. There is rape and violence and pain. In his eyes there is anger, boiling, seething hatred, and it twists his face into a mask like one my little brother wore one Halloween that scared me so bad, the mask of a killer. Shut up. He says one final time harshly. I can almost feel my neck snap. I obey. Counting every streetlight we pass, I try to calculate when to jump. I gotta do it now, before he takes me any farther. But he's going too fast. I gotta get him to slow down somehow. The houses and buildings are disappearing. On either side of the freeway there are only mountains, twinkling with a sporadic sprinkling of lights as we speed along. On the left I recognize the distant isolated glow of the Eternal Valley Memorial Park. Jenna. That's where Jenna is buried. The upper desert. Oh no. He's taking me to the upper desert. The speed of the car is too fast. There are no more buildings now. The only streetlights left are near the periodic off-ramps. Traffic is sparse, and things look bad. I have to get him to pull over, and then I'll jump. Up ahead is an on-ramp with another lone streetlight. But as we approach, I see something different, a second light. A small building maybe. Maybe someone is there. I have to try now. This is my last chance. Please, mister. Please. Just pull over, and I'll do anything you want. Anything. He turns to look at the side of the road, nods, seemingly satisfied, and slows to pull over. The car comes to a stop. Bracing myself, I lean my full body weight into the door and pull the handle. Whoosh. The door opens. Instantly, his head whips around and just as quickly he stomps on the gas. The car lunges forward. The door flies open. My head snaps back and forth with an invisible slamming force. As if in a vice grip, my hands are glued onto the door handle, holding on for dear life. I dangle there, hovering stretched out over racing asphalt and gravel, long enough to catch my breath. Then, in a split-second decision, I let go. Over and over I roll, blinded by my momentum on the pitch-black pavement that burns hot into my skin and crunches rock into bone. Like a cat that's fallen from several stories above, I land on my feet, wind whipping my hair in my face. I run full speed toward the just-passed on-ramp. For a moment I can't believe I am really able to run, and not just run, but race like I'm going for the finish line in the 300-yard dash in 7th grade. Peering down I see I have lost one of my black sandals and both my knees are bleeding. I turn to look behind me. The white blob of the car is parked on the side of the road, and he is running after me. A huge rush of adrenaline surges through my body and, with superhuman strength, I double my pace. 18-wheelers fly past, honking along, eerie, banshee scream, a car or two whiz by. My arms are frenzied flags, but no one stops. I turn to look behind me once again, and gasp. The car's still there, but he's gone. He couldn't have made it back to his car in that little time. Oh God, no. He's in the bushes. My pace quickens, air rushes hot in and out of my lungs, pushing me forward. I make it to the freeway on-ramp and my only hope, that second light. No. Please no. It's a utility box. No. My heart falls. Then I hear him. Twigs and branches snap just a few feet away. He's right behind me. I gasp and keep running down the ramp for something, anything. Suddenly lights, bright, blinding lights, flash like a searchlight. 2 of them. Can those be headlights? Yes. A car. I jump, I don't care, in front of the oncoming vehicle, waving my arms like a lunatic in distress. A small, light blue Ford Fairlane slows to a moving stop. I dash to the passenger side and bang wildly on the window. An elderly woman, shaking and nervous, rolls her passenger side window down a few short inches. Please. Please, I plead breathlessly. There's a man behind me in the bushes. He's trying to kill me. Please take me to the police. Please. He's right behind me in the bushes. The woman visibly trembles. Looking back and forth from me to her husband, she has no idea what to do. Crack, snap, rustle, rustle. The noises from the brush are right behind me. Open the door. Hurry. Open the door. He's behind her. The elderly man in the driver's seat shouts urgently. He's right behind her. Hurry. The lady fumbles for the lock, her gnarled fingers pulling deftly at the handle. The door swings open, and I scramble into the backseat, a rush of wind pushing me in with the slamming of the car door. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I weep with relief, my body convulsing with the flow of adrenaline that still courses through my veins. There he is. The gray-haired man shouts, stepping on the gas and barreling onto the freeway. Let's get out of here. We saw a guy chasing her on the side of the freeway, so we turned around to see if we could help, the old man reports to the police. I sit trembling, in shock, clutching a scratchy wool blanket an officer has handed me. My elbows, knees, and back are bleeding from my fall out of the car. The bottom of my shoeless foot is bruised and swollen, and skin is missing from the top of my big toe. I have already told the police everything that happened, everything except the part about John beating me and sending me out on the street. We just had an argument. He pushed me a little, and I wanted to go to my friend's house. You're a lucky girl. The officer at the desk taps his pen on the stack of papers in front of him. Truckers saw you but couldn't stop, so they called it in. We had someone on the way, but it only takes a few seconds for something really bad to happen. Like I said, you're a lucky girl. Now, where can we take you? Your family's not in California, right? No. No family here. To your boyfriend's then. Maybe he's calmed down by now. Okay. Yeah. To my boyfriend's room, please. I guess that's okay, I stammer. I am exhausted and again have nowhere else to go. John, I call out in my head. John. I just want you to hold me like you used to. Hold me in your arms and keep me safe. Please don't be mad anymore. Please, John. My God, I was almost killed. I watch the desert sun rise outside a gray cement window behind the officer's desk and realize how I nearly missed seeing this morning. This very light could have found me lying dead in the thick dry brush on the side of the freeway. Nothing can be worse than this. I'm sure of it. The police car pulls up next to the Chevy Malibu in front of the warped and water-stained orange door to our room. One of the officers knocks while I wait in the backseat. I hear Thor barking and get excited. Moments later, John sleepily opens the door, shirtless, scratching the shaggy curls on his head. The officer speaks to him briefly, then gives his partner a nod. Thanks, officers, John calls brightly, waving with his other arm tucked around me protectively. Their car pulls off, and John guides me inside. I sit on the bed, wanting to lie down and sleep. Thor sweetly dances for my attention, hopping about like a Mexican jumping bean. Hey, little guy, I bend to pick him up and kiss his little cheek. My goodness, Thor. You sure have started to turn white. I think about what I will see if I look in the mirror. John is in the bathroom taking a pee. The toilet flushes, and I look up to greet him with a faint smile. He says nothing. John, shut up. I freeze. No. No. My mind screams. This isn't what he's supposed to say. No. God. Not again. I have no strength. No energy left to fight. No heart to battle what I know, but can't believe, is coming once again, John's violent hand. Before his body strikes mine, I close my eyes and curl into a ball, covering my head. Over and over, his fists hit my back, sides, and neck. For the first time ever, I hear Thor growl at Jon and I catch a glimpse of the small champion charging at his flailing hands. I barely raise my head in time to see Thor's tiny body hit the wall, give a breathless yelp, and slide lifeless to the floor. Slipping off the bed, I try to crawl where Thor lies in a puddle where he fell, then I feel the swift kicks of Jon's boot ram into my ribs. Like a child about to rest in her mother's arms, I curl into a fetal position again while Jon yells like a crazy man, "A stranger! You were asking for it, weren't you? You wanted him to rape you. You little whore." The battering continues over and over into my right rib cage till I hear a snap. And then I block all pain from my mind, leaving nothing but the thudding sound of his boot reverberating against my side. I don't know how long it lasts or when it stops. I only remember relief when I hear the door slam behind him, the car start up and drive off. Squeezing my eyes shut, I want to disappear, I want the world to go away. The cruelty, the violence, I don't understand any of it. I am hurt. I know it, but I'm not going to look at my body. Never get up, never move again. I tell myself, forcing down the pain. I wish myself into hopeless oblivion, pressing deeper into a fetal ball, never wanting to see the world again. A strange shivering warmth touches my cheek, lightly, delicately, timidly at first. Then with more persistence, the warmth pushes again until the shivering furry face presses so hard and intense that I have no choice but to roll my face toward it. A thick veil of sweat and blood-drenched hair is stuck to my cheek, covering my eyes. I try to lift my head to see and let out a moan. The warmth presses harder, more desperate into me, and I open my eyes. Blurred, and through strands of sodden hair, I see him. Thor. I feel my heart take a beat again, and tears spill onto the old, filthy carpet. It is Thor. He is alive and in pain, crawling on his belly over to see if I am all right. He licks my tears and wags his tail, snuggling under my long, matted hair, reminding me, like an angel, that I am loved and not alone. We both lie close, burrowed unmoving into each other, until we eventually fall asleep. Chapter 13. My name is Dawn. La, 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 la. Pretty bird. Oh, you poor thing. The thorny cage. Prick your wing. La, la. Pretty bird. Poor thing. Flapping about. On one crippled wing. La, la. Don't feel so pretty. Sorry thing. Smell the sweets. But can't reach your swing. La, la. Pity bird. Withering. Surprised no one hears. You thought you could sing. La, la. So sad. Pretty bird. Dead thing. My poetry comes dark, full of self-loathing. How could it be anything else? Once I was a queen in his arms, beautiful and prized, now I'm alone and broken like an old discarded doll. My mind, my only sanctuary, is no longer safe. I stay very still, afraid to sit straight because of the stabbing pain in my ribs. My head slumps over onto my chest as I stare numbly from my paper on the bed to a long, red welt on the inside of my leg. I feel sad, tired, and old, ancient, in fact. I get it now. I tell myself. I finally get it. If I don't resist, he won't hit me anymore. Thor, my little hero, stays glued to my side. Little man, little man. I speak to him silently with my eyes. How is it you can keep me caring about anything? You're so sweet. I stroke his wrinkled, worried brow and flash briefly on the rainy day when John and Sharon let me bring him home for the first time. Nestled in my arms under the warmth of my Mexican poncho, his tiny, shivering, hairless body ached to be loved with every ounce of his being, and we bonded instantly. Yes, we are still kindred spirits, aren't we, boy? He closes his eyes. When John comes back late in the evening, I am in bed and the room is dark. Keeping the lights off, he undresses in a few swift moves, crawls under the covers, and quickly turns his back to me. Thor and I lie motionless. God, please don't let him touch me. I cringe as he rolls onto his side. Thankfully, he doesn't, and instead acts as if his feelings are hurt, covering us in a blanket of silence. In the morning, John continues to mope, banging around the shabby rented room with loud noises and jerks. A stained chair falls against the splintered desk and over onto the floor. Slowly, he becomes aware he has no audience and registers my mental absence, the severity of my injuries. Through his creased and bloodshot eyes, John sees I'm not moving in my trips to the bathroom or labored, I'm bent over in pain. My own eyes, though swollen, tell me he is out of dope again. Half-assed, he tests me to see if I am faking, casually asking me to hand him an ashtray or a match. Ignoring him, I tell him flatly, my ribs are broken, John. He locks eyes with mine and, for one desperate moment, looks frightened and lost. We both know from the gleaned medical knowledge we picked up from Sharon that there is nothing you can do for broken ribs except to keep them immobile enough to heal. I might be stuck here. I tell myself as I turn my back on him. But he doesn't have to be important to me anymore. In the days that follow, John realizes how badly he has beaten me and is apologetic, loving, even doting again. He's really scared. I can sense it and am curious at his vulnerability. As with every other time when an episode of abuse ends and he finally comes down from his high, remorse consumes him. But this time the reality of how close he came to killing me strikes a twisted sense of panic in him. He brings Thor and me food, gives me Valium to help me sleep through the pain, and carries me to the bathroom when I need it. He is nervous and jumpy. He tries to crack awkward jokes, hoping I will respond with something, a smile or a nod, some gesture that will relieve his terrible mounting guilt. He looks like a gangly monkey. I note, still not connecting him to anyone familiar. John kneels down beside me on the bed, reaches for my arm, and begins massaging. Baby. He chokes and moves in to hold me. I love you. His head presses hard against my chest, and he melts down into my lap with a groan when he realizes I'm not responding as I always have when he's said those words to me. He knows those are the words that move me. It is the love I live for that he manipulates. I freeze and then robotically touch a curl of his dirty blonde hair that lies needy. He is more like an unkempt stray dog in my lap than a man I love. An audible sigh escapes him as he wraps his body around me, thinking my resistance has softened, careful not to disturb my ribs. I allow him to draw me a bath and brush the tangles from my hair, hiding the clumps that he has pulled out, as if I can't see. Putting on his best performance, John moves in to make love to me. I let him guide me through the motions, my arms and legs lifeless, limp like straw. He pours desperate kisses over my naked skin, across my breasts, down my sunken belly. His eyes are closed, and his mouth is pursed tight as he displays for me his erotic movie face. I stare at him as if he's a stranger. His pounding slaps the headboard above me, sounding oddly like distant hammering, until he is sweaty and spent, holding me as if we have made passionate love. Thor, who once loved and trusted Jon with all his little might, now moves warily from him, jumping in fear at every move he makes. Jon makes an effort to try and be gentler and more playful until, nervously, Thor complies. His tiny legs dance half-heartedly, like a run-down wind-up toys. Jon knows he has broken more than bones this time. He seems aware that he has fractured the most innocent of hearts and with feeble, stumbling attempts, tries to pick up the shattered pieces. I can tell from Jon's movements that he will be going out again soon, and he is trying to make it okay by being overly nice and fussing over me. My stomach tightens when I see the signs that the insanity is about to begin all over again. I keep ignoring him, though. I don't believe any of his lies anymore, and they are all lies. I am actually glad to have what I guess will be at least a couple days alone. I'll be back as soon as I can, baby, he says, sweating and looking like he can't stand to be in his own skin. He bends down to kiss me goodbye. I recoil at his gesture of intimacy. Don't kiss me on the mouth. I turn my cheek toward him instead. He backs up, sadness flashing in his eyes for a moment, then without hesitation he shrugs it off, grabs his briefcase, and walks out the door. As the car chokes then sputters off, my stomach unwinds. I'm relieved that he is finally gone. Then panic seizes me. Did I let my guard down too far? The thought that he might be outside shoots me off the bed like a bolt of lightning, and I run for the window. Snap. The loud sound like a breaking tree branch reverberates inside me. Oh, my ribs. I cry out into the darkened room, doubling over in pain from the re-breaking of my bones. Falling against the window, I clutch awkwardly at the sill and push off toward the bed, not daring to breathe. I drop onto the slippery polyester spread, pop a Valium, and try not to think about the burning fire in my side, the searing pain in my heart, or the fact that tonight is Christmas Eve. Jon comes back the next morning, just before checkout time, high as a kite. Come on, baby. We gotta get out of here. He is frantic and reeks of sour sweat. Shit. I think, rolling over onto my good side to try to shake the Valium off. Reluctant to leave my dream state for the reality of being with Jon, I lie perfectly still, until the clamor of the midday traffic forces its bleak way into the room. I keep my eyes squeezed shut anyway. Then the memory that it is Christmas comes over me, and for a brief moment a dream appears, a tiny hope. Maybe, just maybe, we will go home and see Sharon today and have some kind of celebration. A welcome image appears behind my resistant eyelids. It is our old house, Jon's, Sharon's, and mine. The door is open, beckoning. Our once treasured red stockings glisten with the gold of our names. Jon, Sharon, and Dawn. They hang over the stone fireplace behind a slightly crooked Scotch pine decorated to the brim with the bright and silly ornaments we've collected over the years. Light burns its way in, disrupting the warmth of my fantasy and forcing me to open my eyes. Jon's face is sweaty. He is biting his lip and, with one look at him, I feel my dreams wash away. It doesn't look like he got much from Eddie. I notice, disheartened. I roll out of bed, stiff and sore, trying to be careful not to shift my ribs again. Eddie has been strict with John ever since he bailed him out of jail. Their relationship has changed on another level as well. John doesn't act confident, like the favorite child, anymore. Does Eddie still trust John? I wonder. He looks dope sick every time he comes back from a run at Eddie's, ever since that night. When Eddie Nash gets mad, John gets very scared. We owe him, John keeps repeating, but the money isn't the only pressure he gets from the house on Dona Lola Drive. Eddie wants to know who that other voice on the phone was, the one who referred to him as John's brother. John grabs up our things from around the room and begins throwing them into plastic bags. Take a shower before we go. It may be a while before we get another room. Here we go again. I think with a sinking heart. I don't want to know anything else, and I do as I am told. Gingerly I move to make my way to the bathroom, mildly surprised that my body is feeling better. I watch hypnotically the steaming water cascade over the diminished bruise marks on my side, running my hand slowly down the length of my ribs. My fingers fumble around a large circle of calcium that is forming over the break, keeping me sorely aware that my injuries are real. John has my clothes set out on the bed. Jeans, tennis shoes, and an oversized gray University of Oregon sweatshirt. Put this on, he says as if he's talking to an assistant. Again, I do as I am told. Happy to be wearing warm clothes, I sit on the edge of the bed and, with difficulty, comb my long, wet hair. John packs the rest of our things in the car and comes in to sit next to me on the bed. He opens his briefcase and uneasily lights the pipe, baking the sides of the stem to melt down the brownish residue that clings to the glass. He manages a large cloud of smoke and uncharacteristically puts the pipe to my lips. Here. Suck. He offers me the first pull of freebase. I draw the billowing smoke into my lungs, feeling the stab of my right side catch my breath and stop me halfway. I choke back air, squeeze my eyes shut, and fall on the bed to search for that blissful numbing oblivion when John, anxious for some of the high, reaches down to suck my breath into his. Is that good, baby? He asks after a while. I don't answer, only barely nod. Without a sound, John closes his briefcase, helps me up, and escorts me to the waiting car. Latching onto what bit of high I can, I try to stay numb but can't resist stealing a final peek over at Frosty's door and whispering a silent goodbye. Good luck. On the side of the road off of Dona Pegida, a street near Dona Lola Drive, John finds a vacant spot under a thick patch of eucalyptus trees. He parks the Malibu, sets up his brown Samsonite briefcase between us, and lights the pipe, once again melting down the darkened resin from the glass and the screens. The glass reddens with the heat and looks ready to explode as he attempts to drain every drop of the drug from a bone-empty pipe, this time blowing only gases of burnt screen ash into my mouth. So this is Christmas. I say to myself flatly as I watch John manipulate the pipe. What did I expect? My body begins to hurt again. I am moving around more than I should and the drugs, what little there are, have worn off. I desperately want to be numb again, and watching John's frantic scrapings of the pipe only makes it worse. I turn away from him, lay my head back against the sticky vinyl car seat, and stare at the grimy headliner. He wants to see you, John finally says to me, not looking up, and spits a piece of tobacco from his mouth. My heart pumps loudly at his words. WH, who? Nash, he says, using Eddie's last name. He spits again. I say nothing. We got no choice. He wants to meet you. Me. Why, John? My voice is panicked. He wants to know who called him that night I was arrested. I look at John in disbelief, remembering that night, the claustrophobic narrowness of the phone booth and the way my body shook when I spoke with the heavily accented drug lord. He'll kill you and dump your body in the desert. Don't fuck up. He'll kill you. If he asks you your name, don't tell him. Don't tell him anything. He'll kill you. John's warnings are still very clear in my head. Who did you tell him I was, John? At first I didn't tell him anything, baby, but he got pissed off. Then the fucker stopped paying me for deliveries. His fist hits the steering wheel. He's starting to not trust me, doesn't think I'm loyal if I don't tell him. He angrily looks down at the exhausted bass pipe. Now he's real mad, baby, and I tried not to say anything, but he wants to meet you. No. John. Who did you tell him I was? I ask again, mortified that he is planning to take me to meet Nash, Eddie Nash. Baby, baby. John turns to hold my hand. Baby, he murmurs. I am crying now. Streams of tears run down my face. John brushes them away, holds my chin, and looks me dead in the eye. You're my niece, from Oregon. You're 18. I'm 19, John, I correct, interrupting his cold tutorial. Tell him you're 18 and your birthday is in a few days. He'll be generous. Oh my God, he's serious. I sob. Tell him you're a nursing student from Portland. Tell him. Blocking out the noise of his words, I let his voice trail off. I watch as his mouth fervently continues to move, but no sound registers. His face squints and frowns in animation, yet I hear nothing. It feels safe here within my tears. He grabs my arms and shakes me. Are you listening? He'll kill you. If you don't get this right, he'll kill you. He'll cut your head off. And your body will be dumped in the desert with the rest of them, and believe me, no one will ever find you. I am listening. John! Exclamation mark quote. I shout, halting his familiar torrent of fear. What is my aim? Quote. Gabrielle. Your name is Gabrielle. There's a long silence. John's face twists as if he is going to cry, until I acknowledge him with a curt nod and lower my head. Thank you. Thank you, baby, he gushes, kissing my face all over. It's just work, baby, right? It doesn't mean anything. Just a job, okay. He pulls me in close, then gets dead serious. He's no one to fuck with, baby. He'll offer you drugs. You can't let him know you know how to smoke bass. Tell him you only tried it once before, and ask him to show you how to hold the pipe. He'll like that. John nods, seeming to agree with his own plan, and runs his fingers nervously through his greasy curls. Now listen carefully. Are you listening? Yeah, I'm listening. There will be a bodyguard at the door, a big black dude. He's one mean fuck. Don't talk to him. He'll show you into the living room and ask you if you want anything. Say no. I nod and absently roll my tongue over the peeling skin on my cracked lips. The bodyguard will leave you there, in the living room, probably for a long time. If you see anything, anything at all, coke, money, jewelry, don't touch it. Don't touch anything. Do you hear me? Nything! Exclamation mark quote. I understand, John. He jerks me toward him, eyes glare like cold blue steel. I mean it. There are two-way mirrors all over the house, even the bathrooms. If you touch anything, I mean anything, you are a dead girl with her arms cut off. I am scared. What if I mess up? Oh God, what if he can tell I've done drugs before? Fear turns my blood icy. Eddie Nash kills people, and John's selling me out. And if he asks if you have a boyfriend, tell him, yeah, you have one back at school, but he doesn't mean anything to you, mostly a friend. All I can hear is the thrumming of my heartbeat in my ears. I want to block out his voice, I wish he would just shut up. Stick to talking about nursing, Don. You know, the way you learned from Sharon, and play dumb with everything else. John finally connects with the fear in my eyes. Don't worry, baby. Just do everything like I said, and it will be okay. Eddie will see that he can trust us again, and then everything will be alright, baby. We won't have to do this anymore. He'll let me do the big runs again. Okay, baby, okay. Us. I think sarcastically and wonder how else I fit into his scheme. John turns the ignition and grabs the charred pipe for one last, desperate pull of dope. He lets the flame go long against the translucent glass, till the heat is unbearable and he can hold down on the striker no longer, his finger black with soot. He curls his lip, throws his head back, and lets out a stream of hot, colorless butane. I can tell there's nothing left to smoke, but I have no shame. I want to disappear and can't stop the urge to taste the pipe, hoping desperately that John will offer me a turn. Instead, he slams the briefcase shut and puts the car in gear. We backtrack our way down the road toward the Dona Lola cul-de-sac. This time John deliberately parks in front of the white stucco ranch-style house. The Christmas lights hanging from the gutters of Eddie's massive roof flicker on, and I remember again what day it is. Am I supposed to be a Christmas present? I wonder dryly. I robotically look down at myself and notice the clothes he laid out for me to wear. University of Oregon, how long has he been planning this? John gives me a nervous once-over, making sure I look my part, and then scans the other houses on the street for an all-clear. Come on. He's waiting. He opens his door, keeping his distance to shake off any kind of familiarity that could make it look like we are a couple. I straighten up and follow the haunting echo of John's boots against the concrete footpath, over the valley, and into the twilight, up to the colossal brass knocker of Eddie Nash's front door. As John described, a large black man opens the door and lets us in. He's wearing a thick gold necklace and matching bracelet. Eddie here. John twitches. John. Yeah. Wait here, the man at the door commands firmly and points at a space inside the door. We stand in the front entranceway as he disappears far into a back room. The lights in the house are dim, as if the occupants might be ready for bed, except for a glaring light that comes from our left. In front of us sprawls a formal dining room adorned with an elaborately carved table and chairs upholstered with plush velvet seats that stand in majestic formation. An enormous coat of arms hangs from the wall and casts an ominous shadow across the well-polished table. I sneak a glance over at John and see he looks worried and is pacing his breath to not look as if he is jonesing. I take my cue and do the same. The hulking man returns. Okay, folks. Eddie will be a little while. She can wait for him in the living room. He gestures toward the darker side of the house and gives a half-cocked smile. John, you can go. He places his body between us, edging John back toward the door. Come back in the morning. He waves him out. John's brow creases as he darts a worried look my way, then turns to leave without a word and without a glance back. This way, hun, the man says, changing his expression to a friendly smile. Can I get you anything to drink? He leads me to the right into a huge, sunken living room, where a man and woman stand together speaking melodically in some Middle Eastern language. Their conversation halts as we approach. They are both dark-featured, but the younger woman is taller, striking, as she casts a hardened gaze with her large almond eyes. The gentleman, dressed in what looks like a maroon bathrobe, cracks a smile. You must be John's niece, he says politely and cocks his head. I grin and nod nervously. There is an uncomfortable silence as they continue to scrutinize me. This is my daughter. We are just saying good night. He reaches over to place something small into her palm and kiss her fondly on each cheek, mumbling again the strange notes of their language. In her black, flowing shift, she walks past me as if she's gliding on ice, with a demeanor just as cold. Can I get you anything to drink? The black man interrupts, taking the lead again and guiding me into the sunken living room, allowing the gentleman to disappear behind the bodyguard's massive build. He walks me through the grand room and gestures for me to have a seat on an expansive, deep red velvet sofa. Before me, the ornate brass and glass coffee table immediately grabs my attention. A solid gold Rolex, a fully loaded money clip, and remnants of cocaine in full view send my heart pounding. No. I'm fine. Thank you, I say, barely able to speak and trying hard not to stare at the table. I pry my eyes away and am stunned by my gaunt reflection coming from across the room in an elaborate gold-framed mirror that covers almost the entire wall. That's the two-way mirror John told me about. I sit up tall and pull a loose strand of stringy hair behind my ear. The room appears enormous now, as if every picture and piece of furniture has its eyes on me. I break into an anxious sweat and force every muscle in my body to maintain a perfectly nonchalant appearance. As if he didn't hear me, the bodyguard comes back with a glass of water and sets it down. It'll just be a while. You don't mind waiting, do you? He asks, giving a hard sideways glance at me and the table. No. Thank you, I say politely, and he leaves. I take a drink and sit back, wringing my hands to keep them occupied, and I conspicuously look everywhere, except at the table. A nearby clock ticks tortuously slow. What seem like hours pass. My bones ache from the tense stiffness of my posture, and my gut churns from hunger and the need for drugs. As the twilight turns to blue, then the deepest shades of black, I am finally called in to see Eddie Nash. Escorted to a back bedroom in silence, I am announced and stand frozen at the door. The same small, dark, curly-haired man I met in the living room sits on the side of the bed, his maroon bathrobe lying open, his bikini underwear exposed. He smiles seductively when he sees that I notice his appearance, and he raises his face. Come. Come on. His accent is thick, and he waves me in. I walk toward him, eyes engaged with his round, bulgy, bloodshot ones. His stare pierces through me, and I jolt at the flash of callousness I see. You need anything, your name again. D. Gabrielle. I've waited so long I've almost slipped up and forgotten the name John has chosen for me. Eddie catches on and shoots me a mean look. Sit, he tells me and pats the bed next to him. He reaches over to lift a large water pipe from his bedside table and places a fat rock of yellowish freebase on the screen. Sit down, he insists and points to the floor this time. So, you're a college student. 18, eh? I'm 18. I'll be 19 in a few days, I tell him as I kneel down on the floor at his feet. Eddie looks me over intensely, watching my eyes as he moves the pipe from one hand to the next. An ominous air charges the room. He turns his attention to the side table and picks up a small propane torch. Do you, like this stuff? It's a test. My mind screams. Act cool. But I am helpless. With every ounce of strength in me, I try to feign innocence, yet my body is fixating, my mouth watering, all for a taste of the drugs paraded before me. I know Eddie sees me. Well, I don't know, is that cocaine stuff you can smoke? I think I've tried it. Once. I think. Eddie raises his eyebrows at my rambling and gives me a leering nod. Then he lights the torch and begins to melt the rock down, rolling it from side to side till it is completely dissolved. Quickly he dives in to pull on the pipe and suck the thick brown smoke off the bubbling water. He holds the smoke in his lungs and looks over at me. Instinctively I rise up to be ready to take his exhale. He pulls away, surprised, and releases a cloud around my face. You know how to do this. I realize I have messed up again and shake my head. God, I'm doing terrible. Come here. He holds the pipe to my mouth and heats the stem. I lean toward him, purposefully trying to make my movements look awkward. This time the ache in my rib cage makes it easy for me to appear new at handling the pipe. Eddie notices and falls into his high, relaxed. I draw in the dense smoke and almost choke. Eddie smiles at my weakness. Then I make a final mistake. When inhaling the smoky cocaine, I suck in my breath and hold in the hit the way John taught me, the way a pro would. Eddie's head snaps up, and he glares hard in my direction. Oh no. I blew it. He knows this isn't my first time. He knows I'm lying. Panic seizes me as I quickly release the hit and steal a peek at him. Face stone cold, a man in total control, he watches my reaction. The room begins to whir, and my head starts spinning. My stomach lurches into my throat, and I think I'm going to be sick. He's watching everything you do. John's words swirl in my head. But I can't help it. I have to lie down. I feel like I'm going to pass out. I let my guard down and fall back in the bed. What's happening? What is this stuff? The voice in the back of my head yells out. Oh God. Is this heroin? Everything hums, and I can't focus beyond 2 feet away. Covering my face, I can hear a steady laugh, Eddie's, float past my body into the background. I brace myself to see him, but the door slams shut and the laughing stops instead. Sitting up through the fog of numbness, I try to understand what is going on. Did he say something? I wonder. I try to bring my eyes into focus and look around the room. The drugs and pipe are still on the nightstand, and the closet next to it is ajar. John told me about the safe being in the floor of his closet. Oh shit. I'm being tested again. Don't look at anything, Don. Don't look at anything. I tell myself frantically. If he's not here, he's mad. Oh God. I don't want to end up in the desert. Please. I hold on to the side of the bed, keeping my balance and gazing downward. Just don't look at anything. I chant in my head, over and over and over, for hours. The groan of the bedroom door tells me someone is finally here. I look up from my drug paralysis, my vision cloudy and blurred. I hear steady mumbling and see a shadow approach me, then loom overhead. A hand reaches down to pull me up and guide me onto the bed, laying me slowly in my back. My clothes are pulled off, and instantly I am self-conscious, bruises cover my body. An image, the outline of a dark-haired man, stands before me. He casts off the maroon blur of his robe, and his face comes closer to mine. This time it is real. He is here, next to me. I cringe as I feel his breath on my neck, then my cheek, and register the lack of compassion in his eyes. He knows I am helpless, and he takes obvious pleasure in me and even in my fear. But I can close my eyes, I can still disappear, and I gratefully vanish. It is barely morning when John raps on the door to pick me up. The bodyguard returns and gets me from Eddie's room, where I have been waiting alone. Acting nervous and jumpy, as usual, John leads me out onto the front pathway. My head is in a fog. Can I see him, man? John begs, referring to Eddie. No, John, his booming voice fires back firmly. He said call him later. You got everything he wants to give you. The figure stands defensively, as if to say, that's it. We walk silently to the waiting Malibu. My eyes squint from the rising sun. John's jaw is clenched, pulsating. Is he mad? I wonder vaguely as I count every step closer to the safety of the car and farther away from Eddie Nash. Briefly relieved once we turn onto Laurel Canyon, I face reality in only a moment. I am shaking and hollow inside. The daylight hurts every part of me, and I don't want to think. Please, God, keep everything out. Drained, I slump down in my seat. What happened? John snaps as we continue driving. What? I ask, dazed, then realize he must want me to recap the night. I begin. First the bodyguard. No. I mean what happened? John's veins bulge at his temples, and his nostrils flare. I look at him in disbelief. He is mad. Oh my God. What do you mean, John? I'm telling why. S. Mac. The back of his hand hits me hard across my mouth. No, I scream. No. Desperately, I scramble for the door. I'll jump, like I did before. I'll jump. My mind instructs me. Not again. This can't happen again. John sees me fumble for the handle and reaches over to roughly grab my hair at the scruff of my neck. You're not going anywhere. He only paid me half of what he promised. Now, tell me, what the fuck happened? What did you do? He whips my head back and forth. I am trapped. John is stronger than me, and he knows I will try to run. I can't speak. Fear paralyzes me. I feel my lips swell from his backhanded blow and the steel force tug of his hand at my neck, and I start crying. Then, as if I'm standing outside of myself, I only register the distant monotone howl of my voice. No, the cries shriek through my being, blocking everything. When consciousness returns to me, I am under the covers in the bed of another dark, run-down motel room. I know what John did, but strangely I see it as only a memory of what happened, as if I weren't there, as if I left my body. I take a mental inventory of myself. And my ribs. John is sitting in the corner of the room at the table, naked and sucking frantically at the freebase pipe. It seems the more he does, the less high he gets. But that's not the way he sees it. This isn't even the good shit. He cringes, sweat pouring down the side of his face. What the fuck? I bury my head farther under the covers. What day is this? How long have we been here? I try to get oriented. John keeps mumbling curses at the pipe as I tap into the memories of his brutal interrogation of my night at Eddie's. This time he was careful not to touch my ribs. God, why not? I think. Why doesn't he just end it for me? John didn't get paid what he thought he was going to get, and Eddie is letting him know he isn't stupid, at my expense. Getting busted that night at the Holiday Inn opened up a can of worms that John hoped would never be opened. Me. Now John is vulnerable. I know everything personal about him, his family, Sharon, where they live. Everything. I know exactly what he has been keeping secret, and that scares him. John sees firsthand that Eddie is powerful, enough to get what he wants if he thinks something is being hidden from him. In this game, John holds only bluff hands and he has already played them all with Eddie. All except for me. I am the ace up his sleeve, the last one who will stay loyal, he hopes, and by force if necessary. But all I want to do is die. Get up, he orders, snapping his briefcase shut. Eddie wants to see you again. Oh God. I am going to die, aren't I? My heart skips a beat, and I lie motionless. Get up, he commands again, whipping the covers off of me. And this time do. Exactly. Like I told you. It'll be fucking New Year's in a few days, and I don't want to have to search for a body in the desert. The desert. He means me, dead in the desert. New Year's, in a few days, I think numbly, and I quietly obey. Then it has to be around December 29, my birthday. How old am I? Oh yeah, 20. Going to Eddie's again. I think it's my birthday. The ideas don't connect to anything familiar in my mind. As alien as my name anymore. My name. Suddenly, black envelops me. The chugging noise of John's engine keeps the darkness constant, and the smell of exhaust fills the tiny space. Air. I've got to have air. I press my nose close to the left wheel well, where the only light in this suffocating place comes up through a small hole. I can see the speckled gray of the pavement and the tire spinning below, yet all I can think of is breathing, staying alive in the trunk of this car. Chapter 14. The Queen of Spades. N. New Year's Day has come, and gone. After the second time at Eddie's, John questions me again. As before, I mechanically give him step-by-step replays of everything that happened and, devoid of any emotion, suffer through his abuse. I feel sick to my stomach mostly and stay comfortable in the shroud of sadness I have befriended. Eddie likes to smoke speedballs, John tells me. Heroin and cocaine combined. I know I am feeling the effects of something different. Heroin. My mind, remembering Frosty, screams a warning. This is next. I know it. This is where we are headed. My senses recoil. We hole up in another motel until a particular morning about a week past New Year's when John checks us out and loads our things into the car again. The January air is crisp, and daylight glares bright against the metal from the cars on the street. So this is 1981. I think, looking to the sky for signs that this new year might bring a change for the better. I can barely walk, my body hurts so badly, and I am thin as a rail. Food. I know I need food, but it is almost as if I have forgotten what it tastes like or how to forage for any. Approaching the now run-down Chevy, I stop in my tracks. John. Wait. I don't want to go. I stand frozen in the parking lot. I want to go away. I want to leave. Please. Where do you think you can go? I told you Sharon doesn't want you around anymore. Oh. I get it. You think you can go to your mother's. What makes you think she wants anything to do with you either? John has said all these things before. Many times, repeatedly. I don't care anymore. I just want it all to end, one way or another. One more step toward the car will only prolong my agony. Something has to give. I want to try and call her. I just want to see if she'll send me a bus ticket. Maybe she will. Let me go. Please. I can't go with you. I can't, John. I can't go with you anymore. I sob pitifully, hoping to be released. John looks offended and then scans the parking lot for anyone who might overhear us. You what? He forces a half smile as if to say he knows I purposely began this fight while outside so I'd have witnesses. Shish. Come here, baby. It's okay. He keeps his voice intentionally calm and, still wearing a plastered smile, walks to the back of the car to throw a bag in the trunk. His smile and sympathetic tone soften his hard edges and, with the light of day, give me a false sense of security, just as John knows they will. Somehow, I feel he is going to listen and I let my guard down. Trusting, I follow him. Whoosh. In a terrifying second, John's hand is over my mouth. As if he's handling a rag doll, he lifts my body up and shoves me into the trunk. Wait. John. No. I let out a terrified, muffled scream. Shut up. Shut up. Just be quiet. It'll be okay. Be quiet. He insists in a low, husky tone, trying to talk my panicking voice down. I nod feverishly, wanting only for him to let go of my mouth, and when he does, the lid of the trunk slams shut. The engine turns over, a loud rumbling growl, then it shifts into gear as I brace myself for the bumps and turns of the drive. My head finally rests near a small hole of light and air. June. I yell, trying to get his attention, but he doesn't answer. The sound of the engine in my ears and the smell of fumes stop me from yelling anymore and wasting my breath. Bumps and turns level out into a smooth high speed, and I know we are on the freeway. I focus on staying calm, and air. When we finally come to a stop, I hear John open his door and get out. Footsteps round the Malibu toward me. John. I call out. The sound of my voice reverberates in the enclosed space. John. Ham. A crushing fist smashes down hard on the lid of the trunk. Quiet. He hisses into the keyhole. I'll let you out if you swear you'll stay quiet. Yes. Please, I quickly reply. I promise. Just let me out. Moments go by, and I wonder if he is still there. Then the key turns sharply and quickly in the lock, and a blessed rush of cool air gushes over me. John's hand reaches in to grab me and pull me to my feet. Now relax. Take it easy and be quiet. This is a security building. My arms fling wildly to move my hair out of my face. John. He bends down to give me a hug, then stands back. I'm sorry, baby. Are you okay? You can't leave me, please. I need you. Where are we? I demand, looking at the massive apartment complex in front of me. Terraced up against a hill, the white, faux stucco building winds toward the street, each unit with features the same as the next. Swiftly he takes my hand and, passing ivy and dwarf palms, he motions for me to stay quiet, leading me to a hallway, then a door. He knocks. Hey, the woman answers in a sexy voice. Come on in. John steps forward and gives the woman a kiss on the cheek. Hi, Michelle. This is Don. He enters as if he knows the place and walks straight into the bathroom. Michelle, a tall, cigarette-thin woman who looks to be about 30-something, stands in the doorway draped against the metal frame. Her features are long, her cheeks and bloodshot brown eyes sunken. Stringy, dark brown hair hangs limp over the shoulder straps of her full-length magenta negligee. She looks me up and down. Pursing her thin lips, she says not a word to me and turns to follow John. Timid and shy, I walk through the tiny studio apartment. Is she gonna give us a place to stay? I wonder. John has his briefcase open and the bass pipe out. In the bottom, floating loose, are a few of his Swedish erotica playing cards. The Queen of Spades faces me. A dark-haired, naked woman, provocatively posed, catches my attention. It's her, this lady. She's the Queen of Spades. I know John is in the deck of cards, and now I know they must have worked together in the past. Michelle's dishing out the white crystalline rocks onto the screens. Choking back the smoke, he passes down part of his exhale to Michelle and the rest to me. I let it out quickly, my lungs still feel the need for air after being in the trunk. John notices me and lights the pipe again. He takes his time holding in the hit, pondering the bitter smoke as if it possesses wisdom, then blows the rest into Michelle's mouth. Don needs a place to stay, for a while. The bubbles purr as they run through the water in the pipe again. She's willing to work too. I look over at John and say nothing. I don't want to live here, in this strange lady's place. I want to go to my mother's. I want to leave. The dialogue in my mind is angry and stern, full of power that I wish I had. Frowning, Michelle glances toward my crouching figure on the bathroom floor. Oh yeah. Shit, John. Do you see how small this place is? She'll work for it, he interrupts. Now come on. Here, have some more of this. He holds the pipe to her lips. It takes a few minutes for the smoke to clear. John dismantles the pipe, places it back in his briefcase, and stretches, straightening his pant legs. Well, what do you think? Yeah. All right. I'll work something out. But that dog can't stay here. She reaches into the bra of her gown to hand him a wad of money. I owe you one, he whispers into her ear, his voice syrupy sweet and loud enough that I can hear. I'll be back as soon as I can. John pockets the money, snaps his briefcase shut, and tucks Thor under his jacket. He plants another kiss on Michelle's cheek and makes a straight shot out the door, not a word to me or even a glance my way. So, Michelle sneers. You better get cleaned up. I got someone coming over in half an hour, and you can take him for me. What? What do you mean, what? She snaps, whipping her body around like a tiger ready to attack. Slowly, I grasp her meaning. Oh shit. That's why she's dressed that way. That's why John took Thor with him. Oh my god, no. This is why he put me in the trunk of the car. I can't do this anymore. Degradation chokes me. Ready to throw up, I grab my stomach. Oh, don't look so pathetic. She snarls. Why else do you think he brought you here? What's the matter? Scared. Here. Go take a bath and wash your face. Christ, I can't stand crybabies. She storms out of the bathroom and chains the lock on the front door. Oh God. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Where am I? I don't even know where I am. Who is this woman? Why is she so mean? I can't understand how someone I just met can spout such hatred. Is she like Eddie? I am scared of her right away, and she knows it. Hurry up. And don't touch anything, she yells from the other room. Again, I have nowhere to go. I am trapped. A cold chill runs down my spine and quickly, fearfully, I do what I am told. Almost a week has gone by in this dungeon of a place. I am nothing more than a prisoner. Michelle watches my every move every minute of the day and night. Right away I find out what kind of a businesswoman she is, one who works out of her home and who now expects me to work for her. This small studio apartment has little more than a bed in the center and small tables on either side. A tiny kitchenette is sectioned off in the far corner of the room with a counter and a few bar stools. At the far end of the room is a sliding glass door that leads to an undersized patio surrounded with stucco planters that are filled with curtaining shrubs and trees for privacy. Michelle tells me what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. She gives orders sharp and cold-hearted, like an army sergeant, and has no patience for backtalk. Don't mess with me or else, is the message she sends. Stick thin and hard, drug-driven and mean, she reminds me of John but in a female's body. There is a list. A list of visitors, a date book that names each person scheduled to arrive that day. A special coded knock signals when a customer is here. Michelle simply checks her book and gives the order to either hide in the closet until she is done or to answer it and welcome the visitor. I do as I'm told, scared out of my mind that I might be hurt if I don't, remembering I'm completely lost somewhere in LA and don't know how to get away. John returns intermittently and rushes into the bathroom with Michelle to get high. He doesn't look at me sitting there on the bed, skinny and pale, in a shabby beige negligee Michelle threw at me to put on when I work. John. I try getting his attention at the bathroom door. Hey, baby. How's it going? He answers sweetly, stepping out of the bathroom jumpy and wired. I can hear Michelle flicking a lighter and the bubbling of the freebase pipe behind him. John. Where's Thor? I want to leave. Go to my mother's. I just want to go. Please give me my dog. Okay. If that's what you want. He's with me, in the car. He's okay. He's safe. They don't allow pets in this building, baby. His emotions and words are erratic. I just want to leave, John. Please. Fine. He yells, packing up his briefcase and storming out, leaving me behind. John makes a few drug drop-offs to Michelle, and I figure she is giving him the money from the men who come to the door. Michelle is mean, but when she is out of drugs she gets meaner. Whatever you do, don't eat anything when I'm not looking, she orders while I make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that she has allowed. I can't afford to feed you too. That's up to John. No. Okay. I feel badgered, guilty, and obligated for taking anything. I eat what she gives me because I am starving, but there is no taste. It's like forcing down cardboard. I don't know my days anymore. The drapes are always drawn, keeping any light out of the tiny living space. It is confusing, but I don't think about it. I don't think about much. There is no more poetry in me. I'm a zombie, the walking, lying, breathing, living dead. I know weeks have gone by. Michelle sometimes has to leave me in her apartment alone. I'm going to see the manager, she tells me. I'll be right back. Don't answer the door for anyone while I'm gone. I'll fucking know if you do, Dawn. And don't fucking touch anything. I listen to the locks of the deadbolt click behind her and feel caught in an inescapable trap. Time is nothing to me now, but I know it's there. John is skipping days before he shows up with any drugs, and Michelle is getting pissed. She doesn't like how John comes in loaded out of his mind with only scrapings to show for the money she's given him. She throws fits and flings shoes against the wall. It isn't long before she hatches a plan. Where the fuck are my things? Where is my money? What things? I don't know about your money. Bullshit. I know it's you. I can't convince her I'm not stealing from her, and I don't think I could if I tried. Is she starting a fight with me so she can complain to John and get rid of me? Silently I wish it will happen, praying for this door to open so I can get away. At least here, John doesn't hit me. Not in front of Michelle, anyway. I have to go out for a few minutes to see the manager and go to the store. Lock the door, and don't let anyone in. You know the rules. By the light through the bottom of the curtains, I know it is morning. Okay. I'm amazed that she lets me know she will be gone so long. John likes me, she says, a stab of jealousy in her eyes, and bolts the door shut. I sit on the edge of the bed and wait a few minutes. I know this is my chance to do what I have been waiting for, to call my mother. I jump up to listen at the door, my ear pressed hot against metal. The coast is clear. Kneeling in front of the red rotary phone at the side table, I dial with a shaky hand. This will be on her bill, and she will be real mad. The frightened voice in the back of my head screams. Yes. I'd like to make a collect call, I whisper into the receiver. My heart pounds out of beat for a moment. I hear a rustling noise outside the door and almost hang up. Hello. Hello. Mom. It's me. Dawn. I don't know where I am. Wait. Listen. John has been hitting me. I let out an audible sob. He has me trapped at this woman's house. No. Listen please. I don't have a lot of time. She'll be back in a minute, and I'm not supposed to use the phone. I know you don't want me, but I want to come to Oregon. Please. Yes. Vought. He is. Where are you, Dawn? I will help you. Where do you want a ticket? Really? Mom, thank you. But I don't know where I am. Can you call the Glendale Greyhound station? I'll try to get there somehow. Please, Mom. Yeah, Don. I love you. Did he hurt you? I had a feeling something was wrong. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. I love you too. I gotta go. She's coming back. I can hear her. Glendale bus station, please. Love you. Bye. My pulse is beating hard in my throat as I hang up the phone. Mom is glad to hear from me. Oh God, thank you. She isn't mad. She doesn't know what's happened to me. I can't tell her. Not now anyway. I have to get out of here first. I have to get to Glendale, on the bus, but how? My mind races, like an engine that hasn't run in ages and is raring to go. I hear Michelle tap at the door and I jump up to answer it, checking the musty room for any sign that I used the phone. Does she think I am so completely afraid of her that I wouldn't try to make a call? I think, feeling a bit triumphant. Michelle bursts in, fumbling with her grocery bags. I panic as she walks into the room, scanning every nook and cranny with an eye that shoots daggers. Does she know? Creasing her face into a satisfied frown, she looks at me. Get some sleep, she barks. We're going out tonight. John shows up to wake us in the evening, haggard and dirty, faded jeans and jacket. His curls are limp and dirty, like his stained clothes. He and Michelle immediately head for the bathroom, their favorite spot. John steps out a few moments later to brush a cool, robotic kiss on my cheek. He is jumpy, energetic, as if he has just done a hit. How is Thor? I ask, feeling my heart break. Fine, baby, fine. He's back at the house. He leans in for a better kiss. I'm gonna get you out of here soon, he whispers in my ear. He glides over to the faux fireplace mantel on the wall, picks up a carved stone figurine of a woman in a Roman toga, slips it into his pocket, and hurries back to the bathroom. Oh shit. He's the one who's been stealing from Michelle, and she thinks it is me. Michelle steps back into the room, showered, dark blue eyeshadow over her hollow eyes. You ready? Yeah. I guess. I'm glad to be getting out. It's been so long, and I miss my little Thor. I want to find out where I am, take note of the surrounding landmarks, and find something familiar that will get me to Glendale. But there is a freeway entrance near the apartment complex, and John jumps onto it almost immediately. Denny's. There's a Denny's near the on-ramp. This is the marina, John tells me as we approach a long, white metal gate and security hut. They watch everybody that comes in and everybody that goes out. The marina is a massive water parking lot for boats. Long wooden masts and white rolled sails line the sharp edge of the rocky shore with web-like finger docks that stretch in uniform rows, places to park the yachts. Michelle politely calls her friend, a big businessman, on the house phone at the security gate and smiles at the guard as we're granted access. The underground parking structure of a giant, square luxury apartment complex sits next to the water. John finds an open spot, and we head to the top units. Different-sized sailboats sit anchored in a row on the docks just below us in the glass elevator, the horizon black with a sprinkling of stars. Michelle leads the way to a grand corner unit guarded by massive double doors, and knocks. Come in. Come in, a slender, silver-haired man greets us. In his late 50s, he has bright blue eyes and a tanned and polished pockmarked complexion. He guides us into the main room, and I'm taken by its magnificence. The entire west side of the warehouse-sized room is lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, a deep, black sectional sofa, and a baby grand piano that seems to hang over the twinkling lights on the sea. The marble floors, covered with plush animal furs, seem twice their size because of the many giant mirrors on the opposite far walls. Michel introduces me as Gabrielle and John, proudly, as himself. He vigorously shakes the hand of the deeply tanned man. Michelle beams at having Johnny Wad as her escort. Fidgeting nervously, John smiles with as much glamour as he can muster and immediately begs to excuse himself, slipping out of the apartment. The silver-haired gentleman doesn't hide his irritation and uneasiness. "Asshole," he calls after John, loud enough for John to hear. He spins on his heel, marching across the sprawling room, and slams a back room door. "Wait here," Michelle demands, pointing to the couch. I can tell he only wants to see me. I'm relieved and keep my comments to myself. I wonder if this place is a drug traffic house, like Eddie's, with two-way mirrors. To keep safe, I fold my hands neatly in my lap and fix my eyes down at my crossed thumbs so I won't be tempted to make a mistake. The quiet elegance of the room is hypnotic though, not like the tension at Eddie's, and I doze for a while right where I sit, like a frozen mannequin. Michelle startles me awake. Her hand bumps my shoulder as she brushes her hair and tucks her purse under her arm. There is no one with her, the silver-haired man never reappears. "Let's go," Michelle mutters in a hurried voice, and I jump up to follow. John is waiting outside, hanging out near the Chevy Malibu, trying to act nonchalant. He's leaning up against the trunk, his head turning back and forth wildly as if he has no control of his body and can't help but scan the entire area. "Get in," he commands, voice low and rushed. The backseat is packed with garbage bags spilling over with laundry, soda cans, and trash. I climb in. John and Michelle are in the front. The air is tense as John deliberately obeys the slow speed laws and gently crosses every speed bump. He's stolen something. I sense. I just know it. John is a thief at every opportunity, he can't help it anymore. I saw how he checked out the cars when we arrived, and when he almost ran out of the apartment to hang downstairs I was suspicious right away. And now he's paranoid, grabbing for a cigarette, wiping his palms and his jeans. "Damn, John. What did you do?" John rolls up to the security gate, and the guard flags him down. "Just leaving, sir," John says, forcing a casual smile as if he's an old friend and there's nothing to worry about. "Can I ask you to pull over to the side for a moment, sir?" The guard motions with his flashlight to the side of the road. They arrive out of nowhere, a swarm of flashing red and blue lights barreling in on us. In an instant, the police have circled the car, blocking every escape route. Uniformed officers charge in, opening our doors. "Can you step out of the vehicle, please? Can you tell us your name, sir?" They ask John, guiding him out of the car by his arm. "John. John. Do you have a last name, sir?" "John Holmes." "Mr. Holmes, is there anything in your vehicle you want to tell us about?" No. "Then you don't mind if we look in your trunk, sir?" The guards are on their hands and knees, rifling through the garbage and clothes. Two other officers guide both Michelle and me to the other side of the road, far away from John. Do you two ladies have any ID? No, I answer. Michelle pulls out her wallet from her purse. May I ask you ladies what business you have here tonight? We're visiting a friend, Michelle replies. John, pale and nervous, leads two officers over to the trunk of the car. He fumbles with the keys for a moment, stalling. An officer helps him pop the trunk, and his shoulders sink. Flashlights beam into the dark opening. And what is this, Mr. Holmes? John says nothing. From my distance on the other side of the car, I can see a thin sheen of sweat on his face and detect a faint scent of adrenaline reek from his body. Is this your computer, Mr. Holmes? John still says nothing. In an instant, the guards are handcuffing us and reading us our rights. Oh God! He's stolen a computer. While we were upstairs, he stole a computer. We're being arrested. I can't believe this. 3 separate police cars drive off with Michelle, John, and I handcuffed in the backseats. Sharon's Chevy Malibu is impounded. Early in the morning in January 14, 1981, the Huntington Beach Police Department, a dank cinder block of a building surrounded with barbed wire-topped fencing, is crowded and busy. Michelle and I sit handcuffed on the bench in front of the booking counter on the female side of the jail. Don Schiller. The woman police officer calls my name. The wall with the lined height measurements is cold, and instantly I shiver. Hold still, please. She poses me to face a camera for my mugshot and fingerprints and then leads me to a holding cell. Several women crowd the tiny 8x8 cell, and each of them scurries to see if the new person is big enough to make her move. You're gonna have to find a space, says the husky officer. 2 bunks, a top and a bottom, are overflowing with bleary-eyed women, some leaning against a gray concrete wall and the rest sitting wherever there is leftover space on the floor. Near the door of the cell, a metal toilet, yellow and plugged up with paper, is the only space left to sit. I prop myself up against the cell wall and try not to look at anyone or think about the smell. This is an all-time low. I tell myself, and I want to break down. I have a bus ticket waiting for me, and I'm stuck here. I don't want to go to jail because of John. The hard stares from the others keep me from crying. I want to, though. I want to wail like a baby. Keys jingle again at the lock. The officers have come with Michelle. Move over, she hisses. She is boiling. Oh God, Michelle. What are we going to do? What do you think? John's going to call Eddie to bail us out of here. Oh, good. Good. He's not bailing. You. Out. What? Why? I am mortified. He knows how you've been stealing from me. He's not going to bail you out so you can come back and rip me off some more. Her eyes are fiery mad. John's grabbing the hand-carved figurine from the mantel plays before my mind's eye. It wasn't me, I promise her desperately. Don't fucking lie, she snaps, then turns her back to me. John told me it was you. Oh no. It was John. He's the one who made her suspicious of me. She's going to make them leave me here. I replay his movements in my head. I can't bear it. John did it. John's the one who has been stealing from you. I saw him take a figurine from your shelf. I swear to you I haven't been taking anything. I promise. I promise. I am terrified to be left in jail. I can't be left here. What will I do? Don't fucking bullshit me. She lunges back like a cobra. I'm not. I'm not. I saw him take it. Please. It wasn't me. She curls into a ball on the floor. You better not be bullshitting me. She closes her eyes and drops off to sleep. I lie awake on the hard concrete floor until daybreak, cold to the bone, wondering if I will be left behind in jail. Breakfast is served early, and a few of the drunken women who are there to sleep off their buzz are released. Every time an officer appears at the barred metal door, I hold my breath, hoping my name will be called and I will be released. Mid-morning an officer calls for Michelle. My heart sinks. See you later, bitch. She snaps as she steps over me. Her words cut me like a samurai sword, swift and sharp down to my core, and I shrink back dejected. But it is short-lived. Immediately behind them, another officer is at the door calling my name. Oh. That's me. I leap to my feet, relieved, and follow Michelle and her escort. I wave goodbye to a couple of the girls who, in the night, were kind and showed me how to use the toilet. The booking desk is bustling, inmates in handcuffs and shackles shuffle by, escorted by detectives in suits. We sign for our few things and are released out into the harsh morning light. John is waiting out front, pacing and chewing anxiously on a plastic cigarette filter. Michelle ignores the bogus grin he displays as we step through the jail's metal doors, and she storms briskly ahead to the waiting Malibu. Without a flinch, John saunters up to hug me. How did you get us out? I ask. John's plastic smile stays plastered for the surveillance cameras and he shoots me a look. Nash. How do you think? He breathes from the corner of his mouth, still chewing on the filter. In the car, we are quiet heading back to Michelle's. The relief of getting out of jail is wearing off, and my next concern, how to not get beaten again, is crowding in on me. Michelle will challenge John about my jailhouse confession. This is not going to be good. I wince. I'm going to run. As soon as I can, I'm going to run. I promise myself. Please. Please. Let my bus ticket still be there. The next chance I get, I'm going to run. Back at the studio apartment, Michelle and John head directly into the bathroom. This time I don't hear the bubbling of the freebase pipe but their muffled arguing instead. She's confronting him about stealing. He's gonna be mad. The feeling of walking on eggshells is taking over again. My stomach shrinks into a nervous, acid knot, and I swallow back a taste of bile as I scan the room. Suddenly, a chilly breeze blows across my arm. The drapes by the sliding glass door ebb and flow with a January wind and faintly billow at my feet. For the first time, that glass door stands out as never before, a way out. The arguing gets louder. Something bangs against the wall. In an angry rush, Michelle storms out and grabs her coat. I've got an appointment. I'll be back in half an hour. Nobody had better take anything from this house, or else. She slams the door behind her, and she's gone. Dawn. John calls from the bathroom. I can hear the gushing of the running water fill the tub. His voice sounds mellow, tired, not angry. This is good. I figure jail wore him out. Yeah. I brave an appearance and come to the doorway. John is stripping, shedding the grungy jeans and t-shirt from days of being high and sleeping in jail. He steps into the steamy, hot bathwater. Get me a cup of coffee, would ya, babe? Sure. My voice is purposely soft. I don't want to give him any reason to flip out. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. My hair hangs limp and dull. My eyes are sunken with circles beneath them so dark that the blue-green that used to be their color is now a cold, steel gray. John's oversized t-shirt and jeans drape loosely in my bony frame, and my chest, where my B-cup breasts once were, is completely flat. I don't know the person staring at me in the mirror. She is like a ghost, a hollow shell of who I used to know as Dawn, a complete stranger. I pull myself away. I don't want to look at myself anymore, and I don't want to draw John's attention. I head into the kitchen to make him his coffee. A draft of cold air rushes through the room, and the drapes of the sliding glass door billow toward me again like long arms reaching out. I shiver. The door. The low hum of traffic plays like an eclectic distant radio station, and I can smell dusty humidity in the air. It's open wide. I have never noticed the door open before. Are you coming with my coffee? John shouts impatiently from the bath. Yeah, I answer quickly, unable to take my eyes off the wispy arms of the drapes. I time how long it will take to get through the screen door and for John to realize I'm gone. Do it. Do it now. In a split-second decision, I run, making a mad dash for the sliding glass door and freedom. Sprinting in the cold air through the maze of the apartment complex, I stumble on a major street and spy the Denny's near the freeway on-ramp ahead. I turn to look behind me to see if John is following, and run with all the strength I can muster to make it to the restaurant's payphone. I am panting, can't catch my breath. The receiver keeps slipping out of my nervous, sweaty hand. I dial 0. Hello. Operator. Operator. I try to make a collect call, but I keep getting disconnected. Damn it. I need a quarter to get through. I'm desperate. Maybe someone will loan me one. I still don't see John. I try to tap into my internal radar on him and picture him searching the apartment for me. I hold my head down, in case he might be lurking around, and I go inside. The waitresses pinch their faces at me, I'm sure I look homeless to them, and ignore me. I begin to cry. An old man, in his late 70s, with crinkly eyes and wiry gray eyebrows, studies me from the counter. Are you all right? He asks, limping fragilely over with his cane. No. I cry harder. I need a quarter to call my mother. I need to see if she has a bus ticket waiting for me. I ran away from my boyfriend. He is beating me, and he'll be coming after me. I'm trying to get to my mother's, I blurt out like a balloon losing its air. The elderly man sits down in the seat across from me. His face is covered in deep wrinkles, but it is soft, oval, and kind. I'm Sam. Here. Here's a quarter. Now go call your mother, and come back and have a nice bowl of chili with me. I'm Dawn. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hurry back, paranoid that John will catch me. The old man is still there with a steaming hot bowl of chili waiting for me at the table. Well. Did she send you a ticket? His voice is raspy, like an ancient heavy smoker's. Yeah, she did. She has one waiting for me at the Greyhound station in Glendale. Do you know how to get to Glendale from here? Well, no, but I don't really have any way to get there. This is San Fernando and, you see, I live in the senior home around the corner. I don't drive anymore. Don't know anyone that does. He sees the worried look on my face. But let's think about it for a minute, and you eat your chili, sweetie. It'll warm you up. Whispering a thank you, I devour my food. Maybe you can call the ticket agent and see if you can transfer it to this area. Glendale is pretty far. Or we can look up the bus schedule. But they don't run on Sundays, and it's getting late. Do you have anywhere to sleep? No, I don't. My boyfriend is crazy. I know he will start looking for me as soon as he finds out I'm missing. He'll kill me. I know he will. He's always told me that if I leave him, he will hunt me down and kill me. No, no, no. Now stop it. Calm down. He's not gonna kill anybody. You can sleep on my floor in my dormitory. I'll have to sneak you in. They don't allow overnight visitors, and I share the room with another old fart. Hell, he won't mind, and it's just until you can catch a bus in the morning, right? Come on. Finish your food, and let's go. Really? Thanks. I gobble down the rest of the beans and grab a handful of plastic-wrapped crackers to shove in my pocket. I follow him out the door and around the block, trusting that somehow I've gotten lucky and run into a person who cares and will help. What other choice do I have? Dear God, let this be someone who really cares, I whisper under my breath. Shish. We gotta be real quiet. We sneak in through the kitchen entrance, a two-story, tan concrete block of a building, and tiptoe up a flight of stairs to a semi-hospital-style room. The floors are shiny and polished, and the smell of disinfectant burns the insides of my nostrils. Here's Ted. He waves his arm across the room at a hospital bed. Ted groans in acknowledgement. Here you go. Sam hands me his extra pillow and blankets and points to a clear space on the floor. Thanks, I whisper, ready to lie down in my makeshift bed. There's one favor I'd like to ask you if you don't mind. I freeze. Yeah. The thought of Sam wanting sex for the favor of taking me in makes my skin crawl. Oh shit. No. I really hope this isn't too personal, but, I would really appreciate it if I could just, touch your butt. What? My butt. Yeah. I, just got this thing for butts, and I thought maybe you wouldn't mind. Well, I guess so, I answer, quietly praying that's all he'll want. I hope he won't turn mean. Very lightly and cautiously, he places his hand on my rear end and then quickly pulls it off as if it's fire, too hot. He giggles to himself and mutters a thank you, crawling under his covers, a grin plastered across his face. Wait till I tell old Bill here what he missed. He's not going to believe it. Ha. Good night. There is a pause. By the way, what's your name again? My name. I hesitate. My name is Dawn. I feel a small sense of pride stir deep down inside me, in a place that has been hollow for so long. Dawn, huh. Good night, Dawn. I'm relieved. It sounds like he will just go to sleep. Tomorrow I will be free. I will be out of this terrible place. Good night. I crawl under my blankets, happy for this polished antiseptic floor, into a grateful sleep. Morning arrives, and I am the talk of the senior home. Sam sneaks me down to the main lobby, telling the front clerk I am his guest who's just arrived and needs to call the bus station. The clerk nods and hands me the phone book. Greyhound, Glendale. The voice on the other end of the phone is young and chipper. Yes. Hello. My name is Dawn Schiller. Is there a ticket there for me? Did my mother call and leave one? Let's see, from Annetta Schiller in Oregon. Yes. Yes. That's her. Is it there? I hold my breath, disbelieving that this is real, scared that he will tell me he made a mistake and there is nothing there. Yeah, it's here, but, someone just called looking for you. Some guy. He said he was your boyfriend. Oh God. What did you tell him? You didn't say anything, did you? He's not going there, is he? In my chest, the pounding sounds like thunder. Well, yeah. I told him. He said he's on his way. Oh no. No. Don't tell him anything. I ran away from him. He's gonna kill me if he catches up to me. Please. Don't tell him I called. Well. He said you had a fight. He wants to make up with you. He made me promise to not let you get on the bus. No. He's lying. He just wants you to believe he's a nice guy, but he's lying. I ran away from him because he hurts me. Please, don't tell him you talked to me. The crackling, silent line tells me he is really listening, believing me. Well, yeah. Okay. The guy did sound pretty crazy, and your mom has been calling too. What do I tell him when he gets here? My mom called. Tell him I already left. Tell him I never showed up. I don't know, tell him anything. Yeah. Okay. When are you going to be here? I don't know. I'm in San Fernando, and I have to find a bus that will go to Glendale. I don't have any money, so I have to figure something out. I don't know yet. Well, there is that silence again. Well, maybe I can come and get you after I get off. Your mom asked me if I would help you. She told me you were running from your boyfriend. She's got $5 here for you too, for food. I get off in a couple hours. What's your address? The world around me seems to get lighter. Lighter than the colorless shroud that's darkened everything in the past years. Thank you, Mom. A touch of hope is filtering in like the sun through a dirt-caked screen. I give him the address of the retirement home and hang up. Sam arranges for me to sit in the dining room with the other residents while they eat breakfast. The kitchen won't serve me an extra plate. The residents will get in trouble, but that doesn't stop them. Somehow my story gets around to them, and it isn't long before extra pieces of toast and bacon wrapped in napkins and tin foil are smuggled to me under the tables. The hours pass quickly. I dwell on the thought that I am actually going to get away. This is gonna work this time. My senses forecast. An old, white delivery van pulls up in front of the home, and a young man in his late 20s sporting a ponytail gets out and asks me my name. Don. Yeah. That's me. I wave goodbye and yell a thanks to Sam and his elderly gang of bandits. He was just at the station. Your boyfriend. Who? John. What did you do? I'm sweating now. I'm not out of here yet. Maybe I won't get away. I told him you just left a few minutes ago on another bus. What did he say? He asked which way it was going. Ha. I told him the opposite way, through Las Vegas. Thanks, man. Was he mad? No. Well, I couldn't tell. He acted very concerned. He's crazy. We pull into the Glendale Greyhound bus station, and my bus is already boarding. Thank you so much. Thank you. You saved my life. I can't tell you how much you saved my life. Yeah. It's cool. Your mom is real worried. Here's the $5 she sent for you and, here. He hands me an old long-sleeved, button-down shirt. It's cold in Oregon. Take care, and good luck. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I board the long, silver bus and head for a window seat in the back. In my baggy jeans pocket is a piece of contraband toast, broken a little, the crumbs rubbed off. I lean against the cool glass, relaxed for the first time in so long, and bite down on the dry bread. Wow. This is the first time I have ever been away from John in years. It is a strange, queer feeling. Never having imagined that we would ever be apart, I make a mental note of my entire body. So this is how it feels. How it feels to be without him. So far, I am feeling okay, better than I have felt in a while. Still, I can't deny the pain that lies deep beneath the numbness in my chest, the pain of the million bleeding pieces of my shattered heart. Chapter 15. One last wonderland, baby. Lights flash and colored blasts around me. There is a whirlwind. I am in the eye of a tornado, the force from the surrounding current is spinning and sucking me down. A long, frayed rope hangs in the middle of the twirling black tunnel, and with bleeding hands I clutch it. It takes all my strength to not be pulled into the treacherous gale. He's bad news. The clear, sharp voice of sanity speaks clearly through the raging blast of the storm around me. But he's all I know. My defensive voice is frail, but audible through the noise. He hurt you. But I've known him since I was 15. He taught me everything. My fear grows louder. Suddenly, my arm slips from the life-saving rope, yanked into the whirling tornado. My arm. I'm being sucked in. I fight to wrench it free. In a desperate internal struggle, I force my eyes open, hurrying to escape the deadly abyss. Slowly, soaked in sweat, my body breaks free of the paralyzing nightmare. Mom is here, on her knees, next to me with my wrist in her hand, crying. Mein Gott. She whispers. Look. You're so skinny. Hi, Mom. I can barely muster a half smile. What's happened to you, Dawn? You're so thin. I told everything was good. Was it drugs? She wipes the tears from her cheeks as she stands to hover over my emaciated frame. I avoid her eyes, stare out of the big picture window behind her onto the winter-barren blue mountains on the eastern horizon, and nod. I can't talk about it. Not to my mother. Anger is still buried deep, and it hurts too much to look into myself right now. Quick, short images of my life, a horror film, play in my head like shredded frames of a movie reel. John's evil sneer as he ties me up and beats me mercilessly with a belt, my body crudely sold to strangers, being dragged by my hair on my hands and knees. Stop. I can't do this. I can't. I stand up. It was bad, Mom. Not allowing emotion to raise my protective walls of silence, I walk into the kitchen. Got anything to eat? Bearing. Thinking it's my brother or sister calling about my arrival, I grab the phone that hangs off the cabinet above the stove. Hello. Baby. Wait. Listen. It takes only a second for the anger to reach my throat. Fuck you. I scream at the top of my lungs. Blam. I hang up. How long has he been calling? I snap, waves of rage causing my body to tremble. Well, you slept a long time. He's been calling all morning. Otting. Tell him. Nothing. About me. And tell him to go. Fuck himself. If he calls again, I never want to hear his voice. Ever. I am shaking hard now, and I want to throw up. Dawn. Mom's eyes are full of shock and surprise at the intensity of my words. She can see her daughter has been hurt, but I am like a stranger to her, and she's helpless. You don't understand, Mom. I can't tell you how much. Never mind. I lose my appetite. Memories stab sharp, tortured pain from my gut to my throat, and I need to lie down. I curl into a fetal position, the most heart-wrenching of sobs bellowing from the very bottom of my soul. Sorrowfully, like a Holocaust survivor, I weep. The month of January fades into February, and the phone continues to ring, 2-3 times a day. I stop picking it up for anyone, just in case it is John on the other line, and let it ring and ring. Morning, noon, and twice at night the phone rings. Only my family answers. In the beginning they hang up too, but soon enough John gets them to stay on the line and coaxes them into talking. No. I'm sorry, but I don't think Dad she wants to talk. My mother stays polite while I signal for her to hang up. There is snow on the ground, ice, and the sky is solidly gray. Eastern Oregon is barren in the winter. Brown, creepy, lifeless sticks for plants and trees. Wind chill in the teens. It suits my mood and the way I feel about life. Mom's in a new place, a light blue 2-story house nearly 100 years old. She is recently remarried and seems happy to finally have a place of her own. They are struggling though and don't have much, so after a month of isolating myself I finally feel well enough to apply for a job and help out. I'm a CNA. I tell myself with pride, remembering a good part of my past. I can find a job. I secure a position at Evergreen Convalescent Hospital, not a difficult thing to do. They so desperately need the help for the elderly, and begin a 3 to 11 shift. I am blending in with people who don't know about John or my past, and the anonymity helps me to reconnect with the part of me that's been waiting to bloom. I am earning my own money now and helping Mom and her new husband, Phil, with the bills. But when I'm not at work, burning memories creep up, and overwhelming indignation at the degradation I've recently been through consumes me. The anger, the buried rage, smolders and bubbles, threatening to rise to the surface like lava overflowing from a volcano and destroying the village below. My steam vents are my job, a crochet hook and ball of yarn, and my grandma's old wooden rocking chair. And when I can't sleep or bear to feel, I have alcohol to burn the memories into hated blackened ashes. Scheduled days off from the convalescent home scare me, too much time to think. I find some comfort falling back into childhood memories of the big house in Tom's River, sitting in Grandma's smooth rocker. The vision of how her arms rested across her chest embraces me as I rock and gaze out of the big picture window in Mom's living room. I listen to the phone ring and ring and ring, muttering curses under my breath. Back and forth I rock, remembering her consistency and faith, imagining her anger at the betrayal of my father. Full of rage, I crochet steadily. Yarn twists around my finger tightly, cutting off blood and denting the skin near my knuckle. The lack of circulation leaves my fingers blue and cold, but I don't pay attention to it and certainly I can't release my grip even if I try. I associate only with my family. I am embarrassed at the way John falsely made me feel distrustful of them. He lied to me about everyone, telling me they didn't care. Slowly, I am able to share with them bits and pieces of what happened, and my brother fumes and wants to strangle John for hurting me, his sister. He met John a few years back when he ran away from Mom to visit me in Glendale. John disliked him right away. Someone else who loved me was not allowed in the picture of John's perfect world, so he fed me lies that caused me to distrust my brother and to send him away. It was painful to see how hurt he was then that I would believe John over him, and I am sickened to see how wrong I have been. The few details I share with Terry have her dumbstruck. How can he have turned that way? He wasn't like that when I was there. He loved you so much, Don, and he was so nice to me. It is a shock to her, and she thinks it's clear that the drugs are to blame. I see the drugs as the culprit too. True or not, it is the only way I can accept that any of the violent abuse has ever happened. It had to be the drugs. Winter's end brings days of sunshine and snow, spring, the robins that build nests in my mother's maple tree out front. I watch them play and forage for food while I still rock and pull the yarn ever tighter around my crochet hook. The phone rings constantly, and Mom continues to tell John, she said no. He says he understands and to tell you that he loves you. Mom passes messages along, giving in a bit with John's pleadings and weeks of relentless calls. Exhausted from the endless ringing, everyone really just wants him to stop. Yet Terry is over often and has no problem answering the phone when it rings. She lets John talk to her. Curious, she wants to know what happened. Finding an open ear, John jumps in. He's done that before with her. He knows Terry and speaks to her of times when he brought her food and helped us out. He says he doesn't want anything from you, Don. He only wants to talk to you. Terry holds the phone out for me, telling me she thinks he's sincere. For a moment, I feel the power of an upper hand as he exposes his vulnerable side. I have only one thing I need to know, where's Thor? I yell my first words to him, breaking my icy silence. He's fine. He's okay. Do you want to talk to him? Terry repeats his words to me. No. She continues to speak for a few minutes, then hangs up. He wants me to watch out for you. Make sure you're okay. Blankly and unflinching, I stare at her. Can he be for real? I think. Now he wants to make sure I am okay. Yeah, right. Is he high? I ask her. I don't think so. He sounded normal. I don't know everything that happened, Don, but he said he's real sorry. He said it was the drugs. He said he and Thor miss you. I see her face, furrowed brow, believing eyes, and understand how easily she is swept up in his sweet words. She is remembering the John from years ago, from the beginning. She doesn't know how violent the drugs have made him. I can't bear to tell her. He said he's gonna send me money to buy some film so I can take pictures of you. He wants a picture. God, Terry. What did you say? He has pictures. He has Thor too. He's sick and on drugs, and I don't believe him. All right, Don. I guess so. But he didn't sound high to me. Terry and I leave it at that. The charming John, the Terry food. Snickers bar John, has the power over her emotions, a lot because I haven't told my family many details, but mostly because his seduction is controlling, and for me, dangerous. A few days later, a large package addressed to me waits on the kitchen table when I get home from work. I pick it up and flop on the couch. It's from John. His large, exaggerated scrawl on the wrapping is unmistakable. I open it with apprehension. Inside rests photos in a mound almost 2 inches high of our times past. They are of happy times when we smiled and cuddled, camping trips, romantic moments at the beach and mountains, the tintype of us as a couple from Knott's Berry Farm, and lots of photos of Thor. On top of the pile of colorful photos is a small, stuffed, brown chihuahua with a note attached that reads, "Dear Mommy, I miss you very much and you were here. Daddy is taking good care of me. I love you, baby. John." I melt. The armor protecting my emotions for the last few months is cracking. Picking up the photos carefully, one by one, I relish the tender, happy moments they represent. My mind floats on the clouds of happier times. Times I remember as the best I've known in my life. Pictures that pull me back into the vortex of John. After all, there are no photos of the bad times, and God knows how badly I want to forget them, pretend they never happened. I miss Thor terribly. My little, brave guy who loves me so much he'd stand up to John, a figure he loved too. I hope he's okay. The phone rings. Perfect timing. I know it is John. It's his routine late-night call he makes after I get off of work, the call I have always ignored. This time, though, I deliberately walk over and focus on the receiver. The ringing is constant, beckoning, I can almost hear John's voice whisper. "Pick up the phone, Don. Pick up the phone." On impulse, I grab the receiver. I am silent. "Don." He knows it's me. "Are you there?" I still say nothing. Silence. "Don. I can hear you breathe, baby." John's words cut through my very being. They're familiar, they fit, it's me, and I love it, and I hate it. Flooding memories cause my body to react, and I taste the chemistry we shared, bittersweet in the back of my throat. Yeah. I'm here. What? I'm not going to give in that easily. Don. His voice is low and sweet, with a faint whimper to it, as it was when my name was dear to him, when he told me it was beautiful. "I'm so sorry, baby. I told your mother I'm sorry. I'm sorry." John sobs, a self-loathing wail, the way he did those times in the bathtub after beatings. I don't know why I did it. I don't know. It was the drugs. Want you back, baby." He loses his words, his crying catches in his throat. He sounds so frail and weak. I am quiet a long while, listening to his sobs, checking to see if they are real. "How can I believe you're off the drugs, John? You gotta believe me, baby. I want you back. I want our life back. The way it was in the beginning. I just can't be without you. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry." I can hear him pull away for a second and blow his nose. "I gotta go, John. Is Thor okay?" He clears his throat. "Okay. I understand, baby. You have every right to be mad at me. I fucked up, I know. But it's the dope. It's the fucking dope. I'm quitting that shit. Tell Thor I love him. I gotta go." I hang up. I didn't like the tone his voice was taking. I've heard this shit before. Bearing. Bearing. Yes. I know it is him. I forgot to tell you. Baby. Don. I love you, he breathes, sounding lonely and sad. Yeah. I whisper and gently place the receiver back in the wall. John's apologies are getting to me, and as much as I've resisted, I begin to anticipate his calls. Sometimes I answer, and sometimes I don't. I am enjoying the control I have for a change and a chance to vent some of my anger. In the months to follow, John times his phone calls for the late evenings. He has discovered from my sister what my work hours are and knows when I'll be home. He also knows that my family will be asleep by then. So I answer and allow him to speak to me of happier days and take me down his dream road of loving memories. Time is taking the sting out of the horridness of our most recent past. Reminiscing about our love, we slip into soft whispers and knowing silences, relishing the sound of each other's breath again. We fantasize that those days have never left us, and we live in the past via telephone wire. Dawn. I want it back, back to the way it was in the beginning. I want to get out of here, out of LA. But where are you going to go? I don't know. Anywhere. Somewhere. Somewhere. With you. I don't answer. Dawn. Dawn, you're so beautiful, I miss you so much. I hear an odd popping noise in the background, and my skin prickles. What's that? I ask, suspicious. What? Nothing. It was Thor. Here. Do you want to talk to him? A tiny breath sniffs the receiver and I soften, crooning his name to hear his voice. Thor. Hi, boy. Oh, I miss you. A faint whining sounds through the phone line and then a yip. John is laughing in the background, and I ache for the laughter we once had. It was the drugs before, baby. It wasn't me. I know. I just want to start over, you and me and Thor. Somewhere new. What about Sharon? Sharon too. I think for a moment, trying to picture how John can possibly make it better with Sharon. Then my mind shuts down, the shaping image too painful to visualize. I gotta go, John. He pulls in an injured breath. I love you, Dawn. I love you too, John. Falling into a pattern of a long-distance relationship, John and I speak regularly. I look forward to telling him about my day at the convalescent hospital, the way we used to share our news with Sharon. His days, he lets me know, are dedicated to getting healthy and clearing up his prior arrest for stealing the computer at the marina. He wouldn't be able to call me every night if he's still on drugs. I rationalize. It has been over 5 months already, and he's only missed calling a few times. I've even heard the pattering and barking of John L., Pokey, and Thor, so I think. Oh, good. He's at Sharon's. He must be telling the truth. I'm still not comfortable telling my family the whole story of abuse. I am ashamed, and forgetting seems less painful. But the more John sounds like his old self, the more I want to have those moments of earlier times again. I believe, finally, in his sincerity and allow myself to enter into conversations about a future together. On an almost summer evening, John calls, barely able to contain his excitement. Dawn, baby. The best thing has happened. What? There's a big job coming up, and it will take care of everything. But I need you here with me. Why? So we can take off together as soon as it's done. We can start over again. Go anywhere, the Grand Canyon, maybe. Anywhere you want. Really. Yeah. It's big, baby. Real big. We'll be set. I hate this fucking place. I hate these fucking people and their fucking drugs. I just want you back, baby. I just want to start over with you again, like it was in the beginning. Oh, John, I want that too. Really, I do. But you gotta promise me. Promise. No more hitting. No more streets. No more abuse, John. I promise, baby. I promise. No more of any of that. I'm so sorry. It was the fucking drugs. I hate the drugs. I just want a new life with you. Yes. Huh. What? Yes. I'll come back. But just until your job is over. Then we have to leave. I don't want to be there anymore, John. I can't. I stifle a cry. Is Sharon coming? Yeah. Okay. When? Baby, you won't be sorry. We'll start over, I promise, and leave all this shit behind. And Sharon? Yes, baby. I'll ask her. I'll tell her you're coming back and that we can get out of here. This is gonna be it. Baby. Finally, we can get out of all this shit. I have softened. I miss him, the good times and the love we once shared. I miss Sharon and Thor. Grasping onto hope, I book a flight and quit my job. No one in my family is surprised, but not everyone is happy about it. When my mother has spoken to John, he's been polite and sweet. Doing what he does best, he's charmed her. Terry wants to believe the drugs are gone as well. After all, he was so nice before, cocaine has to be to blame. My brother, Wayne, says nothing and slips wordlessly into the background. Looking sad and dejected, he acts like he did when we parted in Carol City, except this time he doesn't say goodbye. But I am still crippled, I am still not whole. In my head I hear that fearful voice that says, he's all I know. And I say yes. Again, for the sake of love, I say yes to him. My plane touches down at Burbank Airport in the last week of June in 1981. I replay the parting words of my mother as she sees me off at the airport. Are you sure you want to do this, Don? He promised, Mom. I believe him. Well, if you need something, call me. She sighs heavily. I love you, Don. I love you too, Mom. She is still helpless. A blue-collar worker all her life, she has limited resources. She's watched her young daughter leave, get caught up with a porn star and his wife, and run for her life from that same man old enough to be her father. Every step of the way, Mom has been powerless, except to pray. She has prayer, and like Grandma and Aunt Ella in the days in New Jersey so many years ago, she always prays for her children. John is waiting at the baggage claim. I spot him right away, and my heart pounds. Shyly happy to see him, I walk a bit faster. He is standing with his hands in his pockets, looking fidgety and nervous. As I get closer, I notice how tired and gaunt he is. I keep my pace, getting closer, willing my heart to stay in my chest, and then my smile fades. John sees my reaction and turns his head away. Hey, baby. He bends down to lift me up to him. I missed you so much. Let's get out of here. He gives me a big squeeze and kisses me on my lips, but he is unfocused. The conveyor belt rotates, the first of the passengers' bags roll out, and John stands watching. He circles one arm around me, holding me close. That's mine, I tell him, pointing to the green duffel bag. John makes a quick, paranoid sweep of the area and picks up my bag and another unfamiliar suitcase next to it. Come on. He pulls me toward the exit. John, that's Shish. Let's go. My heart sinks as I let him lead me out to the waiting Malibu. My God. He lied. He's high. The Malibu is waiting, more faded and dirty than I remember. He quickly flings the 2 bags into the trunk and revs it up. Thor is in the front seat, happily jumping like a Mexican bean in my lap. Then when John gets in, he instantly crouches low, shying away from him. I hold his frail and shaking figure close to my heart, letting him know I will protect him, and I decide to stay quiet. Sensing I know he's high, John acts nervous. He reaches over to hold my hand, his palm sweaty and rough. I love you, he says. His speech is awkward and broken like the sound of flipping through radio stations. I love you too. My words are like cardboard and taste stiff in my mouth. My stomach does flip-flops inside of me. Oh, please don't let this all be bullshit. Please. I pray to whoever will listen and painfully think about the safe and warm home I have just given up, for this. Checking into a run-down motel on Hollywood Boulevard, John pays for a couple of nights. Saddened and shocked, I watch him begin his old ritual, locking the door, putting the desk chair in front of it, looking out the windows, and checking the bathroom. I know the pipe is next as he sits on the edge of the bed and pops open his briefcase. What do I say? I ask myself, feeling guarded and at a loss for words. He lied to me. I want to cry, but my body won't connect the thought with the action. Are you okay, baby? John peeks over at me warily. He knows what I am thinking. Yeah, sure, I shrug, teetering on the edge of fear. He brings out the pipe and taps out the last of the crumbs from the bottom of the film canister. Melting the drugs down, he hesitates for a moment and then sucks in the thick smoke. Closing his eyes, he holds his breath. At a moment when he can't get angry, I speak up. John, I haven't done anything since I've been gone, just alcohol. His eyes open, he chokes a little and nods. The acrid smoke blows in my face, and John falls back in the pillows for a few moments, letting the freebase pump through his body. I know, baby, he finally answers. It's just a little. To celebrate your coming back. He pulls himself up, lights the 151 soaked cotton ball, and cooks the pipe once again. Leaning into me, he holds the stem to my mouth and, with his paralyzing blue stare, looks deep into my eyes, freezing me to the spot. Here, baby. Welcome home. He flares his nostrils and smiles. Here. Suck. I curse myself for being here. I dread falling back into the nightmare I thought I had escaped but swallow and do as he asks, refusing to believe that coming back was a mistake. My mind's in turmoil. The conflict sears my soul, and I can't think too much. This doesn't mean our plans are over. We're still getting out of here. I tell myself, denying his lies. Then the drugs take over, and I fall into his seductive embrace again, into his mouth again, as we passionately and euphorically taste each other one more time. The late afternoon summer sun burns streaks through the holes of the shabby drapes. John and I slowly stretch out of bed, laughing at Thor's playful bathroom dance. Just a minute, just a minute. John smiles, pulling on his pants. Let's go get something to eat, huh, Thor? Kentucky Fried Chicken okay with you, baby? Sure. I'm starved. John counts out a small amount of cash, grabs Thor, and leans in for a sensual kiss. Come lock the door, baby. I'll be right back. The second-story room we rented is particularly tiny, damaged, and filthy. Watching John descend the stairs, I notice the garbage, bums, and loiterers crowding the street below, even in broad daylight. Wow. This place is in the thick of things. I think. I know what kind of street this is. A lump grows in my throat that threatens to cut off my air supply, and I get panicky. Calm down, Don. It's gonna be all right. We'll be out of here soon. Quickly I lock and chain the door, not wanting anyone to see me, and I count the minutes till John's return. Evening falls. The clock ticks nearer to midnight. John and I are lounging around watching television and cuddling. Something distracts him, some kind of internal clock, and he gets up to look out the window. Sensing the time is right, he slowly and ritually dresses and packs his briefcase. In the bathroom he fills the sink with cold water and dunks his head. Shaking his wet curls like a dog after a bath, he sprays wet drops across the walls and tiles. His reflection in the mirror freezes him for several long moments. He grunts. He checks his pockets once, twice, 3 times, stops, looks at me, and draws in a deep breath. This is it, baby. I love you. I reach up to give him a hug. I love you too, John. Be careful. As old words roll off my tongue automatically, the familiarity of seeing him off on a run makes my skin crawl. But this is different. I remind myself again. This is the last time. If everything goes right, baby, we'll be out of here by this time next week. He is shaking a little as he squeezes me tightly for a long embrace and a kiss. He stares deep into my eyes, traces my lips with his thumb, like the old days. I love you, baby. I'll be back by morning. The Malibu revs up in the lot below the window for a good 10 minutes. I can see John fussing repeatedly with the rearview mirror and visor. Finally he rolls out onto Hollywood Boulevard like the old days. Bang! Bang, bang. Hello, miss. The motel manager is at the door. Yes. The chain pulls tightly as I unlock the door. Checkout time. Checkout. Yeah, okay. My boyfriend isn't back yet. Can I wait for him a little while longer? I can't do that, miss. I'll get in trouble. Please. I don't have any money. He's coming right back. He thinks for a moment. Okay. You got till 1 o'clock. That's all I can do. Thanks. Holding Thor in my arms, I wait nervously on the bed, my green army duffel bag packed and ready at my feet. As every minute of the clock ticks excruciatingly by, I will each noise outside to be John's approaching Chevy. Shadows move behind the thin drapes, the maid and her cleaning cart make me more and more anxious as they wheel closer to my door. Boom, boom, boom. Housekeeping. I know my time is up. Coming, I call. With every minute dragging into 2 or 3 more, I pick up my bag and walk outside. Where is he? Oh God, no. He left me. Where do I go? What am I supposed to do now? I panic. Like something forgotten, discarded, I slowly step out of the boundaries of the motel toward a small cement ledge near the sidewalk and flop down. In the bright afternoon light, the people on the street take notice. Young men with gold chains strut by, again and again, whistling and making comments under their breath. I look away, clutching Thor close to my chest, and can't help the flood of tears that drenches my cheeks. I can't think. Where is he? Why hasn't he come back? Why did I leave Oregon? A teenage boy looking like a pimp in his white suit and gold chains has been staring at me from across the street. Making a beeline in my direction, he wants to strike up a conversation, I can tell. I hook my foot around my duffel bag and huddle further into myself, wrapping into the safety of my mental walls. Please don't let him talk to me. A flood of despair rains down from every inch of the afternoon sky. Drenched with disbelief that I am back here, to this, I break down and weep hysterically. With no thought of what to do next, I weep uncontrollably, sobs heaving and shaking me down to my bones. I have given up. I think about the warm bed at my mother's house, my family, grandma's rocking chair, and the new friends I made at work and wish with all my heart I could erase the last couple of days. I give in to the despair of being totally lost, abandoned, and terrified for my safety. I weep and weep and weep. Miss. Are you all right? A female voice is louder now. Miss. Do you need help? I lift my head. Through a veil of tears, I notice a plain, short-haired, stocky, slightly overweight woman calling down to me from the window of her white Volkswagen van. I wipe my face and nod. My boyfriend didn't come back and I got kicked out. My tears rush out again. Do you need a ride somewhere? I'm safe. I promise. I run a Christian youth group. Can I take you somewhere? Somewhere safe. She tilts her head up and down the street. Yeah. Thanks. She looks kind, but I'm nervous. Through my blurred tears, I can see a few others seated in the back of her van. I gain my composure and quickly jump through the already open door. God, I hope she is real. My name is Sally. I'm Dawn. I don't offer any more information. So where do you want to go? My mom's in Oregon, the Glendale bus station, I guess. Do you have a ticket? No. My boyfriend, he left me. He was supposed to be back before checkout, but he, well, didn't make it. Do you need a place to stay for a while? I look at her, suspicious of the offer. What do you mean? Well, I run a Christian youth group, she repeats, and we hire out to help with odd jobs for the elderly. We got extra work if you want to earn money for a bus ticket. You can crash at my place till you do. I assure you it is perfectly legitimate and I'm safe. Really? She smiles, seeing my cautiousness. Just ask these guys. They work with me every day. I'm picking them up for a job. She points to the young, paint-splattered men in the back row of the van. Yeah, she's cool. She's kind of a missionary. Sally's been running the youth group for over a year. You're okay, girl. You got lucky. This is no place to be left on the street. Yeah, sure. Sounds all right. Thanks. I relax and let out a long, steady breath, so much that even my bones feel deflated. I let my mind adjust to the sharp change of my new environment, and I feel as though I'm being wrapped in a soft, warm blanket, my tears wiped dry. Where is John? I worry. Sally smiles and turns up the Christian tunes on the radio. Let's get to work. Hope you know how to paint. She hums, content, like a mother bird blessing her nest with her song. The second day with Sally is ending, and I am exhausted. I joined her and her crew on their painting job to have a safe place to stay while I save money to go back to Oregon, but secretly I am hoping to hear from John. Sally lives on the second floor of a plain, two-story apartment complex adjacent to a wide, busy street in Studio City. After my long afternoon of painting the day before, Sally did as she promised and brought me to her apartment to let me crash on her couch for the night. Can I use the phone, please? I'd like to try to call my boyfriend's answering service. In case he's in trouble or something. Yeah, you sure about that, Dawn? I thought you said he left you. Yeah, but I don't know why. I've just returned from Oregon. We got back together and he was only going, I let my voice trail off. He was supposed to come right back. He's never let me get kicked out of a place before. I'm worried. Something's wrong. Sally sighs. Well, if you really think you should, the phone's over there. I leave several messages for John in the evening, letting him know where I am, and again the next morning. In the past, sometimes John has left me a message with the operator at his answering service, but nothing is waiting this time. By late afternoon the next day, there still has been no word. Tired from the day's physical work, Sally and I grab some takeout. Sally is a true Pentecostal Christian and speaks passionately of the Bible and the perils of Satan. I don't feel I fit in with that way of thinking, but think she will not like me if I don't pay attention. Politely but distantly, I listen as she drones on about her religion, never connecting any of it with me. The Bible is confusing, and religion's Satan scares me worse than what I already know. The phone rings. Sally answers. It's for you, Dawn. He says his name is John. That's him. That's my boyfriend. Hello. John. Where have you been? I got kicked out, John. My voice cracks. I'm at this nice lady's house in Studio City. I've been painting houses with her, and she let me stay. Okay. You got the address. Are you okay? Yeah, he's fine. Hurry. I love you too. I take it that was him. Sally looks down her nose at me. Yeah. He's coming to pick me up. He says to say thank you. John arrives a few hours after calling, much later than expected. It is well past dark and, thinking he may not even show up, Sally has already settled in for the night. But I have been restless and worried. There's a tapping at the door just as we've turned out the lights, and Thor starts barking. I throw off my covers and run to look through the peephole. Sally is up, following closely behind. John, I whisper with relief. Come in. Sally, this is my boyfriend, John. Hello there, he says with a grin as wide as the state of California. It is dark, but he pulls off a pair of mirrored sunglasses and slides them up over his curls. I'm John. John Holmes. He reaches out forcefully for a handshake. Well, hi. Shish. Let's keep our voices down, please. Come on in. Sally is nervous the neighbors will hear. I found Dawn sitting in front of that motel in Hollywood. She had been kicked out with no place to go. So I let her stay here. Yes. I know. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was, delayed beyond my control and John's eyes are red, and his head is twitching. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a huge wad of cash, peeling 100 off the top. Here, ma'am, he drawls in his John Wayne impression. Here's for taking care of my girl. I, appreciate that. John winks at her as though she is special. Sally welcomes the money and blushes. Well, I can't. No. No. I insist. He flirts with her harder, in his sexy porn style. Do you mind if we use your bathroom? We have to talk. John doesn't wait for a response. Placing his sunglasses back in his face, he smiles his grinchy grin and drags me down the hallway with him. Baby, baby. He brings his lips to my ear, still grinning from the other side of his face. He locks the bathroom door behind us. Where were you, John? I got kicked out. The guy wouldn't let me stay. Are you all right? Is everything okay? I have seen the money and can tell he is really high but in a very good mood. Fuck that asshole. He could have made himself a bundle. Wait. Look at this. John opens his briefcase. Taking up nearly the entire bottom of the case is the cut-off corner of a black plastic garbage bag stuffed full with the largest brick-sized block of cocaine I have ever seen. Whoa. Oh my god. Is that the deal? You got it, baby. This is it. We are outta here, and this is our ticket. He is as giddy as a child on Christmas morning. I can only stare. My thoughts are mixed with fear and excitement as John reaches in and presses me into a long, deep kiss. I want you, he breathes hotly into my neck. Then, opening up the bag, he stops to admire his score, picks up a tarot card of the devil that is floating among the wreckage of his briefcase, and lays out 4 fat, thick lines on the back of a magazine from a shelf under the sink. Snuff. Snuff. His head snaps back. Here. He coughs as he holds a cut-off red and white striped straw under my nose. Strangely mesmerized, I pull my gaze away from the ominous, dark-horned tarot and take my turn inhaling the bitter, white powder. John doesn't let the terrible burn stop him from his raw, impulsive urge. Instantly he pulls his clothes off and desperately strips mine away in turn. He seals his tall frame, vacuum-like, onto my small, bony form. Our bodies turn instantly hot, reeling, on fire. We're unable to hear anything but each other's heavy breathing and frantically pounding hearts, and unable to really feel, numb because of the drug. Hey. Are you two okay? A woman's voice calls from outside the door. I need to use the bathroom. John starts giggling. Yeah. Okay. Just a minute. Quickly we put on our clothes and open the door. A different woman waits in the hallway. Hi. I'm Pam, Sally's sister. She introduces herself flirtatiously to John. She is much slimmer than Sally, and she wears makeup and thick perfume. Sally is standing behind her, nodding acknowledgement. Oh. Sniff. Hi. Sorry. We'll be out of your way in just a minute. John looks her slender figure up and down and decides she is cool. You two don't happen to want a wake-up call, now, do you? Pam's eyes bug out. She watches John lay down 2 large lines with the very same tarot card, number 13, the devil. Sure. Pam is excited. Sally declines. I gather Thor to wait for John to follow. He never emerges. Hours pass. The couch, a velour explosion of multicolored flowers, is a quiet place I wait holding Thor and chewing my fingernails. Immobilized by the coke that filters through my system, my mind stays blank, unable to ask questions like why or how. I am in another world, detached, and the fact that John is still in the bathroom with Pam just doesn't matter to me. Sally brews some coffee and paces the kitchen, intermittently storming down the hall to coax her sister out of the bathroom. She doesn't like this one bit, and she is getting impatient and snappy. Can you go check on them? She asks. She is antsy, the edge of her worry unraveling and fraying like a snag in a wool sweater. I break out of my private headspace. John. John. What's going on? My tapping is feather-like, barely making a sound. The knob turns, the door pushes ajar. John is sitting on the toilet with his briefcase on his lap, rummaging through the assortment of junk that floats at the bottom. The garbage bag is no longer there, I assume he stashed it somewhere else. Pam is on the floor leaning against the tub, leafing through the magazine used earlier as a table for the cocaine. They are both acting nonchalant, too much so, and I can tell they're extremely high. John. What are you doing? Sally is getting mad. We need to get out of here. Pam's clothes are slightly disheveled and the side of John's neck has a cluster of red blotches. Oh, yeah, baby, sure, his mind drifts from the massive amount of raw drugs that swirl inside his head, and he focuses on some stray topic, as if I'm not there. John. Huh. Oh yeah. I'll be right out, babe. He flashes me a pasty, dry grin that looks like a discarded Mardi Gras mask. Pam stays glued to the magazine, unnatural and mannequin-like. He said he was coming right out. I tell Sally the news, the bathroom announcement, and resume my spot on the couch. Mumbling something under her breath, she stomps away to her room. The sun makes brighter and brighter patches on the beige shag carpet, marking the end of a rigid night with no sleep. The coke is wearing off, and my body aches from the cramping tension in my limbs even though I lie on the couch trying to sleep. Sally is up and in the kitchen again. True fatigue sets in now that the many hours of the night have passed without rest, and my mouth, sticky and dry, calls out for water. Exhausted, I drag myself up to talk to Sally. Hi. You need to get your boyfriend out of my bathroom. She is furious. Where's your sister? I ask, not liking the accusation in her voice. Get him. Almost as if John has heard her, he saunters into the living room stretching, yawning loudly, and smiling. Good morning, he bellows. Anybody want some breakfast? Briefcase in hand and face washed, he tries to diffuse Sally's anger. What can I get ya then? Sweet rolls. Orange juice. How about you, babe? Come on. Let's go get something to eat. Sure, I say flatly, but I'm seething with anger. Still, I'm relieved to see him out of the bathroom. We head out the door as Sally marches back to finally have a private word with her sister. Back. Get back, ye Satan. Sally is screaming at the top of her lungs off the balcony of her stucco apartment complex. Marching, soldier-like, back and forth, mumbling, singing, waving a massive white flag that bears a red cross and crown as her staff of protection. In the name of Jesus, I cast you out. What the F? John and I stare, our jaws dropped. Grocery bags in hand, I call up to her. Sally. Sally. I know who you are. I saw that tarot card. Be gone, Satan. She is in a religious frenzy, she breaks out singing, Onward, Christian soldiers. Shrill and thunderous, she drowns us out. You gotta be kidding. John almost laughs, unbelieving, then stops himself. I remember the devil card and her sister, clothes rumpled, in the bathroom. Sally is very serious. Okay, Sally, please. Just let me get my dog and my stuff, okay? I'm coming up, okay? Please just let me have my dog. Sally stops marching and points the flag out in front of her like a shield. Meet me at the elevator. In the lobby, amid passers-by and gawking tenants, John and I wait as the solid elevator doors roll open. Sally rushes forward, thrusts my duffel bag and a shivering Thor into my waiting arms, her face sweaty and aflame from her hollering and singing. She brushes imaginary cobwebs from her arms and legs, spitting and cursing, calling on protective Bible verses to purify her tainted spirit. Incredulous and emotionally wounded, I am speechless. Feeling scared that I have lost a friend, I shake my head while the doors close to hide her accusing face. Oh my God! Was that weird or what? John tries to deflect my attention from his role in the bathroom scene and to gain my forgiveness. I am hurt. Sally took me in when I was on the street. I never wanted to make her feel afraid. Can you believe her, babe? Thank God I got you out of there. John always has a way of shifting the blame. It confuses me when he fast talks, and I know it's useless to argue. I thought she was going to keep Thor. That was scary. We are tired and hungry. The effects of the coke have worn off enough that we're in the mood to get some rest. We travel back into Hollywood feeling like vampires whose skin will burst into flame by the sun. John pulls into another run-down motel and checks us in, paying for a full week in advance this time. We eat noisily, unwrapping fish and chips from the Long John Silver's down the road, smoke a cigarette, and draw the drapes to block out the sun. Let's get some rest, baby. John gets naked and pulls me tight. Tonight's the night. The big one. I know he means he is going to sell the coke. I know that is where the money for our getaway will come from. So when we wake around dusk that evening on the last day of June, few words are spoken. John throws away the paraphernalia and puts the money in his boot and the coke in his briefcase. His attitude is all business as I hand him his jacket and pack of True Blues. The drug is only a commodity now, not for consumption. The big one. This is to be our new beginning, fresh and clean. The walls of my motel room move like willowy ghosts from the shadows of the headlights of parking cars. The entire night, John is gone. My sleep is restless and stiff, and when I finally doze off, nightmares jolt me awake. Thor is spooked too, his ears perked as he listens to the noises and movements outside, anxious to hear the familiar engine chug of the Malibu. The streets are damp, heavy with fog and eeriness. The darkness is an ominous and lurking thing. I jump up to look out the window at every noise. Once morning comes, I worry once again. Light fills the horizon in pink and gray tones even as the sun rises. The marine layer still cloaks the sky. I hear the unmistakable popping of the Chevy's engine as John pulls into the parking space out front. He's here. My heart races as I pull the curtain back. John is still inside the Malibu, his head laid back against the headrest. Stiff and slow, he gets out of the car and takes a sweeping look around. His shoulders slumped, his skin pasty and pale, he circles around to the trunk, opens it, and peers inside. He seems to be searching for something but comes up empty-handed. He drops the trunk lid closed and limps up to the door of our room. Oh no! I run to the door and unlock it. John's eyes, bloodshot and blank, don't acknowledge me. He walks by zombie-like, the living dead. He's wearing different clothes. I register. In slow motion he drops down on the bed, hesitates, then digs in his pockets for some change. Can you go get me a Coke? His words come out weak and emotionless. What happened, John? Nothing, baby, please. I disappear and get his soda. He sounds so hurt and lost. I want to comfort him. Still frozen in the same slumped position on the edge of the bed, he digs deeper in his pockets and downs a few 10-milligram Valiums he has wrapped in cigarette cellophane. Where's his briefcase? I wonder, feeling uneasy. Sapped of all his energy, he stands unsteadily. His clothes drop at his feet, and he crawls under the covers. As I cover him with the blanket, words stick in my throat when I see his arms and neck streaked with deep red scratches and marks. Thor rolls around on the bed, kicking and playing, trying to get John's attention, but John ignores him and turns his back, cold, like a deathly shroud. John, are you okay? I ask as I snuggle in next to him. He offers nothing. He's different. I think. Something's changed, broken inside of him. Devoid of spirit, a shell, empty and hollow, he lies pale and still, as if he were lying in his own coffin, and falls asleep. John is restless, tossing and turning throughout the night, kicking and pushing me to all corners of the bed. He groans and whimpers muffled screams, squeals, makes unnatural grunting noises like a deaf mute calling for help. Sweat soaks his skin, drenching the sheets and my own nightshirt. His nightmare is fierce, a battle, for his life. Blood. Blood. He thrashes side to side as if he wants to run away. There's so much blood. What, John? I try whispering into his ear, but he is deep in his terror and moans and tosses on his side. John quiets for a moment, sprawled over the entire bed. Thor and I can't sleep and get up to pee. Daylight touches the curtains in a soft, glowing halo, and I turn on the television bolted to the wall at the foot of the bed. I light a cigarette and turn the volume low. A 5 o'clock news flash plays across the screen. 4 bodies were found bludgeoned to death on Wonderland Avenue this morning in the Hollywood Hills with 1 survivor. Stay tuned for news at 5. My head snaps up, and I gasp. That house. That street. I know that place. That's John's connection. Oh no. God. I hold my breath for 10 full minutes, it seems, afraid to exhale. Every ounce of my being knows undoubtedly. This is bad. The little things are adding up in my head. John's return with different clothes, his missing briefcase, the red marks in his arms and neck, and most especially the lifeless way he acts, then the dreams. I start to get scared that something has gone very wrong with the sale of the Coke. I swallow hard. It is 5 o'clock. On the news, police are gathered outside of the house on Wonderland Avenue overseeing the removal of mummy sheet-clad bodies from the 3-story home and loading them into a coroner's van. A reporter, somber outside with a microphone in hand, recounts the gory details, asking for anyone with any information to call the police. A slight movement behind me makes me jump. John is up. Leaning against the faux wood headboard, he lights a cigarette. John. Look. It's that house. They found dead bodies at that house. The one you go to all the time. John doesn't say a thing but keeps an icy stare straight ahead. I fix my own disbelieving gaze on the headlines again. John. Isn't that the place? Shish. He sits up closer to listen. Neighbors reported hearing noises in the early hours this morning, July 1st, but dismissed them as primal screams common to the residents of 8763 Wonderland Avenue. Reportedly, there is one survivor in critical condition. Oh God. I've been in front of that house. Many times. I sat right there. I note the spot where the news crew is parked. This is really bad. At the end of the broadcast, John hops up and spins through the channels, until he finds another station headlining the murders. He watches, glued intently to the screen. John. You had a dream, I tell him, fighting the sinking feeling in my gut. Huh. What? A dream. A nightmare. When you were sleeping. His face drains pale, and his eyes bulge like a hungry bulldog's. You were screaming, blood. Blood. So much blood. I imitate the pitch of his voice. He jumps in quickly. Oh, the trunk of the car. I was lifting the trunk and hit my nose. Gave myself a nosebleed. His story babbles out fast and awkward. It is too much information, a blatant lie. The hair on my skin rises, warning me to not press the issue about anything. John lights one cigarette after the other, the blue haze floats heavy and thick on the filtered sunlight. He checks every window and door, becoming more paranoid and twitchy as news channel after news channel blasts the 4 on the floor murders, the Wonderland killings. For a few days, we lie low. John's demeanor leaves no room for discussion. The cocaine is gone. The money is gone. I don't want to know what else he knows. If I don't ask, it won't be real. I try to bend reality, but the truth is biting at our heels, relentless, like a rabid Rottweiler. Too many questions creep their way into my thoughts. Big questions like, who did this? And, are they coming for us? I wonder also if John had anything to do with it. My stomach curls and skin crawls as I remember John's ranting about the Wonderland gang. I hate those motherfuckers in there. I've met some shitheads in my life, but those assholes, they're fucking scum. It is too late to admonish myself for coming back. I am here, and there's nothing I can do to change that, but I have no hope or clue as to what to do next. I wait for John's backup plan, his ace in the hole. I wait to hear from him that things aren't that bad, but the words never come. John is empty inside, struggling to regroup, and has nothing comforting to say. It is obvious to me that we'll have to do something soon, but not just yet. I want to leave, run from LA anyway, like we planned. We can find jobs in another state, John. We don't need money yet. Let's just go. But he wants to keep his ear to the ground instead. He needs to find out how deep this rabbit hole goes. We can't. They'll find us. John rips the skin off the side of his fingernail. Who are they? John. Shish. Stop. The horror in his eyes is unmistakable, and his face contorts as if to say, you know damn well who. Then I realize he has to stay loyal to Eddie. We eat fast food from the local joints, paying with the small amount of cash John left me before the murders. He dashes outside, incognito, his shirt wrapped around his head, dark glasses covering his eyes, ducking behind cars and nasty brown dumpsters, while I guard the door. The room stays dark, our only light, the changing greenish glow from the television, on constantly those few days without sound. We turn the volume up to be barely audible when flashes of the 4 on the floor air on the hour, and we become more attentive to the bumps and bangs on the streets outside. On the afternoon of July 4th, it is muggy and hot and we sit naked on the bed in the harsh glare of the silent screen on the wall. Some time has gone by, and we are more relaxed, the strained edge of tension having eased a bit with the passing days. Thor snuggles warmly between John's legs beneath the sheets, while I face him, brushing off an emery board to do his nails. We wait for the 10 o'clock news to come on. My wet hair hangs loosely down my back. It's the only way I can cool myself in this stifling summer heat. John's eyes are glued to the soundless television. Our senses are alert to every detail of our surroundings. There is not a sound, except the steady sheck, sheck, sheck of the rough file against John's nails. Blam! An explosion rocks our room. A shot. I can feel my skin split and my ears crack. I leap full force into John's lap and grab at his chest. We're dead. My eyes squeeze shut, my breath immobile, as I wait for a bullet to penetrate my flesh. Freeze. Clutching to John's slippery skin, I squint and sneak a quick look. In the place where our door once stood, several bulletproof vested police officers are poised and aiming their 9mm at our heads. We mean it, Johnny. Don't move. You either, young lady. Don, is it? Don't move. Both of you or, we'll shoot. B. 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 The shots are like thunder ripping through my head. All sound disappears except the steady, terrified pounding of my heart. Chapter 16. Nothing up his sleeve. T. The interrogation room in the downtown Los Angeles Police Department is a small, dirty beige, cement block square with a bare wooden table and a few chairs in the center. A two-way mirror runs the length of the wall next to the entrance, reminding me that I am being watched. Wearing a pair of Levi's jeans and one of John's oversized shirts, I shiver from the cool air conditioning and the ripples of diminishing adrenaline exiting my system. My hands are trembling, folded on the table, as I wait for someone to come in and book me into jail. My thoughts surge at me, relentless, and I can't escape the exploding flashbacks of our arrest. Blurred faces, guns, and uniforms draped with bulletproof vests race toward us from either side of the bed. There is chaos, confusion. Our motel room door is shattered, flattened in the middle of the carpet, the frame a wooden, splintered mess. Naked and frozen with fear, John and I are shuffled around puppet-like as the dozen or so officers carefully and methodically separate us. They take John into the bathroom first to search and dress him. Do you have anything on you you'd like to tell us about? Drugs, weapons, anything? No, no. Nothing, he tells them, his arms in the air. He is nervously polite, trying to control his jerky body movements. John came back from the big run empty-handed, not even a crumb, except for the Valium. I think he won't have anything on him, but I wonder if he saw Sharon before he came back to the motel somehow. Two female officers step up to surround me. Can you step into the bathroom with us, ma'am? We need to search you. They guide me into the bathroom. One of the officers brushes her hand under my hair and between my legs, gives the all clear, and hands me my clothes. My dog. Where's my chihuahua, Thor? He's scared. Let me get him. Please. A small cage appears from another officer at the door. Call him out, ma'am. Don't touch him, just call him out. Thor is under the bed, frightened, shaking fiercely, his face appealing to me for help. But I'm not allowed to comfort him, only to call to him for a uniformed stranger to put him in a cage. Amidst a bustling crowd of plainclothes and uniformed detectives and officers, John is taken out in handcuffs. He stalls for a moment at the door, and we lock eyes. For that split second, he looks as if he wants to cry. I do. What did you do, John? What did you do? Like a sad-faced clown on a velvet background, John scrunches up his face anxiously. I love you, he mouths as he is escorted out in the baking afternoon heat to a waiting police car. Thor and I follow separately. Left alone in the small, sterile room for hours, I hear the half-glass, half-metal door finally open with a heavy creak thud that echoes in the tiny space. Two plainclothes men step up, pull out a chair, and take a seat at the opposite side of the table. Hello, Don. The first one introduces himself. He is of average height, has a round face, a brown receding hairline, and a grim expression. I'm Tom. Tom Lang, and this is my associate Frank Tomlinson. There's a pause. Do you know why we're here? He glares at me, a serious, dark, mud-eyed stare. No, my gut aches. Stabbing pains like 1,000 tiny knives pierce through my psyche. So many images race through my brain, but I know this is about the people at Wonderland. Still, I stay quiet. This is very serious, Don. Very, very serious. He pauses again. I nod. You're John's girlfriend, right? How long have you two been together? 5 years. He clears his throat and raises an eyebrow. How old are you? 20. Frank Tomlinson, a younger, fuller-haired version of Lang, shakes his head. Well, maybe we can ask you a few questions. Do you mind looking at some photos also? Sure. Detectives Lang and Tomlinson are stone-faced, cold, seasoned interrogators. They watch me, my face, my movements, for any reaction or clue that can give them a lead. They divulge nothing, not letting on why I am being held, and lay down a random assortment of pictures. Lang flips through the stack. They are people I don't recognize in front of the house on Wonderland, a place I do recognize. Then there is a picture of Eddie Nash, and I feel sick. Do any of these people look familiar? No, I lie, trying to shake my head believably. Where have you been this last week? The brick of cocaine in John's briefcase, Sally's house, and the motel before John left for his big deal scorched their way into my memory. Oh God, they want me to rat John out. I can't say anything. In the motel. My words are small, insignificant. With John. Yes. Was John with you the whole time? Well, mostly. He went out to get food and stuff. I try to skirt the truth. Do you know why you're here, Don? Lang slams his palms down on the desk. No. Murder. Hot sweat pushes its way through the cold pores of my skin. I swallow hard and look up at Tom Lang, pleading. Murder. John's in big trouble this time. He's not going to get out of this one that easy. Who? Detective Lang cuts me off. All right, Don. That's all we got for you for now. John. Oh, Johnny boy. He's not going anywhere. Nah. He's gonna be around for a long time. They push the wooden chairs back under the table, a long scraping noise that runs through my spine. I bite my tongue. In my mind I remember the contorted look and fear in John's eyes as he was being hauled off. I know he is scared. My dog, Thor, is he okay? Yeah. He's all right. Cute little fellow, knows just whose locker to piss on too. Detective Tomlinson chuckles. During his short stay, Thor has become a mini celebrity with the officers at the station. I try to smile. Do you have anywhere to go? No. Well, only one place, maybe, to Sharon's. Sharon Holmes. He thinks for a moment. Yeah. John mentioned that. Let's see if we can get you and your dog a ride, then. A uniformed officer brings Thor into the interrogation room. Panting for breath and scratching to get out of the cage, he wags his tail and frantically spins in circles when he sees me. All right. You're free to go. We can give you a ride, if you like. Detective Tomlinson motions for me to follow him. Thor compulsively licks my arm and makes whiny grunting noises. I stroke his trembling, now graying brown coat, tuck him under my oversized shirt, and exhale a heavy sigh. It's been a long time. I hope Sharon lets us in, boy, I whisper into his furry little ear. Harsh sunlight spills into the patrol car on the drive to Glendale the day after the 4th of July. There were no fireworks or celebration at the precinct. In fact, there has been no celebration of anything for me in a long time. Tomlinson and the uniformed officer make some kind of political joke that I don't understand, but I'm only drifting in and out of their conversation anyway. I'm feeling the quiet familiar streets of my past welcome me back. It's Sunday. Sharon will be home. We pull up to the cottages, as I've done 1,000 times before, and I steel myself. Tomlinson watches from the sidewalk as I hesitantly approach the porch of Sharon's now peeling, faded house, and I knock. What if she doesn't answer like that night with the hitchhiker? For a split second, that horrible evening sends a haunting shiver through my soul. The dogs are barking furiously. Thor wiggles wildly in my arms and yips. All right. All right. Sharon's lilting voice tries to calm them. Her dark gaze peeks quickly through the lace curtains, piercing me straight in the eye like a brown bullet, then disappears. Uncertain as to what she might do, I start to pray, imagining her disapproving, reluctant expression behind the door. The deadbolt clicks, and the knob turns. Hi. I clutch Thor, now squirming, and wish he'd be still. Hello, she drawls as if to say. This should be interesting. It takes me a few seconds to find my bearings and the right words. Sharon. We were arrested, John and I. They kept him, the police, they brought me here. I have nowhere else to go. What? Come in. She sounds unhappy yet resigned. I wave to Detective Tomlinson and step in. I thought you were in Oregon, Don. Sharon lights a cigarette and squints through the rising smoke. I was there for 5 months. I worked as a CNA again. But, well, I trail off, hating what I'm about to say. John talked me into coming back and, I came back. The words are hollow. I have nothing to say that will make my actions seem reasonable. Nothing to offer that makes sense, other than, I love him, but that all-consuming first love is really just an aching, confused memory, one that, despite the pain, I've been hoping to bring back to life for a couple years now. That's why I came back, because the love is supposed to come back. But she knows all this. I think. Sharon stubs out her cigarette and lights another. What happened? I don't know, Sharon. The police busted down the door. There were guns pointed at us. First I thought a bomb went off and we were dead. They took us into the station and kept me in a room for hours, asking questions about people. They said it was about murder. She watches me intently through the acrid haze of her smoke. All right. Well, she sighs deeply. Did they say he did it? I am shocked at her question. No. They didn't. They only said it was about murders. They showed me pictures of people I didn't know in the house where they found the bodies bludgeoned a few days ago. My voice is shaking. I don't want to tell her I've been at that house, or about Eddie. What bodies? Where? On Wonderland. It's been all over the news. I motion for her to turn on the television. Wait. Wait. Sharon's hands shoot up to her temples, and her thumbs rub circles hard into her scalp. She shakes her head to regroup. Wait. Okay. Let's see. First things first, when's the last time you've eaten? I don't know. Since before we were arrested, I guess. All right. You find the news, and I'll get you something to eat. The rest of the day we are glued to the television and the headlining murders. We're interrupted only by the dogs, John L. and Pokey, who obliviously play tug-of-war with an old sock while Thor barks and nips at their heels. There isn't any news of John's arrest yet, and we can only speculate why. Sharon pulls out one of my nightgowns that she has packed in a corner dresser of my old room, and we change. The evening falls somberly, not much more said between us, cigarettes and a dim sense of routine from our past keeping us sane. It is late, the stress is exhausting. Sharon digs into her stash of Valium from the bathroom drawer for us to get some sleep. We decide to make a last surf through the channels for the 11 o'clock news. The phone rings. We jump. John. Sharon walks stiffly over to the small wooden telephone table and lifts the handle of the red rotary phone. Hello. Yes. There is a pause. Hi. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now calm down. I don't have that kind of money, John. Yes, she's here. Just a minute. Sharon hands me the phone, her face drawn and worried. Hello. Baby. Listen, please. You two gotta help me. Okay, John. How? Listen. I'm in jail, and I only got a minute. Someone just threatened to kill me. You have to get me out. John. I don't have any money. What? Can't you and Sharon scrape something up? Sell something. I don't know, just do it. If I'm in here much longer, I'll die. Okay. I'll ask. I gotta go, baby. Baby, please, I love you. I love you too, John. Click. Sharon lets out an audible sigh as I hang up the phone. Snapping open her needlepoint cigarette case, she lights another and sits down to think. He says he's going to be killed if we don't do something. He told me. I don't know what he expects us to do about it. He's already stolen everything of value I have. Everything of Grandma's, her china, her silver, and I'll be damned if he thinks I'm going to my parents or anyone else again for a loan. I don't know about Sharon's things being missing, but I know John is a thief. My jewelry, missing items from Michelle's, the suitcase at the airport. I recall a time I heard the dogs in the background when John was on the phone with me in Oregon. Still, I feel as if we have to do something. He sounds scared, Sharon. I'm out on a limb. I believe him. There are bad people out there. I know, but, her tone softens. There's nothing I can do. Me either. We don't speak for a long while, both of us chain smoking as if each cigarette might bring a fresh idea, but no solution comes. Well, she says, finally giving into emotional exhaustion. We might as well go to bed. I wake the next day to Sharon's voice on the phone as she calls in sick to work. Family emergency. Her words, starchy, cardboard-like, clear some time off with the doctor's office. Morning. I shuffle out of my old bedroom with mixed feelings of comfort from my things that still adorn the walls, but also pain from the memories of my attempted suicide in the bitter last days here. Any news from John? Nope. Nada. Sharon's tone is controlled and even. Fresh strawberries in the fridge. Cream on the top shelf. I dole out a bowl for each of us with lots of sugar, and we sit down with the dogs to methodically peruse the daily news flashes. We jump every time the phone rings, thinking it is John or news of something worse. We pass the time playing rummy and catching up with each other's lives. David, Karen, and Jamie moved away about 6 months ago. Thank God. Sounding a little like her old self, Sharon exhales a blast of smoke with relief. That's the only good news I've had in a while. I laugh, enjoying for a moment some lightheartedness of the past, and I play a good bluff game of cards. Are you all right, Sharon? I finally ask. I feel a sense of heaviness from her that parallels mine. We haven't spoken in a long time. I remember so many things John told me about how she didn't care about me anymore, and then, on the phone with him in Oregon, about her willingness to try and start over together with the promise of no drugs. My affection for her is real, and in my mind we are all supposed to have a fresh start, together. He said Sharon too. I remind myself of our conversations when he begged me to come back to LA, and I wonder if she knows this was going to be his last big deal, for us. I'm fine. Her high-pitched tone strains as it always does when she has to talk about her feelings. Like I've always told you, Dawn, the best you can do is to take all the garbage from life, stick it in a box, and put it away in a closet, somewhere where you don't have to look at it, and get on with things. Like organizing. Exactly. I've been fine. Trust me. Sensitive to Sharon's personality, I leave it at that, and, as usual, we don't speak any more of such things, instead playing cards until bedtime. We go to sleep with no further word from John. Tuesday morning is scorching. The finches in their bamboo cage by the window sing loudly with the sun's praise, sweetly unaware of our troubles. It's been nearly 1 week since the murders, and 3 days of waiting for any word. It arrives around noon. The phone rings. Sharon stops dead in her tracks, takes a deep breath, and calmly walks over to the telephone. Yes. Okay. That's fine. Just a minute. She puts her hand over the receiver and speaks directly to me. Do you mind speaking to Detective Lang again? No. Sure. That's fine. No problem. Goodbye. She hangs up. Well, Tom Lang will be here in about half an hour. He has something important he would like to speak to the both of us about. It has to do with John, of course. I can't tell if she is being sarcastic. Is he all right? Yep. He's in protective custody. He got a hold of Big Tom and told him his life's been threatened. Apparently Big Tom got him into protective custody, and now Lang wants to speak to us. About what? I don't know. This time she definitely sounds disgusted. Sharon, I ask, deciding to break the rule of silence around the name, Big Tom. Who exactly is Big Tom, anyway? After all this time, I know the man's voice, I know he is a friend, but to my knowledge this is the first time he was ever connected to the police. He's a vice cop. What did you think? She looks amazed that I don't know. What's that? John's a stool pigeon. Didn't you know? She sees my confusion. An informer. Get it? John was arrested before you even got here in New Jersey, Point Pleasant, where you were born, interestingly enough. He's been turning people from the porn business into authorities for years now. Sparks of realization ignite inside me as I remember the many times John took Big Tom's calls with urgency. So Big Tom is helping John. Then, for the first time, I think that maybe everything will be all right. John has a friend on the side of the law, and he will protect us. Peeking down the courtyard from the sun-warmed porch, we watch Detective Lang, square and balding, saunter toward the cottage. Casually he looks from side to side, scoping out each cottage window and alleyway. The image of him, cautious, ready to react, proves to us that we are most likely being watched, by more than the police. Sharon herds the dogs into the bedroom while I let Lang in. Dawn. He nods. Good to see you again. Hi. Come in. And you're Sharon. Sharon Holmes, I take it. He sticks his hand out for a formal handshake. Yes. Hi. How are you? Mind if I have a seat? Certainly. Sharon offers a space on the couch. Well, you both probably know this is about John. Is he safe? I ask, jumping into the conversation. He's out of jail, if that's what you mean, and we have him in protective custody. We know he was receiving some threats from the inside. Who was threatening him? Afraid of what I might hear, I hold my breath. Well, could be a number of people. We have a pretty good guess, and that's why I'm here. He pauses, wiping the sweat from his head. We have every reason to believe the two of you may be in real danger. Our bodies lean in his direction like metal drawn to a magnet as we give him our undivided attention. Like I said, John is being held in protective custody. He has disclosed to us that he is willing to turn over certain information in exchange for entrance into the Witness Protection Program. John has also indicated that this is something he would be willing to do, well, only if he clears his throat. Only if he speaks to the two of you first. You mean speak to him, over the phone? Or, Sharon asks. No. I'm here to ask you if you would be willing to meet with John. When? Now. Yes. Myself and my partner are ready to take you to him right away. He has someone waiting outside. I think. This is real. I look at Sharon and wait for her to answer for us. I think she must want to go see him as badly as I do. Deep in thought, she stares at her foot on the green vinyl stool. Sharon, I prompt. All right, she answers slowly and meticulously. For how long, and what about the dogs? So you both agree. We nod. Tom stretches his legs, glances nervously out the window, and asks to use the phone. I can have your dogs taken wherever you like and, well, as for how long, that's up to you and John. But realistically, you should be prepared to be away at least a couple days, maybe longer. It'll depend on how long it will take for all the interviews to be completed. He picks up the receiver and dials. Yeah. It's me. Tell him they said yes and we will be on our way as soon as we close things up here. Sure. Hey, John. They told you. Good. Sure. Just a minute. He places his hand over the mouthpiece and holds the phone out for either of us. He wants to talk to you too. Sharon doesn't budge, so I grab the phone first. John. Are you okay? Don. Oh, baby, I'm so glad you're coming. You're coming, right? And Sharon. Yeah, Sharon's coming too. Good. Listen, baby. I can hear him press his mouth over the receiver and whisper. Say as little as possible. Everything is being tapped. I need you to do me a favor. Please. When you pack your things, go into my office, and in the top file cabinet drawer are my papers. My God. He wants me to sneak him some drugs. Can you bring me my papers, baby? You know, my important papers. You got that. His voice changes, becoming louder and more formal. Very important, okay. Wrap them up like I showed ya, and they'll be fine. Thanks, baby. I love you. Sure, John. Love you too. Baby. Is Sharon there? Yeah. Just a sec. I look at Sharon, who still sits like stone. He wants to talk to you. Sharon snaps out of her daze, pulls her glasses off, and rubs her eyes hard as if to erase the next moments in time. Hello. Yes. Okay. Love you too. Goodbye. I figure he told her the phones were tapped and kept it short. Well. Let's get this over with. The looming shape of the Bonaventure Hotel in downtown Los Angeles towers dark and gray above our heads as we approach the curved and mirrored exterior. Sharon and I are impassive in the backseat of the undercover car and barely make a sound. I am biting my already worn down fingernails. Sharon, hands neatly placed in her lap, twiddles her thumbs. True to his word, Tom Lang has arranged everything expediently. The dogs are boarded with our vet, and the house is locked up and kept on a 24-hour guard. 2 sets of officers are stationed downtown to watch both the hotel entrances and the streets outside for any unusual activity or excess drivers by. We arrive at the main entrance, met by plainclothes officers who instantly surround us and head to the main lobby. Their height and width block my view of the lobby and keep us hidden. Whisked to the 22nd floor, swiftly and under cover in the see-through tube elevator, we are hurried out to an unassuming suite nearby. They're even blocking us from the windows. I think. Is there a sniper? The room is bustling, swarming with officers of every shape and size pressing black boxy walkie-talkies to their mouths. A drug-sniffing German shepherd yanks at his leash to smell us as we enter. At the end of the king-sized bed, an oblong fold-out table is propped with 2 more detectives waiting to search our bags. The room is the hub for this covert operation, Operation John Holmes, and everything moves smoothly, like a well-oiled machine. No time to ask questions. We will need you to step into the bathroom for a moment, please. We need to search you before we let you in to see John. A female officer appears to ask me and to steer me into the bathroom before I can even answer. No. Sure, I mumble. Oh shit. I hope they don't find the pot I hid for John in the baby powder. I've found his important papers, the stash he begged me for on the phone, exactly where he told me, and I hope Big Tom will let it slide, knowing how badly John needs it to calm his nerves. Smoothing down her shirt, Sharon steps out of the bathroom next, and we are asked if we have anything in our bags to tell them about. Nope. Nothing. Hello, Sharon. A brown-haired man approaches us from the table near the balcony. How have you been? Tom. Hi. Well, could be better, you know, Sharon addresses the husky man in a familiar tone. And this must be Don. I'd recognize your voice anywhere, he says, shaking my hand in turn. Sharon sees my bewilderment. Don. This is Tom. Big Tom. Oh. Hi. Nice to meet you finally. A tiny sense of calm sparks in me as I realize this longtime friend is here, someone John worked with on the right side of the law. Another man approaches and stretches out his hand to introduce himself. And this is Bob Souza. Another lead investigator on this case, Big Tom announces. Hi, nice to meet you too. We're real glad you're both here. If everything works out, John will be helping us, and a lot of other people. His speech ends abruptly, and like a good detective he stops himself from going any further. Well, shall we? He takes hold of the knob of a door connecting the room to the next, taps, and pushes it open. Company's here, John. A flurry of officers buzzes around and clears an opening that reveals John, pale and sick-looking in a borrowed tan suit jacket and jeans, sitting on the end of a king-sized bed. Hey, baby. You guys made it. He stands up and comes toward us with his arms outstretched. He smiles nervously, relieved and apprehensive, eyes darting back and forth between Sharon and me, wrapping his arms around us in a group hug. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Everything's going to be all right now that we're together. He kisses both of us on the cheek, squeezing hard. Here. Let me take your bags. Do you want something to eat? Like servants waiting for his command, John motions erratically for Big Tom to get someone with a menu. We are confused for a moment. No, well, Sharon says. Well, I think I'll leave you all alone for right now to catch up. Don't you think so, John? Big Tom looks large and awkward, uncomfortable in a fat, choking tie and boxy shoes. Oh. Yeah. Sure. Thanks, Tom. Right. So if you need anything, John, you know what to do. He signals for everyone to clear the room. When the door shuts, John rushes up and checks the lock. Sharon. Don. I'm so glad you're here. Did they help you board the dogs and lock the house? He steps between us anxiously and plants another kiss on each of our cheeks. Don, you made it to Sharon's. I told them to let you go, that you didn't know anything. Let's order something to eat. You can have anything you want. Filet mignon, prime rib, whatever you like. His behavior is erratic, wild. John. Sharon interrupts. What's going on? Let's eat first. I have a lot to talk to you two about, but not on an empty stomach. They're paying top dollar to take care of us. We might as well take advantage of it. John's anxiety is extreme, and I take it to mean he's worried we'll be uncomfortable. He herds us over to a round table by the floor-to-ceiling curtained windows and passes out menus. All right. If you say so, Sharon says dryly. As if we're at a fancy restaurant, each of us orders a high-end dinner, which is delivered promptly by plainclothes officers armed with sawed-off shotguns, the same officers who guard our door constantly. We eat slowly and formally and make small, unfunny comments. John orders a bottle of 30-year-old scotch with the meal and passes around small shots to take the edge off the tense situation. From his jacket pocket, John retrieves a Tipperillo and draws in the rich, heavy smoke, offering each of us our own. Well, I guess we need to get down to business. Breaking the uncomfortable emptiness in the air, John stands up as a dictator would, cigar in hand, as if he is going to make a speech. Sharon, I need to talk to you first, in private. Do you mind? He pulls her chair out for her. Without a word, Sharon complies. It looks to me as though she has shrunk a size. With tiny steps, she follows John's looming shadow into the bathroom. The door sharply slams as Sharon returns from the bathroom. He wants to see you, she says, blandly and without emotion. She beelines over to the large picture window and pulls back the drapes to sit on the ledge overlooking downtown LA. I watch her stiff, robotic movements and mistake them for resolve. John steps out right behind her, wiping his red-rimmed eyes, and spies her perched at the sill. This is hard. I tell myself. Don. John reaches out his hand to me and guides me to the bathroom. The room is steamy, the water running in the tub. Shish. He puts his finger to his lips. He pulls his hair back from his forehead and wipes away another tear before taking both my hands in his. Baby. He clears his throat. You know this is about the murders on Wonderland, right? I look deep into his tired, sunken eyes. Did you do something, John? No. Listen. I went that night to get the money for us to leave. You know, sell the dope. I stopped to pick up my messages first, and when I got back in the car Dials was waiting. He put a gun to the back of my head. You mean Eddie's bodyguard? I can feel that night on my skin as if it's happening right now. There were other guys in the car too. They forced me, baby. He lets out a sob. They took everything I had, the dope, the money, my briefcase with my address book. Eddie got it, and I couldn't let him find out about you or Sharon, our families too. Your mother, my mother, and they took me and forced me to let them into the house, buzz them in, and stay, and watch as they murdered those people. He is shaking, his hands pulling on my arm, slippery from the steam in the air. They tried to get away with robbing Nash, baby. Nobody gets away with that shit. No one. Then the weight of his confession overwhelms him. His shoulders drop, he hides his face in his hands and weeps. The blood drains from my face. The thick humidity and the shot of scotch make my head heavy, and my stomach folds over on itself. I reach out to rest my head on John's shoulder. The police found my fingerprints, and now they want to blame me for the murders. Easily I take John's side. They can't blame you, John. What are you going to do? If I tell everything I know about Nash and, well, people, we're talking drugs, arson, murder. Baby, they'll give us protection, put us in the witness protection program. You, me, and Sharon. We can start a new life together like we wanted, baby. That's all I ever wanted was to start over. What do you say? Will you come with me? I told them you two had to be safe first, that I'd only did this if you guys said yes. What did Sharon say? He looks at me offended, takes a moment. She already said yes. She's gonna settle the house and meet us later. What do you say, baby? You, me, and Sharon, like it was in the beginning. We'll be set up for life and protected. But, well, there's one thing. What? I don't blink. It's gonna be hard. Eddie's got my address book, and if he thinks I'm still alive, he'll go after Mom, you know, everyone. People will have to think we're dead. The cops will have to give us complete new identities and move us somewhere in the country where no one will find us. They're gonna have to fake our death certificates. He is rambling and takes a deep breath. It means we can never contact our families again. What? Never. An immediate sense of grief and sadness burns through my heart at the thought of never seeing my family again. This is cruel. I don't want Eddie after my family because of me. I'm scared and can't keep my anguish in anymore. I bury my head in his lap. I know, babe. This is the hardest thing in the world to ask you. But I need you. Like I needed you to come back from Oregon. I never meant for this to happen. I only wanted to start over again. But this can be our fresh start anyway. We still can have it, baby. But if you don't, I told them I wouldn't do it if either of you said no. It'll be dangerous without protection. But I'd rather be killed on the street than be alone, without you. I love you, Dawn. In my mind's eye, glimpses of my life with John materialize and crash down hard like a terrible storm into broken pieces of concrete and rubble. All that's left standing in my imagination is John and I, clinging onto each other in the center of an open, barren field. And like a nightmare that I know is mine, he is all that there is for me. Through swollen, burning eyes I look up at him. Yes, John. I'll come with you. He holds my face in his hands and whispers, I love you, as we rock to and fro on the edge of the bathtub. Wiping my tears and his, he kisses my forehead. Come on. Let's get some rest. Sharon doesn't look our way as we walk out of the bathroom together. She remains stone-like on the sill of the giant corner window, facing the busy lights from the construction site across the street. We have a fitful sleep in spite of the Valium Sharon hands out to help us rest. After Sharon and I go to bed, John stays in the bathroom smoking the small amount of pot I snuck in for him. The fan buzzes loudly, and I can smell the pungent skunk-like odor drift up from the cracks. I'm nervous John will make the police angry. Finally he crawls under the covers between us, something he has only done when he, Sharon, and I were in Vegas together, and puts an arm over both of us. As I cuddle into him, I notice Sharon has her back toward him on the other side. This is how she always sleeps, but I think it's cold, considering the emotional decision we've all just made to go undercover together. At least that's what John told me. The next morning John is immediately summoned to the adjoining room with Big Tom, Lang, Souza, and Tomlinson. Everything will be business for him from now on. Sharon and I pick at our meals and play mindless games of Yahtzee and Scrabble, which we brought from the house, while John meets with the police and higher-ups. Mostly, though, Sharon takes to her usual seat at the window, staring intently at the comings and goings of the busy strangers below. I say very little and think about the last time I saw my family and if I will be able to tell them goodbye before we leave. Maybe after a while we can come out of hiding and contact them again. I flip through channels, falling in and out of sleep on the California King as the heavy dose of Valium still pumps in my veins. John returns periodically, an armed gunman glued to his side. Guzzling giant swigs from the Scotch bottle, he plants agitated kisses in our cheeks. There's a commotion in the afternoon on the first day. John and Detective Lang rush into the room and need the keys to the Glendale house in a hurry. People have access to fake official uniforms, police, security, you know, they might try to get into the house, Lang explains. He sends someone to pick up all of the family's important papers, for our safety. Sharon doesn't argue and hands over the keys, and I take this to mean that everything is going as planned. A real, suffocating panic from the impending danger threatens to steal the breath from my lungs and render me immobile, but the detectives are experts at keeping us calm. After a long first day of interrogation, John returns. Visibly pale and exhausted. He kicks the door behind him and flips them the bird after the lock turns in the small suite for the night. Fucking assholes. Sons of bitches. Let's fucking eat. We order lobster and cherries Jubilee and again are served by the shotgun-armed guards at our door. Sharon takes her cue and passes out the Valium like an evening mint and we escape, thankfully, into a deadened sleep. Very early Wednesday morning we are given an alert. John and a handful of detectives rush in and unceremoniously pack our things. Big Tom approaches, explaining calmly, while John bounces off the walls, jumpy like a rubber band, continually wiping his hands and his jeans. Our intelligence understands there are several contracts out on your lives. It's been leaked that John is negotiating for the witness protection program. Our sources are pretty sure he's been located here. We are going to have to move you. We'll do it separately and right away. We would appreciate it if you would allow these officers to assist you in your relocation. It's important that we hurry. Instantly we switch to autopilot. The plainclothesman separates us, assigning 2 guards to each of us. Detectives armed with walkie-talkies and handguns in shoulder straps escort us out one by one in different directions. From the room to the elevator to the lobby, there are groups of cops stationed to check and double-check our status on their radios. The elaborate glass elevator descends, a large, heavy, calloused hand weighs itself on my head, and a matching booming voice orders me to keep low. Every action is like a sharp, swift stroke of a perfectly timed blade. When we hit the street in the harsh light of an overcast day, there is but a minute to notice the onlookers or to be noticed by them. Stay down, the officer in charge repeats, holding my head down for the climb into a waiting car. With their hands inside their shoulder holsters, two men on either side lean over me in the backseat, peering up at the hovering skyscrapers of Los Angeles. What are they doing? Are they protecting me from snipers? I wonder, strangely numb and removed. This is like scenes from Hawaii Five-0. This can't be real. I worry about Sharon and John. What's going on in their minds? Are they getting shot at? A few blocks away, the Biltmore Hotel, a 1920s classy brick building with ornate columns and marble carvings, spreads out over large green parks and taller contemporary skyscrapers. The black undercover car I'm in pulls into a back service entrance, where we meet yet another pair of cops waiting to escort us from the loading dock to the kitchen service elevator. The 11th floor of the Biltmore Hotel hosts the presidential suite. Royally decorated, it is used for just that, presidents. I think of the Kennedys in magazine images I remember of the White House in the 1960s. John and Sharon are already settling into the master bedroom when I am ushered in. These are to be our quarters. The kitchen, dining room, smaller bedrooms, and huge sunken living room are arranged for the police and the important people John is preparing to meet. Big Tom returns, all business now. Settle in and order some lunch. We're pulling together the people we spoke to about John. We'll try to have something for you first thing tomorrow. So use your time wisely and rest up. Should have some news for ya by this afternoon. John mumbles something in the affirmative and waves him out. We're all extremely weary and drained, but John looks like he is about to collapse. The thought of having contracts out on our lives is traumatic and, to me, so completely unrealistic I cannot wrap my mind around the thought. The knowledge of how well we are being protected offers some solace, but nothing is appealing except to get this ordeal over with. Again, Sharon finds her spot immediately on the ledge by the window while I try to find a television show to numb my mind. John chugs down some more scotch, the bottle already waiting in the room. He orders steak for us even though the thought of food turns our stomachs. Then he orders a side of cognac and Cuban cigars for himself. Word is passed along to us that John is to talk to the bigwigs in the morning. A shrouded group of influential people will gather in the formal sunken living room at the center of the penthouse suite and record all the sordid details of John's criminal information. This is really going to happen. I am convinced. He has given the police information through Big Tom for years, and Tom is someone who can help John do this, and do it right. The knock on the door cracks earlier than we want it to. It is time. John is fidgety and busies himself with insignificant things, running in and out of the bathroom, stalling for time. Come on, John. Lang stands at the door, his jacket off, the pistol in his shoulder holster on the outside of his dress shirt exposed. Okay. Well, this is it. John bends down for a kiss from Sharon and me. Wish me luck. Sharon and I make small talk about the hotel. This place was built in the early 1920s. Lots of celebrities stayed here, politicians, dignitaries. Sharon recites a part of Los Angeles history, a calming exercise for her. I head over to the television and flip through the channels again. News of the murders airs intermittently, and when it seems we can't escape the headlines, we turn the television off. At lunch, John returns with few words and a troubled expression etched on his brow. See them. As the door swings open for John to leave, we catch a glimpse of the men sitting on the couch. That's John Van de Kamp, the district attorney, she whispers, raising her eyebrows to add severity. The level of John's confession rises to the highest ranks. The late afternoon sun streaks through the fancy curtains, casting a blinding glare of abstract lines against the walls. John walks in looking thoroughly dejected, Tom Lang close at his heels. Well, that's it, Lang announces angrily. That's it. Are we leaving? I ask, confused. Sharon's head shoots toward the detective. No, I mean pack it up. You're going home in the morning. Home. Okay. At first I assume he is speaking about a new undercover home, but by John's slumped shoulders and averted gaze, I surmise that there is something very wrong. Johnny here isn't going to give us what we came for, so we're cutting him loose. Let him take his chances on the outside. Got a couple hours to change your mind, Johnny. You know where we'll be. Lang leaves the room. Does this mean they could kill us on the streets? Sharon and I are incredulous, shocked, and speechless. John avoids my question about whether we're leaving. Keeping his distance from me and Sharon, he pops another Valium and crawls under the covers. I gave them what they wanted. Fuck 'em. He puts his hand over his face to block us out, turns his back, and completely withdraws from any more questions, especially from ours. Tom Lang drives Sharon and me to Glendale the morning of July 11. John has left to go through an official release process and to pick up the dogs boarded at the kennel. Being out of protective custody with nothing resolved makes me extremely uneasy. Sharon is ever silent, her gaze remaining focused out the back window, and I can only guess that she is scared too. What happened? I ask. John didn't give us what he promised, so the deal is off. Irritation rings in his voice. Off. But what about the contracts out on us? We'll be killed. I'm sorry. We'll try to protect you as best we can, but we really can't help that much. But John gave you the information you wanted, I cry. No. He fed us bullshit. We think he's stalling, protecting Eddie Nash, and wasting all of our time. Sorry. With nothing more said, Detective Tom Lang drops us off and wishes us good luck. Drapes drawn, doors locked, we lie low, tiptoeing around corners and startled at every shadow. Sharon, John, and I barely speak to one another. Sharon hides out in the small corner of the kitchen, engaged in mind-numbing tasks. Deep in thought, she does the dishes in long, slow, soapy strokes. John confronts her briefly by the kitchen sink and they exchange short, heavy whispers. Sharon slips past John. With an uncomfortable, anguished expression twisting her normally statue-like dark features, she grabs her purse and leaves for a quick errand. The once impounded Malibu is parked next to the cottage camouflaged beneath the shadow of the giant magnolia tree. I try to calm the excitement of the dogs, the dancing of their toenails like falling rain on a tin roof, hollow and depressed. Sharon returns balancing her heavy purse and plain brown paper grocery bags. Frantically, John unpacks them, lining up several spray paint cans in a long row on the varnished counter. Here. Come on. He hands me a can of spray paint and motions for me to follow. Outside, he crouches down on the ground next to the Malibu and pulls me down with him, spraying sloppy streaks of gray primer over the weathered dark blue sides. Hurry. John nudges my arm. He pops off the cap of rust-red paint and sprays wild strokes on the black textured vinyl top, leaving blatant, conspicuous streaks and drips. It looks like dried blood, I think. It's a bad sign. What are we doing, John? We gotta get out of here, and fast. Once they find out I'm out of jail, they'll be looking for us. There are contracts out on us. Get it? Death contracts. So we gotta get out of this state and hide somewhere. Sorry, baby. He squeezes my hand. Fucking cops. I know we are going on the run now, not from the police, but from something far worse, evil, looking for us, and we need to run for our lives. The spray paint cans empty fast. We have covered most of the Chevy's original color. John holds my hand and dashes into the house, keeping close to the bushes and trees. Pack your things. Only what you need. Sharon is already in the bedroom rolling John's clothes into tight, neat bundles in plastic garbage bags. Sharon, come on, he calls. We need to get this done. Like many times in their relationship, it seems Sharon simply obeys John's barking orders, but she already knows what this means. I watch her actions to determine what will happen next. She removes an old, white tablecloth from a kitchen drawer and drapes it around John's shoulders. With scissors that appear out of nowhere, she snips at his shaggy curls, hacking and trimming a hair's breadth from his scalp. I think of her nurse's training, all the times she cleaned a wound or wrapped a bandage, and I picture her in an operating room performing surgery. Here. You can have the honor of doing that. She nods to a box of jet black hair dye on the counter. Darkness falls, the crickets are screeching loudly outside. I wish they would quiet down so I can hear any other noises, unfamiliar noises, from the courtyard outside. John packs the still wet car as his cropped black hair dries. Accidental drips of jet black dye stain his forehead, and a long one runs down his cheek. The newly acquired short, dark dome of hair shadows his features and dulls the blue of his eyes to gray. He hands me Thor, wrapped in a blanket Sharon has warmed in the dryer, and asks me to meet him. He takes one last look behind him, and I do as I'm told. John and Sharon whisper privately for only a few short, hurried minutes. Their bodies are rigid, and Sharon keeps her head turned away from John. John whips around and instantly appears in the driver's seat. Ready, baby? Well, we're finally getting out of here. He smiles a shaded reaper's grin. What's Sharon doing? She's gonna meet us, baby. Don't worry. She's gonna catch up to us soon. The Safeway parking lot a few blocks away is garbage-strewn, dark, and nearly deserted, except for the homeless man guarding his shopping cart full of cans. Within minutes Sharon pulls up in her aunt's pale green Valiant. John jumps out of the car to meet her. A white envelope exchanges hands, and he reaches over to wrap his arms around her 5'2" frame. She is stiff, arms to her side, then she awkwardly breaks free. Sliding quickly past him, she heads over to my lonely silhouette in the passenger seat. Hi. I show her a brave smile. Hi. Well, this is it. She hesitates. Time is frozen for a minute, like the low, gathering fog, as her brown eyes bore intensely into mine. I love you, Don, she blurts with a heave of her shoulders, and she reaches in to give me a warm hug. I love you too, Sharon. It'll be okay, I reassure her. I know. Well, goodbye. Take care of him. I will, Sharon. I will. We'll see you soon. John swoops in to hold Sharon's reluctant small frame once again before she turns away and drives off, profile unflinching, eyes straight ahead. John. When will she be coming? I ask once again. Soon, baby. As soon as we get settled, we'll let her know where we are and she'll meet us. She needs to close up the house anyway. Yeah, I believe John, so I don't question it. I am anxious to be on the way out of LA and to safety. Driving through the vibrantly lit streets, I recognize Hollywood. Where are we going, John? An uneasy feeling churns in my gut. Gotta make one more stop before we go. He flashes me that unsettling grin again. No. John. No. We don't need to stop anywhere. Let's just go. Please. We don't need anything. I panic. Please don't let him stop for drugs. Yes, we do, baby. We need money. Sharon didn't give us enough. $500. How far are we going to get on that? Not far. We need more, baby. Just one more stop. Besides, he owes me. His jaw clenches, and he grips the steering wheel till his knuckles whiten. Who owes you? Eddie. Oh my God, John. No. He's gonna kill you. That's the last place we should go. John's face drains visibly pale in the dark interior of the car, and his voice lowers to a gravelly mumble. I know, but I got a plan. Plan. What kind of plan, John? He's got contracts and you. He wants to kill you. I know. But listen. I need you to back me on this. He knows by now that I didn't rat him out, that I didn't give the police any incriminating evidence. Yeah. And he's gonna make sure you don't either, John. He'll shoot you. No. Listen. Not if I bluff him. Bluff him. How? Now listen. Here's the plan. I'm gonna ask him for a couple $1,000. I know he's got that much handy. I'm gonna tell him that if I'm not back in half an hour, that I have someone holding 3 letters. These letters, addressed to Van de Kamp, Lang, and the Los Angeles Police Department, have enough evidence, I mean, everything, to put him away for life. They'll be dropped in the mail if I'm not back in half an hour. Oh my God, John. He's not going to do this. He's gonna kill you. Let's just go now. Please. No. He owes me for saving his ass, and he knows it. I didn't rat on him, and now, by leaving town, I'm saving his ass again. Besides, I got the letters and you. He knows I got you for proof. I can't believe this. John is playing this like a bluff on a bum poker hand with absolutely nothing up his sleeve. We pull into the Dupar's coffee shop parking lot at the bottom of Ventura and Laurel Canyon. John throws the car in park. His hands run habitually through his hair, and he remembers suddenly it has been cut off and is black now. He checks to see if his hand is stained and, trying to muster some kind of confidence, lets out a long breath. Inside, he guides me to an orange checkered booth near the pay phone. Order us some coffee, babe. I'm gonna make a call. I sit trembling, convinced this is a deadly idea, until John returns from the phone. Please don't let this happen. I pray. Well, what did he say? He said to come up. He stirs cream and sugar into his coffee, then takes a giant gulp, draining the entire cup. I'll be back in no more than half an hour. But if an hour goes by, call the police. He bends to give me a hard kiss on the lips. I love you, Don. Wish me luck. The hands on the clock move painfully slowly. With dread, I watch every second tick by. Eddie will be more pissed off than grateful. I yell in my head to no one. What is he thinking? Suspicious eyes keep track of me as I nurse my coffee and jump at every movement and noise. The 30 minutes have passed. John has not returned. 35 minutes pass, no sign. Then 40 minutes, 45, and a battered-looking John returns. Shaking, he slides into the booth across from me and holds my hands. John. What happened? I grip his hands hard to hold him still. He can't speak at first and raises a finger signaling me to give him a minute to gain his composure. He made me get on my knees, John finally hisses, then swallows half a cup of coffee hard. Did you tell him about the letters? Dials was there. He had him hold a gun to my head. Asked why he shouldn't just kill me. And my family. He asked me why he should believe I didn't tell the cops anything. Why should I trust you? He asked me. What did you say? I said, if I'm not back in exactly 30 minutes, the letters will be dropped in the mail. He didn't believe me. He made me beg him not to put a bullet through my head. And then, he let me go. Are you all right? Did he give you the money? John's eyelids crease as if he will cry. He said he would think about it. He said to come back in an hour and check the mailbox. Oh my God. We can't go back. No. No. Let's just leave, John. Don't go. A bomb, a sniper, something, will be waiting, but it won't be the money. Don't believe him. Fear consumes me like millions of bees stinging my skin. Eddie is mad. I want to run as fast as I can, as far as I can, and never come back. No, baby. We have to. We just don't have enough money, and I think he's gonna do it. Finish your coffee. We gotta get out of here. We drive around for an eternity in our newly painted car. After circling Studio City several nerve-wracking times, John finally winds up the steep road to Laurel Canyon toward Eddie's. Is this to be our death ride? I wonder in despair. My gut twists in knots, and I cannot comprehend that I am in a car driving up to the home of the drug lord who has contracts out on our lives. I get down low out of habit as we approach Eddie Nash's house on Donalola Drive. Listening intently, I hear every footstep John's boots make up the brick walkway, then the creaking of the mailbox opening and closing shut. I hunch my shoulders down, bracing myself for a blast or gunshot, but instead hear the heavy thud of John's footsteps running back to the car. At the bottom of the canyon road, he rips open the end of an envelope with his teeth and looks inside. Fucking bastard. He flings the shredded envelope to the floor. What? He only gave me half. Son of a bitch. John's fist hits the steering wheel, and veins bulge in his neck as he punches on the gas pedal, peeling onto the freeway to head out of town. Half. That's Eddie's thing, isn't it? The understanding leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But with every mile farther and farther from this wretched place, this place of broken dreams and pain, I feel lighter and less oppressed. John reaches over to hold my hand tightly as we near the desert, and our new beginning. Chapter 17. No. F. From behind the shadowy ridge of hills in the east, the desert sun rises, magical hues of pink and gray thrown across a barren desert highway. Memories of the wonder I had in my heart when I traveled cross-country with my dad to California almost 6 years ago entertain the silent hours as the miles slip behind us. I lift my head from John's lap to look at him and smile. Hey, baby. Sleep good. His voice is like a soft, sweet song in my ear. Where are we? Almost to Vegas. He brushes my hair from my face. Where are we headed, John? Montana. We'll go to my sister Ann's in Billings. She'll let us hang out for a while till we can figure something out. If we like it enough, we might even settle down there. Yeah. That sounds good. I snuggle up next to him and rest my head on his shoulder. Spinning the dials on the radio, John finds only country music and then shuts it off, content to listen to the engine whir through the desolate plains. Thor's warm, 4-pound body fits perfectly in the crease of my leg under the scratchy, orange polyester comforter. The moment is peaceful for once. We're alone in the desert, secure in the thought of leaving the city. It's just John and I and the fading stars. W. Ham. A large feathered bird smacks the windshield dead on. What was that? Color drains from John's face. It's as if he has seen a ghost. What, John? What is it? He swallows. A hawk. His tone is low and sad. Wow. That was huge. It's bad. What do you mean, bad? It's a bad omen for a hunter to kill a hawk, real bad. John squeezes my hand, and I tense with the familiar apprehension of dread at the prophecy that fell from the sky. Now the fear of an unknown future is real again and as big as the sharpening outline of the mountains in the distance. I am afraid. Gripping my hand tightly enough to crush my knuckles painfully into each other, John summons the strength to face the road ahead. The car's reduced speed and the stifling heat wake me. The parking lot at the Las Vegas Stardust Hotel is sporadically lined with cars, the air a blast of hot oven wind. Shish. Take Thor for a pee, will ya? John asks before I have a chance to say anything. What are you doing, John? I ask, annoyed at seeing the casino. Just 15 minutes, baby. I just want to place one bet on odd double ought. You know, and my lucky numbers, to see if we can double our money. John is already out the door before I can argue. Hurry up, John. I got a bad feeling here. This place is too public. He blows me a kiss for luck and walks off, yanking at the back of his jeans, smoothing his wrinkled t-shirt. After watering Thor, I kick back in the shaded backseat, my feet sticking out the window as I pick at a leftover glazed donut. The sun glares off the parked cars, and each minute that ticks by grows hotter. Abruptly, a quickly moving figure rushes toward me through the bright glare of the sun. It is John. Shirt collar pulled up to his ears and head ducked down, he slides into the driver's seat. Get down, he orders. What is it? In swift movements, he turns the ignition and slides the gear arm into reverse. A trail of dust gathers behind him. John. What? A hitman. Eddie's. No. He is visibly trembling, his hand fumbling on the dashboard for a cigarette. Did he see you? John ignores me, pulls in a lungful of smoke, and steps on the gas. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I think, real danger suffocating me like the terrible desert heat. It is what the police told us. There are many, many contracts out on us. They are everywhere. Then I remember the hawk. It is good to be out of Nevada. After crossing through the red colors of Utah, we hit the plains of Wyoming and head up to Montana with a detour at the Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument. John wants to stop and walk through the gravestones that mark Custer's last stand. Cowboy drips out of him in the way he talks and walks. It's as if he has changed into a favorite old pair of jeans, and I remember how much he loves John Wayne. It is beautiful, the countryside of America, and it has a calming effect, one that irons out the static of our fear. Soon we are laughing and playing around as we did in the old days. With no drugs around, John is his old light-hearted self. It's the first time in so many years that I feel kind of happy again. Billings, Montana, seems like a town with ancient history. Red brick buildings line either side of downtown, and the trees grow thick and tall. With plenty of space and light, their branches stretch up to the sky in bountiful twists and curls. John's sister, Anne, lives in an older, one-bedroom brownstone. When we arrive, she welcomes us at the door in her faded pocket housecoat. John slides into a down-home country accent, a little more childlike than his John Wayne drawl. He and his sister laugh and joke and genuinely enjoy each other's company. Anne is a plain, pear-shaped woman in her late 30s with long mousy brown hair parted down the middle, reminding me of the style John likes me to wear. I can see a resemblance to her mother in the long oval shape of her face and her small brown eyes. Soft-spoken and shy, she doesn't mention Mary except to ask John if he has talked to her since he left California. John pretends not to hear her question. She offers us the pull-out couch to sleep on for as long as we are in town. John doesn't tell Anne the full story of what happened to us in LA. I don't think she wants to know. I'm burning with curiosity about what her mother may have told her about me, but I don't ask. Our lives are simple again for the first time after so long. John and I are romantic, taking lazy summer walks, holding hands under the full shade of the trees, and browsing through antique and second-hand stores. Our meals are filled with laughter, fried chicken, beans, and a sense of home, making it easy to forget the terror of the past, until when the phone rings incessantly all day about a month into our stay, I get frantic. Anne is at work, and John and I have made a pact that while we're in her house we will never answer the phone. We don't want to give away our whereabouts, just in case. The continuous, foreboding ringing unnerves us, though. As soon as Anne walks through the door, the phone shrills predictably again. She sees the fear on our faces, sets her grocery bags on the floor, and takes a resolved step to the phone. "It's Mom," she says to John. A doe-eyed blank expression pales her summer tan. "She needs to talk to you." The call is brief. John doesn't want to be on the telephone line for any length of time in case it's tapped. He rakes his fingers through his hair, nervously setting his survival mode thinking into motion, and begins in a monotone, "The FBI was at my family's in Ohio this morning. There's a warrant out for both of us, and we're on the FBI's most wanted list. The FBI is involved because we crossed state lines. First they wanted me for failure to appear in court for the stolen computer in Huntington Beach, but now they want to charge me for the murders again. He doesn't blink. We're considered armed and drug-crazed. Nobody looks at each other for a long time, not wanting to project any negative energy to jinx us. We have no drugs. We have no weapons. We aren't like that. I'm not like that, I think. I just want to get away and start over with my boyfriend. John doesn't mention why they want me to, but I remember the warnings of Detectives Lang and Tomlinson while we were in protective custody. They'll be after you as long as you're with him, Don. Instantly I worry about my family in Oregon. A dull awareness of anger toward John surfaces in my consciousness, suppressed over and over again, almost like swallowing a surge of bile, for putting me in this situation. Again, I swallow the bitter taste back down. This is too much. Bewildered, I look at John, pleading once again for him to tell me what we should do next. We gotta leave. Right now. I know he is right, and, without letting in any more emotions, zombie-like, I gather and pack our things in just a few short minutes while John busies negotiating with Anne to borrow some money. Where will you go? She asks him. Florida. Don is from Florida, and it's far enough away from California. I think we'll be safe. John knows his sister won't tell the cops about us, not for a while at least. His family wants him safe, of course, but they have no idea what that could cost them, and I can imagine that they won't protect him for long. Anne only nods at her brother, watching him change from that down-home good guy she grew up with in rural Ohio to an FBI fugitive, and she says goodbye. We leave our month-long reprieve and, like a movie in fast forward, escape from a rapidly approaching past to enter another looming, unsure future. The highway reaches out endlessly before us, and John's foot hits the gas as if he's attempting to catch up with it. We are now in a mad rush to get out of Montana, where we know the authorities will be coming for us next. John's focus is straight ahead, his speed lightning fast. The landscape is an elongated blur, 75, 80, 85. The Malibu strains with a constant high-pitched pinging noise, leaving miles of blessed freedom between us, until the red and blue lights of a highway patrol car blink haphazard signals for us to pull over. We're caught. I choke, feeling as if I have tripped just before the finish line in the 600-yard race. Shish. Just stay calm and let me handle this. John gathers his composure. Afternoon. Driver's license, registration, please. The officer's voice booms with authority. John slips into his down-home friendly persona again, letting the officer know he is cooperative and unaware of why he has been pulled over. The speed limit on Montana rural highways is 55, Mr. Holmes. This isn't California, you know. Oh, it is. Why, no, sir. I didn't know that, sir. It's 75 in California and I, thought. What's your business here in Montana, sir? My sister lives in Billings. We were visiting for a few weeks. Summer vacation, you know, and now we're headed home. John tries to keep his story simple and close to the truth. I'll be right back. The officer walks back to run John's license and car tags. Every second we wait for the patrolman to return, John rhythmically digs his thumb into my palm enough to peel the skin off, and, although I feel the pain, I don't stop him. The sweat from my brow drips pearl-sized beads down my cheeks and rolls cool between my breasts. I look over at John and panic at the sight of his blonde roots pushing out from underneath the dark hair dye, and I envision us sent back to California in handcuffs. I know the warrants for our arrest will show up on the police screen somehow. When the cop slowly, carefully returns to our car, checking out the paint job, I am positive he is taking us in. Well, Mr. Holmes. I'm not finding any priors, so I'm gonna let you off with a warning this time. From now on, keep to the speed limit and make sure you get this young lady home safely. He throws a smile my way. I can't believe our luck. I smile, a plastic, phony, innocent grin. Why, yes, sir. I promise. Sorry about that. John's hillbilly tone is thick with appreciation. We wait for the officer to drive off ahead of us, pretending to let Thor out on the side of the road to pee. John waves, releasing his long-held breath. That was close, real close. John whispers without moving his lips. Why John's name didn't come up when the officer radioed it in, I don't know, but we learn from the stroke of luck. We are on the run from the law now. Not only the law, but the FBI, and this had been a narrow escape. John won't make the mistake of bringing attention to himself again. Not for driving, anyway. Florida. We are headed for Florida. Back to the East Coast and orange trees. What do you want to see, baby? The Grand Canyon. Arizona. Acting silly and goofy, John tries to get me to smile and relax. Sure, John. Can we see the whole thing? I ask, loosening up a little. I remember the short stop I took with my father on the way to California over 5 years ago. Yeah, baby. Come on. Cheer up. We did it. It's you and me again. Like we wanted. He kisses my hand for reassurance. I warm up to John's charm, as I always do, and we saunter through Arizona like common tourists. Walking arm in arm and acting like sweethearts again, we gawk with the crowds at the Grand Canyon, walk the edge of the meteor crater near Flagstaff, and feel the age of the earth in the petrified forest. We flit in and out of carefree moments, talking about the kind of home we would like to settle into and how long it might take for Sharon to meet up with us. We do it partially because it separates us from the severity of our situation, making it easier to cope, and partially because it reminds us that once upon a time we were happy. Time and distance are our friends these days. Once out of the Southwest, we hurry through Texas and Oklahoma, paranoid on a different level to be stopped in these fanatically religious states. Then we drift through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama via rural highways. Spanish moss and mist in the evening hours make the scenery haunting. We hold hands and picture ourselves in Civil War garb rocking on the porch of an old plantation. We are in Alabama, off a weathered side road, when John becomes fidgety again. We are running out of money, and he is doing his best to not let me know how low our finances have become. Checking into another unassuming cheap motel, we look forward to finally arriving in Florida the next day. Without warning, John makes the decision to take a walk by himself just after dark and slips on a pair of dark leather gloves. Keep an eye out the window for me, baby. And shut the lights out if you see someone coming. It catches me off guard. John, why? Now, baby. You know I'm doing this for us, right? I just need to make sure we have enough to make it to Florida. Now be a good girl. John doesn't give me a moment to argue, gingerly turning the doorknob so no one will hear. I jump up to be his lookout, as I've been told, hating John's return to his old behavior. In a few minutes he returns, his jacket stuffed with the contents of a suitcase he has pillaged from the back of another parked car. He must have scoped out the car beforehand, I think, noting how fast and precise he has been. And with that thought, flashes come of some of the last motels we've stayed in. Was he stealing back then as well? It seems possible, but I quash the thought anyway. John pulls out some cash, loose change, and a watch, dumping them on the bed. Then, ever so gently, from under his arm he retrieves a .38 caliber pistol. I grab Thor and slip him under my sweater, squeezing him close to my chest as if to comfort a horrible ache in my soul. I keep an eye on John as he empties the chamber over the bed and counts the bullets. Now we really are armed like they think we are. I shudder at how the FBI made this deadly prediction. Collins Avenue runs the length of a small strip of land that separates North Miami from the Atlantic Ocean, and is the main road on my favorite beach, Hullover. We used to beg our mother to take us to Hullover Beach on weekends when we lived in Carol City. Then when we got older, we'd hang out there with our girlfriends. There is a single wooden pier jutting over the ocean with an ice cream shack and miles of sun-filled sand, a getaway from the gang fights of our neighborhood streets. It is here that I think John and I might find refuge, if for no other reason than that I remembered feeling safe here years before. We enter the parking lot of the Fountainhead Hotel, a 1950s, two-story transition hotel that stretches from Collins Avenue to the beach. A life-size figure of a mermaid-haired female bust is bound to the bow of a ship. The Malibu, on its last leg, chugs and spits into an empty space in the lot. John's long legs extend one by one, stiff and weary, as he leaves to check us in. I keep Thor out of sight. In a burst of laughter, John swaggers out of the lobby, flanked by a queen-sized redhead and a lanky, dark-haired man. Hey, babe. This is Big Rosie and her husband, Tom. They run the place. They love chihuahuas and wanna take a look at Thor. He reaches in to pass Thor to Big Rosie by the scruff of his neck. Hi there. Big Rosie booms, holding out her hand to me. You must be Don. Yeah. Hi. You like chihuahuas? Oh God, yes. I was raised with them. My parents just lost Tiny, a little fawn-colored one they've had since I was a kid. They're devastated. I can imagine. I don't know what I'd do without him. They're the best dogs. Yeah. Tough little guys and loyal too. They'll stand up to anything to protect ya. I know, I say, remembering. Thor takes an immediate liking to Big Rosie, quivering as she coos his name and reaches out to steal a kiss. Yeah, we don't got a problem with small dogs like this here. We get all kinds of things, I just like to know about it first. Just make sure you take him out to pee, and everything will be fine. She hands him back with a grin that matches her size. Thanks. All right, we'll let you two get settled in. Italian Joe serves dinner at the snack shop around 5. He makes the best meatball subs on Collins Avenue. Don't wanna miss it. They head back into the front office, and I feel as if I've run into old friends. John is smiling from ear to ear. Come on, baby. Let's get unpacked. The first week of rent, John pays with what little cash we have left. We'll both have to look for work. Our registered identities are John and Dawn Evans, a newly married couple who have been sweethearts for years. Big Rosie is warm, loud, smart, and genuine. She has been running the Fountainhead for several years now and is proud of the fact that she can maintain a place that is affordable enough to help people get on their feet. It's this line of thinking that causes her to take notice of our desperate financial situation. When John approaches her to do odd jobs for room rent, she's already made a plan. Well, my husband is actually the official handyman here, John, but he might need extra help with a few things. You'll need to talk to him. Now, I could use someone to be my housekeeper. I've been doing it, but I can't do everything. If Dawn's interested, tell her to come see me. John can't wait to give me the news, and soon I'm employed full-time, housekeeping in trade for rent, including a few extra dollars under the table. We set up home in a fairly large room on the second floor near the back stairs, which lead to the enclosed pool and Italian Joe's snack shop. On the other side of the pool fence is an enticing stretch of public beach, white sands rolling straight into the refreshing crystal turquoise of the Atlantic Ocean. It is nearing the end of a hot August, and it's been almost 6 weeks since we left Los Angeles. I allow myself to fall into a safe intimacy with the humidity and the heat of southern Florida, where the people don't seem to recognize John for his porn image. We are the nice, likable couple in love, and it's not long before we're introduced to the other live-in residents at the Fountainhead. We often gather at Italian Joe's snack shop at the pool for dinner, lingering evening meals where Joe dishes out special sausage dishes to the tenants for a deal. We eat with Louise, a stripper with a lisp who's waiting for a divorce settlement, her 5-year-old daughter, Heather, and Big Rosie and her husband. Armand, a dark-skinned Cuban male stripper, joins us on his nights off. We couldn't have found a better place to hide out from the law. Accepted and liked, John and I fit in perfectly with the misfits in residence here, and nobody asks any questions about a subject they aren't willing to ask about directly. The blonde regrowth of John's hair is obvious but never mentioned. Big Rosie makes a side comment about how tough it is for an older man to keep looking good for his younger bride, and I figure she feels sorry for John for dyeing his hair to impress me. The weeks slip by with the comfortable feeling that we have blended into this place that feels a world apart from the chaos lurking on the outside. The worry that someone will find us to fulfill an underground contract diminishes. Many an evening John amuses the gang at Joe's with his animated jokes and charm. They are impressed, and the attention feeds John's ego. He is the star of the show, and I laugh along with our new neighbors. The people here have all the familiarity of the neighbors at the courtyard back in Glendale, before the drugs and the beatings. Like a firefly restlessly, rapidly moving, a touch of affection flitters back between John and me. He writes me love notes and poetry again and lingers with me on long, romantic strolls down the beach while Thor bounces near our heels. John dabbles in drawing again, often sitting in a chair by the pool sketching me intently as I talk to people at the snack shop or watch television in our room. Beautiful profiles and warm, tender moments with Thor flow onto his artist's pad, and he signs each picture gallantly in his old, unique style. Here, it seems the world is allowing us to make a niche for ourselves again, a refuge from those who hunt us. I clean rooms once a week for the residents. After every overnight guest, I sneak spare towels from my maid's cart to our new friends, which earns me extra tip money. I don't mind working hard scrubbing bathtubs and sinks. It is trivial enough and keeps my mind from worrying. Big Rosie and Tom help us further by giving John as much side work as they can, and he stashes any extra money to buy me small gifts. The west side of Collins Avenue is filled with a mix of coffeehouses, shell and rock shops, and seedier non-ocean view X-rated motels. Collins Avenue's massive 4-lane stretch is busy in the daytime and busier at night. John holds my hand to dodge traffic so we can wander the gem and rock shops to browse through piles of lapis lazuli, malachite, and quartz in search of just the right piece. Oh! Look at this! I hold up a blood-red necklace. It's beautiful, John. Polished beads of garnet spread the light into an intricate, fractured spray of burgundy. Here. Let's try it on, baby. He gingerly places them around my neck and steps back admiringly. Oh. Nice. Here, for you. John. Really? I gasp. Your birthstone, Don. I have two. It's the perfect piece. He digs in his pocket to pay the storekeeper with every dime of the extra cash. Nothing's too good for my girl. His nostrils flare with the fierce pride of ownership. But it is to be a false pride. Come October, John finds an outside job on the construction site of a large 4-star hotel about a mile north on the beach. He gives his employer a fake name and makes up lies about losing his social security card. Hired as a minimum wage laborer, he begins every day early and ends late. Somehow, for the first month or so, he arranges to borrow money from fellow workers, weaving stories about paying them back as soon as management straightens out his paycheck. The guys figure he earns the money when he works with them. After all, he's a nice guy, so they think he has to be good for it. John plays his bluff at the job like an addiction for as long as he can, banking on the odds that something else will come up in the meantime, before the obvious lie catches up to him. His mood is still happy and sweet, and he and I take it to mean that landing this job is a good omen. I feel as if our roles are on level ground with each other. It's a place I've never experienced with John, and I find a sense of strength in it. He makes his own lunch the night before work. In the mornings he wakes himself, setting the alarm to wake me later. He kisses me goodbye tenderly every morning, as if it might be the last time, before walking out the door for work. At night when he returns more tired and drawn than usual, he keeps our dinner visits at Joe's brief so we can cuddle in front of the television and fall asleep in each other's arms. It is subtle at first, John's mild detachment from meals and conversation. The change goes relatively unnoticed by everyone, except me. But his excuse of being too tired makes sense, diminishing my alarm. Like a slow-starting avalanche, his need for more privacy builds up to irritability and then sleepless nights. John is changing again. Is he beginning to crack from the pressure of being on the run? I guess it's catching up to him. I hope no one will notice and try to cover for him when people notice he isn't his friendly self. He's fine. He's just tired. They're working him too hard over there, I tell Big Rosie and the gang. It doesn't help that people are beginning to get suspicious of his stories at work too. John is running out of ideas, feeling trapped, and I think about the possibility of having to move somewhere else. I hate to lose the small corner of comfort we have etched out here. It is Big Rosie with her no messing around personality who approaches me to say that John might be on drugs. I don't know when I suspected it, too many other excuses have clouded my vision. Big Rosie brings it out into the open with me. He's asking all kinds of questions about where you've been all day and if Tom and I have seen you with anyone else. He's being weird. Then he acts like we're lying. She shakes her head, demonstrating that she doesn't like this change one bit. I'm worried about you both, Dawn. You don't think he's using anything, do you? It can only be one thing, my gut screams. He must be doing drugs. Not a lot, 'cause it's not full blown, I rationalize. He's still managing. I can't figure out where he's getting the drugs, but I'm becoming scared. Just ride this through, Dawn. He won't do anything here. Everybody knows us, and we see each other every day. I assess the situation around me in an unconscious act of self-preservation. Distance grows between us again. He doesn't sleep at night but stays up listening to the noises outside our door. John is so paranoid that I find it hard to say or do anything right. The sound of walking on eggshells plays on repeat in my mind like the lyrics to an old song I know by heart. The other locals notice as well. I keep making excuses. He's worried about money. They're having trouble with his paychecks. Offering to help, Armand the male stripper pays me extra to clean his room an extra day a week, and Louise hires me to babysit her 5-year-old till she gets home from her shift around 2 in the morning. It earns us extra money and affords me time away from John's brooding, but it also allows him all the more reason to distrust me. November has begun, and John's depressive mood swings are disturbingly obvious to everyone now. He stops speaking to most people, refuses to eat, and holes up in our room complaining about the jerks at work. He goes to work regardless of whether he has slept or eaten, and he returns home each night bleary-eyed and reclusive. Then, one evening near Thanksgiving, John snaps and breaks his promise, the one that means everything to me, and crosses that invisible line into insanity again, the likes of which I haven't seen since before the murders. Slipping into our room after a night of babysitting, I turn to close the door quietly so I won't wake him. Something's not right. I think, noticing Thor isn't dancing at the door to greet me. John, I call into the darkness. Where have you been? The terrible, low tone of his voice reaches ominously from behind the door. Startled, I jump. Oh. John. Is that you? Who've you been fucking? What? Quickly his hand lands over my mouth, and he shoves me up against the wall. Don't give me that shit, bitch. I know you're out fucking someone. He whispers harshly, his breath like fire in my ear. I don't fight. I hold still. Disjointed emotions barrage my thoughts and, of all things, I irrationally panic that our new friends will hear us. Beneath his weight, I shake my head feverishly. John's voice, thick and heavy, orders me to be quiet. Then with eerie, precise movements, he pulls my hands up and behind my back, rendering me paralyzed. No. Not again. My internal alarm clangs. Shattered images of my life here at the fountainhead play behind my eyes squeezed shut and splinter at my feet, a useless pile of 1,000 pieces. I can feel John's rage grow from his body, and I snap into autopilot, shrinking into the size of a pea, smaller even, cutting off all external connections with my thoughts and feelings. I can't let anything in. It's the only safe place to go. John's other palm, rough and calloused, clasps firmly over my mouth. The smell of concrete and sweat infuse my nostrils, and I want to vomit. He throws me to the bed. The sound of my clothes being torn from my body seems distant until I feel the breeze of John's movements across my bare breasts. With his one free hand, he twists my legs into contorted mannequin-like poses and cruelly rapes me, ranting accusations of my cheating as he slams his power ruthlessly down. Afterward, I lie frozen, my insides lifeless as I shake, wrapped tightly in his steel-like grip long after he has finished. Racked with pain and desolate grief, I feel the tears pour silently down the side of my face and into a puddle on the stained bedspread. My soul, tortured and frail, howls in ghostly silence to anyone who cares. No. Why? He can't be this person again. This can't be happening. Every ounce of my being screams at my emotional crash into reality. Denial takes its time coming, arriving slowly with the sunrise, like a thin, worn blanket, allowing me to disappear into a shivering sleep. John doesn't go to work the next day, and I don't move from the bed. The phone incessantly rings and rings. My guess is it's Big Rosie calling to find out why I haven't shown up for work. Neither of us answers, and within the hour there comes a pounding at the door. Answer it, John hisses as he slips into the bathroom. I wrap the covers around me and hobble to check the peephole. Big Rosie glares back at me. I crack the door open. Hi. Sorry. I'm sick. Where's John? Shame-filled and guilt-laden, I stare blankly right through her burning gaze. Oh, in the bathroom. I know she's aware of his car parked in the lot. She scrutinizes my body and steps back. You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little sick. I'll be better tomorrow. I hide my eyes from the glaring morning light. I want to somehow give her a secret signal to ask her to watch out for me, to check on me tomorrow for my safety. I want John to hear me say it too, so he will think twice about hurting me. I am afraid for my life now, again. I fear that if anything happens to me, he can easily blame it on one of the hitmen. He can get away with murdering me, maybe, as I start to think he is getting away with the murders on Wonderland. We need more money. We can't get out of here unless we get more money. Like a caged animal, he paces the room wildly. Like a broken record, John says what I know he will. You gotta go to work. We need more money fast. I think somebody recognized me the other day. We need to get out of here. I do work, John. His next words ring in my ears before he even speaks them, and my lip curls. You know what I mean, he snarls back, leaping on top of me. His weight presses heavily above me, his backhand smacking across my head. Not this piddly shit. Cleaning rooms, babysitting. He pauses. The beach. You need to be making fast money on the beach. Do you want them to catch up to us and kill us? They're looking for you too. What? Do you think they forgot about you? You're on at least 8 hit lists, baby, just like me. And that kind of shit don't go away, unless you go away. Get it? His face hovers over mine, red, puffy, and cigarette stale. Stop it. No. I can't, John. I'm hysterical, trying to squirm free. You'll do it. You know why. 'Cause if you don't, they'll get you. The shit's coming down, and if we don't get out now, that'll be the end of me, and you. He pushes up off of me and wipes the sweat from his face with his sleeve. Now get up. He yanks me to my feet, raising his hand in a threat to backhand me again. No. Please. I cower and cover my head. John picks out a pair of cut-off shorts and a bathing suit top for me to wear. He combs my hair and wipes my face with a washcloth from the stack in the bathroom. Here. Put these on. He hands me a pair of dark sunglasses to hide my red, swollen eyes, takes me by the hand, and escorts me to the beach. Thinking we are coming down to eat, Italian Joe smiles but looks confused when we walk past him without acknowledging the crowd. We continue down to the breaking waves of the ocean. The beach is full of afternoon sunbathers. John nods and smiles at several single men, trying to catch his attention. Reaching a large hotel north of us, he lays down a towel and spreads warm suntan oil over my back. Another dark-haired man lays his towel a few feet away, and John addresses him. Hey there. Sure is a hot one. The man blushes. Yeah. Sure is. John leans into my ear. See there. There's a guy who looks like he'll pay. He sees you're with me, so you're safe. Take him across the street, where the motel has the X-rated movie sign, you know, near the rock shop, and meet me back here in exactly 20 minutes. Now go. John jumps up from the sand and, before he walks away, gives me a shove toward the leering man who has been eyeing me. A fearful gulp of air sticks in my throat. I touch the garnet necklace at my neck, thinking sadly. This really doesn't mean a thing, does it? As the man approaches nervously and smiles, I tremble, my eyes welling up behind the dark lenses. I pull my lips back in a grimace, imitating a smile. He pays no attention to my expression, nodding to something over my shoulder. I turn to look. John is nodding back to the man, wearing a crooked grin. The bathtub water is as hot as I remember it, and I remember all John's baths before now. Numb, and without a fight, I let John scrub me down while he begs for my forgiveness, tears streaking his face. Then he does it all over again. My world is rubble at my feet, there is no meaning to anything anymore. I know his perverted ritual is set in motion, and it just doesn't matter. John has reverted to the person he promised he would never be again. I am trapped in his hell, unable even to die. Back in this pitiful place, there is nothing left of my heart, my hopes, my reason for being. Every shred is gone, and I just want to crawl under something and disappear forever. Big Rosie's phone call snaps me out of my stupor the next morning. I roll over to answer the persistent ringing and let her know I'm still feeling ill. I can't face anyone. They'll know. I am humiliated, ashamed, and certain that if Rosie, or anyone, looks at me she will know all my ugly secrets. Rosie sounds understanding. John, she says, stopped by the front desk this morning to say hello on his way to work. He apologized for the inconvenience yesterday, she says, a questioning lilt to her voice. God, he's covering his tracks with everyone. I think. Thank God he's not here. I thank her and hang up. Curtains drawn, I crawl under the bed sheets and spend the day hidden in the darkness. John gets home early in the afternoon, and I panic when I hear the key turn in the lock. Burrowing deeper under the covers, I wish myself invisible, not wanting to see or speak to him. He bangs randomly around the room, opening a can of beans to cook on the hot plate, trying to wake me and get my attention as I will myself to sink deeper into the mattress in oblivion. Get up, he finally shouts, ripping the covers off. He has been watching the clock, his temper steadily building. Thor is spooked and jumps down to hide under the bed. What? Stop it, John. I don't feel good. I cry. I know it's a lame attempt to deflect his instructions, but I don't want this kind of life. I have to try to resist. Bullshit. Now get up. There's still enough light out for the beach. Let's move. He is taking complete control, strutting about the room, slamming things around, rummaging for my clothes, and talking as if I am a child he's waking up for school. His old, ugly self flames brilliantly in orange-red rage, and I think I'm going to pass out. No. John's head snaps to attention and his eyes bore into mine. What did you say? He asks menacingly. Eyeing the unchained door, I brace myself. No, John. I'm not going anywhere. My voice is more defiant than my nerve, but I can feel a charge of rebellion. Whoosh. He lunges for my throat. I run for the door. It swings open wide, hitting John in the face, and gives me a fractured moment to make it to the stairs. He is running after me full force, and I scream at the top of my lungs, sprinting toward Italian Joe's for safety. Help! Help! He's seconds behind. No! John! Stop! I yell, hoping someone will intervene. I make it to the fence by the pool, crashing through the metal gate. Then, in direct view of the dinner-time crowd, John, relentless, catches up to me. In his outstretched hand, he manages to grab my hair and yank me down onto the cement by the deep end of the pool, brutally pounding on my body and face with his fists. The looks on the faces of the dinner-time crowd at Joe's is shock and horror, disbelief, but no one moves a muscle. John's strength fades as his adrenaline pours out into his raging fists, and his anger subsides. As if he realizes everyone is watching, he pulls me up and drags me behind him back up the stairs to our room. He locks the door securely behind him, peeks out from behind the curtains, and falls to his knees. Baby, oh baby, I'm so sorry. He heaves, sweaty grime caked in the creases of his brow. Please, please forgive me. He reaches for my arm, pleading. Cringing at his pitiful attempt to touch me, I can't look at him. My face and cheek are swollen. A goose egg swells on my forehead, and my lip is bruised and numb. Desperately, he pulls me into his lap. Clumps of my hair sticks to his arm, and I let him rest his head in my chest and sob. He has that scared look again. Like a lost little boy. I think. I give in and rest my arms around his sobbing frame, a broken man, until we fall asleep in each other's arms, for the last time. The alarm goes off at 6 in the morning. John is up to make coffee. Letting me sleep, he tiptoes into the bathroom to get ready for work. Stretching in a half-sleep, I feel my head throb and remember the night before. I watch him as he dresses and finishes his morning coffee. He crosses over to the bed and sits on the bed next to me. Good morning, Don, John whispers, stroking my hair and face. He waits for a long time, just staring. In my waking thoughts, I remember all the times he lovingly woke me in the past, brushing my hair from my face, telling me I was beautiful. Sleep in. Okay, baby. I give a small nod, feeling the pain in my face. He gazes a bit longer and then, kneeling down, breathes in, I love you, Don. He kisses the bruises on my forehead and lips. He starts to open the door, then stops. Shoulders slumped and head hanging low, he turns to give me one last look. See you tonight, sweetheart, he mumbles unconvincingly. Then, looking as if he has lost his best friend, he sadly leaves. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The door shakes at its hinges from the vibration. Yeah. Who is it? I call, alarmed by the intensity of the knocking. I step up to look through the peephole. Big Rosie, Tom, Italian Joe, and Louise press up against the door. Oh, hey. What's up? I shyly poke my head out, hiding the bad side of my face with the door. Are you okay? Big Rosie barrels into the room. Yeah, I'm okay, I guess. I look away, embarrassed that they witnessed John's rage on me last night. Pack your things, she orders. What? I can't. What about John? What about John? Rosie snaps. That asshole. We saw what he did yesterday. He don't deserve you. Now let's go. You're coming with us. I am stunned at the hurried rush of my friends gathering to rescue me. Overcome, I weep. Big Rosie sees me crumble and reaches over to hold me as I cry in her thick, freckled arms. Where will I go? Rosie rocks me protectively. Louise's divorce is final, sweetie, and she just got her house back. She needs someone to watch Heather while she's at work. You've already been babysitting, so it's perfect, Dawn. You're gonna be okay. He won't find you at my house, sweetie, Louise lisps, and no one's gonna tell him either. Tom and Italian Joe stand guard outside while the ladies help me pack. Holding a shaking Thor in my arms, I take one last look around the room. Just a minute. I need to get one more thing. Lifting the mattress, I pull out the .38 pistol and spare bullets, the one John had stolen in Alabama. I'll take this, just in case. I shudder as everyone looks on. I am afraid, but it's different this time. This time I am not worried about John, I am afraid for myself. What have you done? My mind asks him. I gave you my love and my loyalty and you gave me this. I steal a fleeting glance at the room I have called home, my last home with John, and without a tear, I turn and flee. Louise and Heather are singing in the front seat of her brown-paneled station wagon. They are happy. At least Louise is. She has been going through a rough divorce and finally pulled through victorious for her and Heather, according to her. Everything is working out perfectly in her eyes. Her house, my needing a safe place to stay, things couldn't be better. But I am depressed and still not fully comprehending that I am getting away from John. Why am I acting like this? I wonder. Why do I still care about someone who hurt me so much? I know it's because I never wanted to give up on love, I keep hoping there is still some good inside of him. In truth, I'm clinging to just a memory of something good. It has always hurt too badly to give up on what could have been. Hey, come on. Cheer up, Louise sings. I force a smile and tap my foot to the beat of an ABBA song, drifting in and out of thoughts of my last moments with John. At Louise's place, a house sunk deep in the suburbs of North Miami, I feel safe right away. He'll have a hard time finding me here. I think because I know he will look for me. I know he is scared I will get him caught by either the police or Eddie. It is Thanksgiving week. Since Louise is working, we won't celebrate with a turkey, but it is a celebration anyway. I will get to call my family. Mom sounds shocked when she hears my voice. Some people helped me get away from John, Mom. He hit me again and, well, I'm in a safe place now, and I'm working. I'll try to make enough to get back, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. You sure? Yeah. Da police vas here looking for you. They told us people were out to kill you, Don. They said the whole family vas in danger. Stay away from him, Don. He's bad news. I know, Mom. I'm sorry. I have help this time, Mom. Well, she sighs. What number can I call you back, Den? So I can call you. I don't blame her for not acting overjoyed. My God, my family thinks they could be killed too. Mom calls me every evening, and it feels good to hear her voice. I don't give her my address yet, just in case, but I look forward to her calls. When the phone rings, I race Heather to answer it. A week has passed since I left the Fountainhead and John, and I am feeling good again. I am in touch with my family and getting on my feet. The phone rings early that evening and, as usual, I am eager to talk to Mom. Hello. I am out of breath from dancing with Heather. Don. It's John. My heart freezes. Yeah, I keep my anger down. Listen. Please, Don, don't hang up. I promised Rosie I wouldn't force you to do anything you didn't want to do. She didn't want to give me your number, but well, kinda promised I just wanted to talk to you. Yeah, I know he wants more than just to talk, and I feel my heart rate rise. Baby. How have you been? Fine, John. I am determined not to fall for any of his sob story ploys. Not this time. I brace myself. Good. Good. A long silence passes. He is crying. It's unmistakable. The low hiss of emotional pain releases into the air. He clears his throat and continues. Baby. Don. I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I know I fucked up. I know this time it's for good. I know that. I don't deserve you, baby. I fucked up. His crying is loud now, and he makes no effort to hide it. Yeah, I acknowledge, feeling the tug at my sympathy. Don't, Don. Don't give in. He's full of shit. I reinforce my willpower with memories of his lies and abuse. I just want to ask you one thing. I can't, John. I just can't. No. No. Baby, wait, listen. Just one last favor, and I promise you, I'll never ask you for anything ever again. I don't answer. Don. Are you there? Yeah. I brace myself. John breaks down sobbing again. Baby, one favor please. I just need to see you, your face, one last time. I won't talk to you, touch you, I just need to see my beautiful Don, one last time. Please, Don. I picture it, in my mind, to kindle that one last romantic moment with him and then be strong enough to walk away. To get close enough to him again to be in his view. I miss him, too much, and with that knowledge, I know it is impossible. A last meeting with John should never happen, and I need to be strong, stronger than surviving the beatings, the prostitution, the arrests, strong from my heart, to turn my back on this terrible love that owns me. I know that it has to be really over, for good this time. We are never to go back to the beginning, the good times, anything. The phone line is as still as death. I take a deep breath and brace myself. No, John. What? He sounds truly surprised, not expecting defiance from me, the one person who has always been his personal puppet. I said no, John. The words feel like perfect freedom, a crack in the agonizingly heavy chains that, for years, have burdened my heart and crippled my life. I say nothing more, expecting him to fly into a rage. Well, can you think about it? There's an edge to his voice that I don't like as he swallows his pride. My heart beats like thunder. I hold the receiver away from my ear. I have never meant anything as much as this, as I do right now, and gently, like a soft kiss goodbye, I hang up. True freedom, I feel true inner freedom. There is nothing I want from John anymore. I am sure of this. All I want is to get away and wipe his name completely from mine. It is almost December, and I look back in my years with him with shame and terrible regret. I have nothing good to salvage, not even any fantasy, and I want to forget him. All of him. Everything seems to happen quickly from this moment. Mom calls at her regular time, but I am a bit more hesitant to answer the phone. If John managed to get my number from Rosie, he might find out my whereabouts as well. I want to get away, far away, somehow. A few worrisome days pass. Then a welcome call comes from my brother with news to cheer me up. Hey. How's it going? His voice is warm and friendly. Hey. Good. Well, better. I got away from John. Did Mom tell you? I am excited. It's so good to speak to him again, without John. Yeah. I heard. Cool. So what are you up to, man? How's Oregon? I'm not in Oregon. You're not. Where are you? Florida, he says flatly, then adds, Carol City. You are. What are you doing down here? I can't believe my luck, and my eyes well up a bit. The thought of my brother being so close has me hopping, excited. Ah, you know. Hanging out with old friends. The Taylors from our old block, that kind of thing. Well, you have to come see me. I'm not far, in North Miami. Wow. This is great. But, how did you get here? I got a rental car. Me and my friend, we drove. His tone stays even. Drove. Something strikes me as odd, and I worry he's involved with something illegal. Really? Yeah. Don't worry. It's cool. All right. I dismiss any concern and focus on seeing him. So, what's your address? So I can come by, maybe, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Wow. Sure. I'm off tomorrow. We can hang out. I'm so glad to hear from you, Wayne. You can't believe how good this makes me feel. I know, he says in a whisper. Me too. The next day my excitement has me jumping to the window every time a car passes. I have visions of leaving for Oregon with my brother. When the plain, white rental car pulls up around noon, I run out to greet Wayne with open arms. Hey. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Come in. Come in. Sitting in the driver's seat, he says, No, I only got a little bit of time, before I have to turn the car back in. He seems a little disjointed, yanking on the visor, adjusting the rearview mirror. Looking up into his warm hazel brown eyes, I notice them glaze over with compassion for me. It's good to see him again. I marvel at how much he has grown. 6 months ago, in Oregon, he was 16 and almost 6 feet tall. Now he has filled out even more. God, he just turned 17. I think, amazed at how much time has passed. And he's becoming a young man, a mature one at that. All right. So what do you want to do? I thought we could go someplace. You know, someplace like a park or something, to catch up. I got a six-pack in the backseat and, I haven't seen you in a while and thought it would be cool if we just kicked back and talked. Yeah. Sure. A park. That's cool. I don't know where any park is around here. I do. Remember, Mom and I moved to North Miami, after you went to California. There's a park a couple blocks away. Get in. Yeah, that's right. You did. All right. I guess that'd be okay. Just a minute, I need to get my bag. I run to the house and grab Thor and my purse. Then the strangest sense of unease envelops me. I'd better bring the gun. I think, reacting to my fear. Just in case. I stuff it in the bag and worry for a second about being out in the open, a target with a contract on my life. The ride is short, just as Wayne promised. I find myself gushing with a very brief, edited version of what happened with John and me since I've last seen Wayne in Oregon. I tell him about being arrested for the murders, protective custody, our run and, finally, John's fall back into abuse. Many of the details are left to silence, experiences without words, as Wayne turns a corner onto a lush, tree-lined road. Here it is. What? Already? That was fast. He remains silent. Driving overly slowly, he looks from side to side, searching. The hair rises on the back of my neck. What's going on? I think, feeling my throat constrict. I can hardly breathe. Wayne pulls in next to a small lake at a parking clearance. He places his hand on my knee, then turns to look me in the eyes. Don, I have something I gotta tell you. What? I feel the world become slow motion, surreal. Well, I'm not here to just catch up with you, and I didn't rent this car with a friend. What? My chest seizes with dread and pain as I wait for his bomb to drop. Well, the police sent me. The police. I scream. What do you mean, the police? I don't see the police. Where are they? I know. Just wait. Listen. His tone is pleading. They just want to talk to you, Don. They don't want you, they want John. No. I panic and open the car door to run. Wait. Don. No. He grabs my arm and shoots his hand up to signal the men hidden in inconspicuous cars surrounding us to stay back. Wayne puts the car in park and jumps out to stop several approaching dark-suited men. Wait a minute. I need to talk to her. Just give us a few minutes alone. Please. The men signal an okay, and Wayne circles the car to escort me out onto the parking lot. Come on, Don. Come with me. Let's just talk, here, by the water. I feel trapped, betrayed. Seconds are frozen in place. I let him guide me to the edge of the lake and hold me in his arms. I can't do this, Wayne. Not the police. I can't. I am sobbing now. I've always promised him I'd be loyal, that way, I'm not a rat. I didn't tell the police anything when we were arrested in LA. It sounds strange to explain my reasons out loud, but it means my integrity to me. He'll be mad, and, well, I just can't. There are contracts out. I love you, Don. And, I can't tell you how bad John is for you. He's one of the most selfish assholes there is. People are looking to kill you for him. That's not love. He is fuming with anger now. Promised him. Ha. He don't care about no one but himself, Don. He's drug you all this way, 'cause he knows you love him, and he don't deserve your love. You've been too good to him. He hugs me again. I don't want anything to happen to you, Don. The cops don't want anything to happen to you. And if John stays free, there will still be contracts out, not only for him, but for you too. My tears are too much. I wipe a flood from my cheeks and nod. Yeah. I'm scared of that too, Wayne. I'm scared someone's gonna come after me just to find him. I even took his gun, to protect myself. I pat the side of the handbag glued to my side. But I don't want to be the one to turn him in. Yeah, I know. I'd do the same thing. Just talk to them, Don. See what they have to say. I'm torn up inside, the conflict is excruciating. Instinct tells me to protect John, but I know I have no choice really. The thought that maybe this is the best thing for both of us keeps me sane. Yeah. Okay. Wayne hugs me tightly. I love you, Don. You're doing the right thing. He walks me over to the waiting police, who have been huddled in small groups and hovering around my brother's rental car. Ms. Schiller. Tom Lang reaches his hand out to shake mine. Remember me? From Los Angeles, and my partner, Frank Tomlinson. And this is a local Dade County detective. We're here to help you. Sniffling and wiping my wet cheeks, I acknowledge the three of them. You already know, well, we've been looking for you and John. John really, of course. We've been trying to find you both, to get you off the street, to protect you. I'm not with John anymore. I snap. Yeah. We know. We're glad for you, but, you see, there are a lot of those, well, contracts out for the both of you and, well, if we have John, those contracts will go away, disappear. You can go on with your life, stop looking over your shoulder. You, your family, anybody you come in contact with, will be safe again. Right now, things are very dangerous. So you want me to tell you where he is? Rat on him. Yeah. That's about it. If you want to call it that. You're the only one who knows. I left him because he started hurting me again, and making me, but I never wanted to rat on him. I just want you to know that I never wanted to do this. I just have to get away from him, get my life back. My sobbing is wild, punctuated by hysterical gasps for air. The group of detectives bob their heads in acknowledgement and shift their weight, uncomfortably helpless with my pain. Certainly, we understand, Don. John's made some bad choices, and he's taken you with him. This has got to be hard, but, well, he's probably going to be safer with us than he is on the streets, and the sooner that happens, the safer you'll be. They are right, and I know it. This is the best I can hope for both of us. My body folds, my tension expels like a gasp of air released from an overstressed tire, and I surrender to their reasoning. What choice do I have? Overcome with shaking, I reach a jittery hand to the purse dangling at my hip and flop down hard on the asphalt pavement of the parking lot. I dig deep into the bottom of the bag, my hand searching for one of the business cards from the Fountainhead Hotel. He's not armed either, you know. We understand. He's going to be safer with. 'Cause I got his gun. I pull out the .38 and lay it on the warm blacktop to get a better view of the bottom contents of my bag and the number to the hotel. Instantly the three officers react, grab the concealed weapons in their shoulder holsters, and brace themselves for the unexpected. The air freezes with thick tension. I realize what I've done and halt. Are they going to shoot me? But then I continue searching anyway. I don't really care. Shuffling uncomfortably, Tomlinson grimaces. He doesn't like this one bit. Lang signals him to stay cool. All right. His tone rings with a cautious key. They keep a sharp eye on the exposed pistol and my nervous, jerky hands, impatient for me to retrieve the address. Here it is. I stand up, leaving my things on the ground. Hesitantly, I hold the Fountainheads logo card out to Lang. Can you do me a favor? I ask, feeling a rush of sadness and tears wash over me again. Sure. If it's within our scope of power, we'd be happy to. When you get him, call me and let me know that he's okay, that, everything went all right. Yeah. We can do that. I'll make sure someone calls you right after we take him into custody. I cringe at his words. Again, we know this is very hard for you, Don, but really it is the safest place he can be right now, and the safest thing for you. Sure. I turn away, hollow and empty, and find my brother's eyes, blinking in the bright sun. As I gather my things, the officers thank me. My gun no longer concerns them. On a parting note, each detective offers me his business card. Lang has written a note on the back. If you ever need anything, just call. I place the cards carefully in my wallet, just in case I will need them one day, and let my brother take me back to Louise's. He has to get the car back and catch his return flight to Oregon. You did the right thing, Don, he says as he hugs me goodbye. The police's stakeout of my family is over. The call rings through to Louise's the next afternoon. It is Detective Lang. Just wanted to let you know we got him. I promised you someone would call, and I thought I'd be the one. Yeah. He was there, unarmed, just like you told us. He lets out a bit of a chuckle. He acted like he was expecting us, even invited us in to sit and have coffee. He asked if you were okay, but we didn't tell him we talked to you. Thought it would be better. You know. Silent tears stain my blouse, and I sniff. So, he's okay. I don't want to know any more than this. He is safe, and what happens after this is up to him. My relationship with John needs to be done with this one last question. Yeah. If you ask me, he was relieved. He left on the plane with Detectives Tomlinson and Blake this morning. Everything went smooth as silk. There's a long, awkward pause. Again, Don, if you ever need anything, you got my number. Yeah. I do. Thanks. I can't think about much in the next days. I'm still digesting the events of my brother's visit. It hurts that he left so quickly too, a result of police timing. It was a cold and heartless maneuver to get what they wanted. They had to do it, I know, but still I wish it didn't have to happen with my family, and I miss my brother. I have to accept the way things turned out, as hard as it is. It's the best that could have happened all around. I am glad for that. Mom keeps the calls coming to make sure I'm okay, but I'm not in the mood to talk much anymore. And when the newspapers expose the details of John's arrest, I want to disappear from the world's radar completely. At the end of the first week of December and days after John's arrest, another fated call rings for me at the suburban house. Louise is home and hands me the phone. It's a man, she whispers with an anguished look. It might be the police again. Hello. Dawn. That you? Yeah. Who's this? Dad. Of course it's Dad. Who do you think? Oh. Yeah, never mind. I guess you got a few reasons to be worried. Yeah. You heard. How'd you get my number? How else? Ha. Your mother. I'm not sure what to say. The last time I saw Dad was when he stopped by to visit me in Glendale a couple years after he took off with Pen C. They were no longer together. She had taken the green stone and its secrets and left him. Dad spent time doing what he loved to do afterward, backpacking across Southeast Asia. He tried to visit me once, almost 2 years ago now, between Kathmandu and Bombay, but John kicked him out and accused him of stealing from tenants in the court, as I stood by, helpless. He left furious and cursing John's name. Nah. Now listen. It's the funniest thing, really. I go to, sit on the pot first thing in the morning like I always do. I sit down, open the paper, and what do I see but John Holmes arrested on Miami Beach. He lets a cynical laugh escape. First thing I think about is, where is Dawn? So I call your mother. No way. I snicker at the way he is telling the story. Yeah, things have been pretty crazy, Dad. Yeah. That's what I thought. So, where are ya, Dawn? Close by or what? I'm in Pompano. You know where that is. Pompano. You're here. That's only a couple of towns away. I'm in North Miami. But, I don't drive, Dad. Yeah, well, I can pick you up. Besides, I wanna hear the whole story. That asshole. I'm glad he finally glad you're finally away from him, Dawn. Motherfucker. Me too, Dad. Me too. So I gotta let you in on what's going on with me first, Dawn. I'm married again, and we have a baby girl. Alicia. She's 9 months old and, well, we're quiet, you know, married folk. Really? Sounds cool, Dad. I can't wait to meet them. I hang up feeling like God has dropped a miracle from the sky. I'm amazed at how welcoming Dad seems. Sounds like the same old Dad. Dad picks Thor and me up a few hours later, driving straight back to his house in Pompano. He is not too thrilled about my little dog but puts up with him. I'm happy to see he is still cancer-free. The only visible reconstructive surgery on his face is how he wants it, minimal. He has no tolerance for doctors and is satisfied that the flap of skin from his forehead that twists to cover the place where the gaping hole once was gives him a handsome, rugged edge. Kathleen, Dad's new wife, is a tall and slender young woman with brown hair and eyes. Stunningly, she is only 2 years older than me. One look at each other and we know we will be instant friends, nothing like a stepfamily. Alicia, a blonde little cutie, tumbles and bounces on the living room floor till Kathleen calls us in for dinner. The four of us settle down to our meal, quietly comprehending the queer newness of our relationship to each other. Dad opens a couple of beers, passes one down in front of me, and hands me half a Quaalude. Now. I want to know everything, Dawn. Don't leave nothing out. We got all night. I take a long, hard swig of my beer and find myself stuck, unwilling to spew the garbage that has tainted me since I last saw Dad. I reach down deep inside me and gather the reserve of my strength. Okay, well, here it goes. By the end of the hair-raising tale, my heart is banging against my chest from the adrenaline of the memories that feel like yesterdays. I am sick to my stomach. Dad stares off into the distance as I recount the details of my history with John. He gets up only to replenish the beer when we run dry and to offer me another, halfie, of the Quaalude. I decline. I think I'm gonna puke, Dad. My head spins violently in sparks and blurs. "'Kay. Bathroom's over there. Come on. I'll help ya." He walks me to the toilet. I kneel before the stark whiteness of the porcelain pit to heave and retch my guts up, purging the darkness, the pain, the horror and filth. John. "Well, get it out, Don. It's all over now." He holds my hair back lovingly. "I'm glad you're out of all that shit, Don. Really. Get yourself cleaned up, and come back in. I got some stuff to talk to you about." Back at the table, I sit drained and pale. Kathleen has put Alicia to bed and brings me a cold, wet towel for my head. Dad is sipping another beer and opens one for me. I think I'm going to puke again. "I can't, Dad. No more." "All right, babe." He takes a moment to gather his thoughts, tapping his fingernails on the shiny, polished wood. "Listen. I want to ask you something. Kathleen and I are leaving the end of the week to go to Belize, then Thailand. We're looking to buy a beach resort. You know, income property." "Oh, that's nice," I lie, my hopes of finding refuge sinking. "So, well, you wanna come with us or what? This doesn't seem right. Did Dad just ask me to leave the country with him? It sounds like a dream I don't dare think too hard about, that might come true." "Yes. Are you kidding? Of course I do." Kathleen, who has been sitting quietly with us at the table throughout the retelling of my ordeal, gives me a friendly smile. "You can help with the baby. All right. That's it then. You gotta get all your things together real quick like." I can see Dad mentally making the plans, as he did back in Carol City while playing solitaire. "What about your dog, Thor?" I gasp, knowing he can't come with us. My little hero's chocolate head rises up from my lap. A wag of his tail asks silently if I'm all right. My faithful companion. Not my Thor. "Well, I know he's your pet, Don, and I'm sorry, but you can't take dogs to foreign countries. Nothing we can do about that." The tearing of my heart is killing me, but I know Dad is right. I have to let go. I know leaving the country is the only chance I have to start fresh and make sure John, and anyone connected with him, will never track me down. I look down at Thor's little face, with those pleading eyes, and rub his ears and neck. As I squeeze him tight, he shivers. He can sense when something scary is about to happen. John taught him that. Memories flood my mind of how brave and loyal he has been to me in the most terrible times. My friend, my angel to the very end. He deserves better. He deserves to not be scared all the time too. I beat myself up inside for not being able to take him with me. Big Rosie. Her face appears clearly in my mind's view. Her parents. I wrap Thor's soft, familiar frame in a vision of a warm bed near a fire and see him happy and content. I know somebody. I weep. They'll be good to him. Won't they, boy? I look into his graying reddish eyes. And for a moment, he stops his shivering and sweetly blinks. He knows. I think. I'll ask a lady, a friend, Big Rosie, if her parents would like to adopt him. She loves him, and they'll take good care of him. I kiss his head and cry some more, rocking him in my arms, knowing this will be one of our last days together. It will have to be. And it is. Chapter 18. War and Peace. S. Sitting in the booth of Clancy's Clam Broiler in Glendale, I am filled with nostalgia mixed with nervous anticipation as I keep a watchful eye on the lobster tank near the entrance. Fidgeting with my napkin and place setting, I wait for Sharon to meet me for lunch. It is April of 1988, almost 7 years since we last spoke, that day in the Safeway parking lot. When we said goodbye. When I thought somehow she would meet up with John and me. The stained glass door swings open, and a small, neat frame steps inside. I recognize her right away. In her impeccably tailored navy blue gabardine suit and matching navy shoes, she instantly scans the dining room. She turns in my direction, and we lock eyes. I draw a deep breath and stand to greet her. Sharon. Hi. It's me, Dawn. I tentatively hold my arms out for a hug. Swiftly she inspects me up and down, gives a short nod as if to acknowledge that I am really Dawn, and steps toward my outstretched arms. Hi, she gushes clumsily, and then reaches in for a steel-like embrace. We stand awkwardly for several moments, holding one another, absorbing the reality of being in each other's presence again. Sharon's strong nurse's fingers hold my shoulders in a vise-like grip, and I feel her take in a deep breath, a sigh maybe, or a silent cry. I knew you'd return, she says, gaining her composure and stepping back to look me over again. Your hair, I comment, fumbling for something to say. Sharon's hair no longer hangs down her back, it is cut short, very short, and is nearly solid white. Like it, she smiles. I love it. Cut it off as soon as the divorce was final. In celebration. Freedom. She runs her fingers through it, fluffing the white strands in different directions. Wash and wear too. Yeah. It looks good. I'm just not used to seeing you like this is all. I am instantly conscious of the extremely long mane of golden brown hair that flows down my back past my hips. Hey. In Asia, this is still the style, I dismiss jokingly, flipping at the tendrils behind me. That's fine. It's not for everybody. This is something I had to do. You know. I nod somberly. I know. Let's sit down. I motion in the direction of my table, realizing we are still blocking the door. Here. I have a booth. We settle in uneasily. My heart races in my chest, my palms sweat. I resume folding my already well-creased napkin and rummage through my brain for the next, right, thing to say. I have no idea if she will stay friendly or get distant and cold, and I realize I am still afraid of what she thinks of me. So, I think. I knew she and John got divorced because of the articles I read in the Los Angeles Times, but how? When? I can only guess, and I guess the worst. My stomach does a somersault. But she's sitting here. We're sitting here. And we're okay. And John, well, John is gone now. How long have you been in town? You mentioned something about Asia. Sharon breaks the ice. A waitress appears, interrupting us, and we each order an iced tea to be polite. I have no appetite and take the moment to pull in a deep breath and gather my thoughts. Southeast Asia. Thailand mostly, with my father. The words seem to come out on their own. I don't want to give much detail. He opened a hotel on an island in the south, Phuket Island, back in early 1982. But that was after, well, John was arrested in Miami. I lower my head. So he's dead. AIDS. I let the reality of the words linger in the air. The Los Angeles Times splashed the news on the front page less than 2 weeks after they reported his admittance into the VA hospital with the disease. Just doesn't seem real. Yup. Died fittingly on the 13th, if you ask me, Sharon replies, her words cutting swiftly. I lift my head to check her face, to detect any sign of concern or grief, but there isn't any. Yeah. Strange how 13 was his lucky number too. The hair on my arms rises in gooseflesh. Then, shaking it off, I let out a short laugh at the irony and think very hard about how to stay delicate with what I want to say next. He beat me, Sharon. I decide to come right to the point. Breaking the terrible wall of silence between us about the abuse is something I've been waiting years to do. He sold me on the streets, sold me to, to people, Eddie Nash, for drugs. Then he beat me afterward. He was ruthless and cruel, beat my face, gave me more black eyes than I can count, broke my ribs. My throat constricts and, although I feel my soul erupting, I can barely choke out the words. I came back to LA to work, but mostly to find him. To tell him I made it, in spite of him. And show him, to his face, how much better I became. Better than he ever said I would be. Better than he ever treated me, especially in the end. I stop myself, realizing I am sinking too deep into my emotions, and try again to shake off the pain. I feel the crushing anguish of John and the memories of the risks I took believing I was nothing, not worth living, lost, self-destructive, drinking myself into oblivion, alone in Southeast Asia, so alone. The list of John's offenses goes on and I know I'm not through it all, but finally I am ready to face him, the angry beast who left me with such terrible scars. After these many years, I've come back to confront him, but it seems, it wasn't meant to be. As Sharon listens to my story, her eyes grow large, then soften. She nods. Yes, I kinda figured as much. Her head lowers, and she stares hard into her lap. I went to see him in jail, after he was extradited. Her expression hardens, and she looks up, staring somewhere beyond me. Another bit of poetic justice, she continues smugly. John was jailed between the Hillside Stranglers, the Trash Bag Murderer, and the Skid Row Slasher. Right where he belonged, if you ask me. I gape at her, disbelieving. How bizarre. I think, flashing back in my bike ride past the Hillside Strangler victim's house, not knowing that Angelo Buono, one of the stranglers, was living on the street. Did he ask you about me? She snaps to. I asked him where you were. What happened to you? All he told me was not to talk to you, that you had taken off with some people you met in the hotel in Miami and turned state's evidence. Turned state's evidence. It was more like a sting operation, a setup, in a North Miami park, where I had no choice but to turn him in. The cops even sent my brother down from Oregon, awarded him a plaque of honor for bringing me to them. They told me my family was in danger, Sharon, that the best thing to do, for him and for me, was to tell them where he was. And those people saved my life. He was so crazed he would have eventually killed me, Sharon. If they hadn't helped me get away, I'd be dead right now. He made a mistake, one he'd been so careful not to make. He never hit me in front of anyone before, and he messed up when he beat me in front of those people. People who cared about me and weren't afraid of him. My anger burns again as I recall the day of my liberation from John. I force the familiar pent-up rage back down. A fiery ball of fury, as great as the scorching sun, is the burden I've carried with me since I last saw him. Sharon shifts her fork and spoon nervously around the table. A thin line of perspiration on her upper lip glistens from the light's reflection as she swallows a hard gulp of air. I know he went looking for you when he got out. She finally opens up. Her brow is damp with sweat. And I thought, well, since I hadn't heard from him after I stopped going to see him in jail and I hadn't heard from you, that maybe he found you again. No. Ha. He didn't find me. It turns out, right after those people helped me to a safe house, my father, who out of the blue was maybe 30 miles away, read about John's arrest in Miami and came and got me. Sharon's gaze drifts past me again, and her eyes cast shadows as if her memory plays a scene from the past. I'll never forgive him, she says gravely after a long pause. Then, staring me straight in the eye, she continues, he crossed the ultimate line with me. Shadows dance wildly in her stare. I'm a nurse. I've devoted my life to healing. I am a nurturer. I can do nothing else and feel there is no other way than to have the greatest respect for human life. Her eyes lock fiercely with mine. He came to me that night of the murders, to the house. Her lips curl in disgust. He was covered in blood, gray matter, brains and bone. She clears her throat loudly. At first, I thought it was that he had been in an accident. He was crying, like he was hurt. He asked me to draw him a bath. I should have known, the bathtub, his favorite confessional. I don't blink, clinging onto her every word. I picture myself in the bathroom in Sharon's place, watching him, waiting for him to speak first, as she did the many times I saw her interact with him in the past. A nurturer. I visualize her letter to me after my attempted suicide. You must promise me you will never repeat this. She insists, leaning into me. Her tongue thrusts out as if to wipe a bad taste from her mouth as her expression falls. Replaying the repulsive scene in her head, she presses on. He said they were scum. That they deserved it, that they were lowlifes and didn't deserve to live. Her face goes pale, and she pauses again. What did you say to him, Sharon? I breathe. I asked him, who? Who was he talking about and what did he mean, didn't deserve to live? That's when he told me Eddie had sent his thugs to the house on Wonderland. He said Eddie had his black book and that he threatened to kill everyone in it, including you, me, his mother, Mary. He said that it was either them, or him and everyone he loved. He said they were dirt, to screw them. She swallows hard and lowers her head. I told him, but they were your friends, John. How could you? I told him to get out. Get out and never come back. How dare he expose me to such filth? Shifting uncomfortably in the booth, I ask no more questions. As I mull over her revelation to me, it fits like a missing piece of a puzzle I've almost given up on completing. Sharon is shaking, visibly unnerved at the recollection of the horror of that morning. I sense that this is the first and only time she has ever told anyone, ever gotten it off her chest, and that somehow, in doing so, she can find some peace from the memory of such betrayal. But I also sense she has more to reveal. Do you think that maybe he really was trying to protect us, Sharon? Maybe, she answers. And himself, of course. I nod. Well, that explains why he showed up at the motel cleaned up then. I purposely avoid mentioning the Valium he took to sleep that night. He took his bloody clothes rolled up in a paper sack when he left at dawn, and later, he told me he dropped them in different dumpsters along Glendale and Hollywood on his way to pick up the car that got left near his answering service. My mind pictures him slinking in the early morning hours through the streets of Hollywood, frantically trying to cover his tracks. I stop, and let the image fade to black. Too much. I think, allowing my brain to rest unfocused for a short time. He told me you said yes, I blurt before I can understand why. Yes, that you would go into the witness protection program with us. That you were just going to close up the house and meet us, later, when it was safe. He kept on telling me that, the whole time we were running, all the way to Florida. Sharon's eyes grow large with disbelief. I told him. No. I told him again, how dare he ask me to leave my family, for him. I said I would stay undercover in downtown LA while he turned over evidence to the police, but after that, well, he was on his own. My gut twists, knots in a ball. So, that was a lie too, I think, stunned for a moment. Wow. Amazing. That's one I still believed. I believed him, Sharon, I tell her flatly. Sharon shakes her head slowly. I can see in her face that she's picturing me waiting for her all that time. I'm sorry. I thought you knew. Yeah. I can understand that. I feel like a fool. Sharon appears anxious, her mind seemingly triggered by something even more disturbing. Her eyes dart wildly about the restaurant. From the main door to the lobster tank, from the waitress station to the bathroom exit. Perspiration glistens in her forehead, and her hair is damp as if she has stepped out of a steamy bath. She wipes her palms dry on her navy pants. All right, Dawn. I'm going to tell you something now that I have not repeated to anyone since July of 1981 when it happened. After I tell you, I never want to talk about it again. You can take it how you want, but I don't ever want you to breathe another word. Am I clear? Okay. I understand. My hands are curled into fists of tension, my body is tight, immobile. I prepare myself to hear what Sharon has to say next, as if I'm about to be pounced on by a lion. Okay. Good. Well, here it goes. She clears her throat and continues. That night when you and John left and we said goodbye in the Safeway parking lot, well, I went home to finish packing up the house. Not to meet up with you and John, but to close everything up. I knew it wasn't safe there anymore, because of John and Eddie and, well, how John lied to the police. I was going to Oxnard to stay with my parents. Anyway, I was in the bathroom, finishing my bath and packing. The dogs were in there with me. They had been boarded for 3 days and didn't want to leave my side, you know. Sharon's mouth is parched. I can hear her tongue stick to the roof of her mouth. She takes a long drink of her iced tea. Well, I was just stepping out of the bathroom, into the doorway of the kitchen, you know, when he grabbed me. Grabbed you. Oh my God. Who? One of Eddie's thugs. Who knows, a bad man. He was wearing a black ski mask, so I couldn't tell. He grabbed me around my waist and pinned my arms to my side so I couldn't move. He put a knife to my throat and told me to keep quiet. Sharon. What did you do? My voice is a raspy whisper. You remember the antique meat hook you and John cleaned up and mounted in the kitchen by the stove? Yes. The one we got from the swap meet. Right. Well, we struggled for a while. It was hot, and I was slippery from the bath and managed to pull one of my arms free. I was reaching around for something, anything I could grab to use as a weapon, when my hand found the meat hook. No. Yes. I took hold of that handle and, as hard as I could, brought it all the way down in front of me for momentum, then swung it straight back with every ounce of strength I had. What happened? Sharon sits upright confidently. Severed his spinal cord right at C6-C7. It was instant. Sucker wasn't going to take me out without a fight. She looks impenetrable, like a fortress made of iron, daring anyone to challenge her strength. Sharon, you're kidding. Then what did he do? Dead. Instantly. He collapsed where we stood. I slipped right out of his arms. Sharon. I'm incredulous, immobile except for my eyes that won't stop blinking in disbelief. What? How? What did you do with the body? I mean, how? It was a mess. Bled like a stuck pig, everywhere. What do you think I did? I made a phone call. To who? Big Tom. His guys, came and picked the poor sucker up within an hour. What did they do with the body? Did they know who it was? I didn't ask. I was told not to worry, to assume it never happened. I thanked them and said that was fine. I never wanted to talk about it again. I just wanted him out of my house. Became another John Doe, I guess, and that's that. For a fleeting moment, I can't believe what Sharon has just revealed. I remember the traumatic fear of a sniper's bullet when John and I were on the run, the sinister feeling I got when John ran into that hitman at the Stardust in Vegas. Somehow, back then, I thought Sharon was safe. John must have diverted my fear more than I knew. Then I think about all those years of suffering and beatings I endured at John's hand, how many times I was sure he was trying to kill me, and I realize how, as a consequence of his actions, Sharon was almost killed too. My childish impression of Sharon, always impervious to John's bad behavior, dissipates and I see her true vulnerability behind her detached armor. She is, as I am, a survivor. I'm glad you're all right, Sharon. That probably freaked out the people who sent this guy after you. You sure gave them something to think about. What else happened? I mean, anyone else come looking for you? Nope. I sent the fear of God through them, though. Imagine finding out your hitman is in the LA morgue with a meat hook in his neck. And John, well, I told you, I will never forgive him. I vowed as a nurse to never take a life, and that bastard took the one piece of identity that meant everything to me. He is the one who didn't deserve to live. He was the scum, and he is right where he belongs. Sharon, it was self-defense. You had no choice. I attempt to console her, but she doesn't respond. Well, it doesn't matter anymore anyway, does it? He's dead now, and that's the end of it. I envision John in the hospital bed, thin and ravaged with the symptoms of AIDS, and I wonder if his family, his mother, was really there when he died, as I read in the newspapers. I wonder also if his mother prayed for him. That would have been a blessing. I think, warmed by my kindled faith in God that began in Asia. I feel an unexpected stab of sadness and pity imagining John's last breaths on earth and am torn again by the anger that festers inside me. My thoughts shift suddenly back to Sharon, and I remember another piece of information I read in the paper. I understand that he was remarried. Is that true? If you want to call it that. Misty Dawn. Ahem. It was the closest thing he could get to you. I'm sure of it. Sharon raises her eyebrows and dons a sly grin. I have no doubt why he needed to get married before he died. What do you mean? He had to have somebody there to make sure, well, ahem, you know, that it was still intact. She looks away, her face in a frozen smirk, to stifle a belly laugh. You remember, don't you? He was deathly afraid someone would cut it off, as a trophy or something. Yes, I remember, I reply. He made me promise him never to let anyone remove it from his body. He was insane over the thought that someone might mount his fame and glory on their wall or something. Too bizarre. Such insanity surrounded John. I'm repulsed that my youth was consumed by him. I shake my head, and my mind focuses on the years, countless days and nights, after I ran from him. In Asia, sitting in my small ta-ta-mi mad apartment in Tokyo, I am obsessed with visions of violent rage, hell-bent on revenge. I hate him because the angry, mean days of him were open wounds and all I could remember. For years, any mention or memory of his name or face has triggered my anger anew, sending piercing daggers of death from every inch of my being out into the universe to impale my image of him. I have pictured myself many times, like a samurai, standing between John's legs brandishing a gleaming steel sword while he lies helpless beneath me. Afraid were you? I say to him. Afraid someone might cut it off. I promised you I would never let that happen. Now what do you think? Oh, how I wish to see him squirm. I relish the fear in his eyes. So, do you trust me now? Like I trusted you? Did you keep your promise to never hurt me, John? I raise the blade high above my head and come down swiftly toward his nether regions. Hee-yah! I scream at the top of my lungs into a blackness that, thank God, won't let me go any farther. I snap out of my bitter fantasy and think for a moment that I'll tell Sharon about my fierce visions of vengeance. I stop, and change my mind. I was really mad at him, Sharon. Mad for years. He took away my innocence, my trust, my heart. Tears form in the corners of my eyes. How could he? Now a sense of self overwhelms me. I survived him, Sharon, and survived a dangerous, lonely life after him. I struggled in Southeast Asia. My dad was there, but he wasn't a lot of help. He made promises he didn't keep and, well, let's just say he gave me bad advice, and basically left me on my own. I managed, though, drank a lot of alcohol to get through it. But I did some amazing things too. I climbed Mount Fuji and sailed down the Malacca Straits in a monsoon. I speak Thai and Japanese well enough to travel comfortably among the locals. In Japan, well, some terrible things happened and I almost lost myself, but I found a connection with God and learned how to pray. Now, that saved me. I stop myself, noticing the uncomfortable squint in Sharon's face and remember how angry she has always been with God. I have a certificate in gemology, Sharon. It's not a big deal, but it's an education. Waves of raw emotion spill out as the floodgates of the last 6 years are released. Well, I always told you you had a brain. She smiles kindly. My heart is still audibly pounding as I exhale. He never wanted me to grow up, did he, Sharon? No. He was already threatened by you before you even turned 18. I shudder and look away. Why? He didn't want to lose you, so he had to keep you, below his level. I know she is right. Then in a softer tone, I whisper, I'm better than that, Sharon. I'm simply better. Yes, you are. We both are. Yeah, I'm worn out, tired of these memories that beat me down. It hurt too much to hate him, Sharon. I had to do something. I was going crazy. It was while I lived in Japan that I was at my lowest. My insides were tearing me up. All those horrible memories haunted me. I almost couldn't go on. I got so depressed. Then, I can't explain it, but finally something lifted. The pain, that suffocating burden broke, kinda like a fever would, and my poetry came back to me again. Well, they say that writing helps the healing process, and poetry is even better. You can't blame yourself, Dawn. You reacted like any abused person would. Yeah. I know. Ha. Well, if life is poetry, then this is my poem. I laugh at the irony because I know my poems are scary, not joy-filled lyrics of love and light. We are silent then. The bustling of the restaurant's lunch crowd glides on around us, customers being seated, glasses clinking. I focus on John again, the time that has gone by since we last saw each other. I think about the conflict of my emotions toward John, loving him, hating him. The realization that now I will really never see him again hits me, and then I remember the bus stop a few days ago. Compassion fills me like a warm breeze as I recall the robin's egg blue of the sky that stands out in contrast to the large wooden crucifix of St. Anthony's on 3rd Street. I step off of the bus at my regular stop the morning of March 13, 1988. The sun is bright with barely a cloud for shade. Without warning, I hear the calling of my name, clear and sharp. Dawn. I whip around to look toward the church, up in the direction of the voice. It is John's voice, and distinctly he calls my name again. In the sky, directly above where I am waiting and staring, frozen to the sidewalk, is only the crucifix jutting up from the pointed steeple of the church. He's not alive anymore, I whisper to myself. He is not on this earth. A flock of small sparrows darts up and to the right, and as an airplane's thin streak of white smoke passes by, John's voice cries out in a tone that can only be the pouring out of someone's last words to earth. Forgive me. John. Dawn. The vibration of my name triggers every cell's full attention. Forgive me, Dawn. I'm sorry. The words catch in my heart. A sudden memory of the affection I felt between us envelops me, and I am overcome with the deepest sadness. I'm sorry, his voice pleads again. Then, with those words, it is as if a veil of confusion lifts from me and I understand. I recognize the heaviness, the vise-like pressure of pain and sorrow he carried these last several years. His suffering seems to sear through me, and I take on his identity for that moment, a vision of crippling remorse that tears at his soul and leaves him paralyzed with overwhelming helplessness. I see that his life had been consumed by fear, a tireless weight that finally drowned him, and now in death his bondage is ended and he is ready to move on. Whether this is an illusion or real, to me there is no question what my response will be. No throat-clutching anger or old pain to halt me. Yes, John. I forgive you. As suddenly as it appeared, the presence is gone. Blares and whirs of the nearby traffic on 3rd Street bring me back into the moment, and numbly I continue to my apartment in a daze about what has just happened. At the door to greet me, my roommate has the Los Angeles Times in hand. I'm sorry, he tells me, pointing to the headlines. I know what he is about to say. John passed away this morning. I know, I tell him, and he hugs me as I melt into his body and cry. Sharon is stirring her tea compulsively after the long bout of silence between us. Awkward about wanting to share my experience, I decide to be brief. He came to me at my bus stop on the day that he died, Sharon. Well, it was his voice, really. I blush a little and continue. He asked me to forgive him. And, well, I said yes. Sharon stops clanking her tea glass, and her face drains ghostly white. He came to me too, she says grimly. But not like that. She looks appalled. He did. Scooting straight up in her seat, she flattens her napkin tightly in her lap. I couldn't sleep, she begins. You remember how solidly I usually sleep? Uh-huh, I nod. Well, that night was different. I hadn't thought of him for a while, not other than briefly, but for some reason that night I couldn't get him out of my head. I knew then it was going to be a rough night. I finally started to fall asleep around midnight when I distinctly heard screaming, an agonizing, pitiful scream. I sat bolt upright, scared to death. The screaming came from the closet and got closer, the most god-awful noise you'd ever want to hear. It was John. He came wailing from out of the closet, past the foot of the bed, toward the door to the hallway. There was another door there instead. Not the bedroom door, but a large, round, vault-like door. She wipes the accumulating beads of sweat from her brow. Wailing piteously, John was pulled through this door. And then it slammed shut. My heart is pounding. Did he say anything to you? I ask, horrified. Nope. Didn't look at me either. Just crossed through the room, screaming. I'll never forget that sound as long as I live. She looks weary. When I checked the clock, it was exactly 1 in the morning. Later, when I read the paper, I found out that was the exact time he died. My God, Sharon. I know. Well, there is no doubt to me where he is now. Hell. He made his bed, if you ask me. I swallow a gulp of air hard, picturing her sinister bedroom vision, and I shudder. How horrible, how sad. Can something like that be possible? Sitting still for a few moments, I shake the disturbing images off my psyche. John's voice and presence were too real to me, too strong and sudden, I cannot deny it. What Sharon saw was her vision, not mine, and I'm glad. I don't want to be caged by my hatred anymore. It's sad that she is so inflexible and hard still. And John, he could have been so much more. I think. But instead, it's just a pity. Well, enough about him, Sharon interrupts, intentionally changing the somber mood. That's not all I came here for. I need to give you something. She retrieves a package wrapped in bunny paper that she carried in with her under her arm. Happy Easter. Sharon. No. Really. Well, Easter is coming up and, anyway, I decided we needed to celebrate. Her smile beams with anticipation, and a nostalgic sense of old Home. Startles me. I reach over to open the card. Dear Dawn. For these many years I have thought about you, wondering if you were safe, knowing that one day we would see each other again. I've had this on my wall since the day you left to remind me of you, and today I happily return it. We have survived some of the hardest times any person should have to endure, and now it is time to enjoy each other in better days. I'm so glad to have you back in my life. I love you. Sharon. Unsure of how I feel, I don't speak. Gingerly I peel the paper back from her gift to me. There, packaged ever so carefully, is my favorite signed and dated Stuart Moskowitz lithograph of comical penguins following a Trojan duck. It is a gift originally from John and Sharon, given in what I call the good times. I thought John destroyed this. Nope. Not that. I stare at her dark-rimmed glasses and then into her brown eyes, and a well of emotion comes to me from across the table. I am touched. I'm sorry, Sharon, I say with a burning need to clear my conscience. John I thought you, well, knew. I'm so sorry. No, she breathes a deep sigh. I'm sorry. I never thought he would stoop so low. To me, I just couldn't imagine it. I should have known, but it was something I couldn't look at. It's me who should apologize. You were just a kid. I only, again never thought he could. Her words fade. In my heart, I know she was aware of John's inappropriateness with me, all along. But I know Sharon is doing the best she can to turn past mistakes around for the better, and so am I. I try to remember, for the book's sake, as much of the abuse as I can stomach. Several of the details are left dark and impenetrable for many self-preserving reasons. My throat constricts when I close my eyes and picture myself back there, and I feel frustrated. Many days, the need comes over me to hike up the mountains behind my house for solace. There is a trail I take in the summer months, and right now I can't resist. I bring my daughter to a friend's, throw on my hiking clothes, and head up the path. My heart begins to beat louder as I make my way up. I can't stop asking myself, why? Why am I bringing myself to remember such terrible memories? I cannot remember my reasons for beginning to write my story with John. I know they were good reasons, but somehow I cannot recall any of them. I begin to chant, God's will, not mine. God's will, not mine, as I steadily climb to the top of Table Mountain. The top is my reward. I am breathless, and my mind is clear. Everything is beautiful, and all is right with the world. I still cannot put words to why I began to write this, but I know I am right where I am supposed to be, and I say a prayer out loud, out into the sky and the wind, for strength. Epilogue. W. Who would have thought that 22 years later, Hollywood would make a movie called Wonderland? But I'm not Alice, even though I fell into a world I could never have imagined. I am Dawn. For all my wishing, it seems I was never able to wipe John's name from mine after all, but it doesn't matter. As with all stories, this one has as perfect an ending as you can get. And, despite all its pain and sorrow, it is simply a true story, and nothing is better than real life, if we listen. Acknowledgement. God, for life.